Welcome back, my love. Did you ladies have a good trip? Carl greeted Dana as she walked up the stairs. We did. The wedding is set for 1 month from today, well, 29 days. I see that you were busy while we were gone. You found all sorts of new members and employees, Dana replied. Carl held his arms open wide, encouraging Dana to sit on his lap while they talked. I did. The employees are formerly from a village in Drode that was having issues with their neighbors. They're taking care of the magical plants in the tiny world. The extra guild members are all sculptors, tailors and blacksmiths. Most of the tailors didn't become guild members, they're employees, but we did add one to the guild roster, just for the chance to learn more from Ray. I will have to get her to go see them now that you're all back. Are you happy with how all the plans went? Still need to change anything? Carl asked as Dana settled down on his lap and leaned against his chest. No, we covered everything to perfection. I know that you weren't there for it, but we had Ray, Remy and Kara, so it still felt like we were getting your input. They know you pretty well. Carl laughed at her response. Not only did they know him well, they could check his thoughts to see if he objected to random ideas. Despite the distance, they weren't cut off from their link. You all returned just in time. The winter social is in a few days, and the Guild Alliance is eager to get to show off. I've made you ladies some new decorative accessories using the materials from the monthly delivery of goods that the last Challengers Guild dropped off. They came out very well, and the master sculptors put in some overtime so that they would be ready when you all returned, Carl explained. He smiled when Dana squirmed in his lap, turning to face him properly. You didn't do anything crazy, did you? She demanded. Of course not. I only created a new set of accessories. Totem rank, epic grade. They're impressive, but I have made dozens more necklaces of that quality since you've been gone. Most of the Mythic team will be wearing them to the social to show off the fact that the Alliance has master crafters, but I'm told that it is as much a fashion show as it is a social event, so Ray is going to love it. Dana smiled. It had been a good month to be Ray. Is there anything in particular that you would like for me to make you? I know that Ray has plans for all of the major events, but not every event needs to be perfectly designed to Ray's taste, Carl suggested. Dana winked, then kissed his chin and whispered in his ear. The events I'm thinking of don't need clothing. I've missed you. Carl disagreed. Unwrapping his Dana was half the fun. He wrapped an arm under her thighs and stood up, then opened a portal to their bedroom. Ladies, we will see you all tomorrow. Lotus. The tiny world's entrance is open in the Gargoyle Garden, not far from the portal to Drode. If you want to meet the rest of the employees, that is. Dana laughed as Carl's hand began working the buttons on her top before they were even through the portal, and then she sighed in relief as they were finally alone again. Soft silk slid down her arms, then vanished into her inventory as Carl removed it from her body. She had always been weak to his touch, but today the effect was on an entirely new level. Every touch sent shivers through her body, and the moment that his tongue caressed her skin, making gentle swirls as Carl kissed his way from her neck downward, her mind went completely blank. Dana mewled in pleasure as Carl showed her just how much he had missed her presence, but her mind betrayed her before she could tell him the same. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the pleasure washed over her, and her consciousness faded. The next thing she knew, she was under the covers, draped across Carl, and the sunlight was streaming in their window, meaning that he had brought her to the Drode Guild house, not to their room in the Alliance house. What exactly was that last night? She muttered to herself, blinking the sleep out of her eyes. Carl rumbled in amusement beneath her. Well, if you don't know, then I've been doing my job all wrong. Dana swatted his chest. Not that, you big idiot. It was like my whole body was electrified, and my mind went blank, then I just passed out. I've never felt anything like it before. Carl paused, carefully reviewing everything that had happened the evening before. He had been meditating to improve his understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation when the ladies returned, so maybe that had something to do with it. A moment of focus brought him back to that post-meditative state, with energy flowing through him, but Dana had no response. However, when he ran his hand across her belly, she moaned in pleasure, and Carl felt the energy in her body shift. That was it. He was unconsciously altering the mana in her body to follow his will, but the effect was stronger than she could handle. So, if he was going to continue using the trick, he would have to practice. Does this count as learning a new technique? Opal asked from her space. That depends on whether he can turn it into a named skill, or if he just turns Dana into a puddle while trying, Remy replied. Carl tuned the pair out. If they wanted to be nosy, he would just ignore them. Besides, turning this into a skill just might make him the most popular man on the planet if he taught it to others. By lunch, Dana was pleading for mercy, and beginning to lose control of her beast form transformation. The instincts that had been imparted to her from the Stoneford divine fox magic used in her advancement demanded that she transform and dig her claws into Carl to make sure he didn't escape, but her human mind knew that he wasn't planning to go anywhere. Not when he was having so much fun tormenting her in all the best ways. Stop, stop. Let me rest and eat. Your dedication to training is commendable, but we're not all superhumans. Dana complained, then nipped at Carl's chest before transforming back into human form. Fine, but I'm warning you, I will perfect that technique before our wedding night. Carl carried her to the shower, then realized that her legs would not support her, so they were going to have to shower in this position, then he would carry her down to breakfast. You know that the bride needs to survive until the wedding, right? She looks exhausted, and she's only been back for half a day. Tessa joked when Carl carried Dana down to lunch. I will work on that. Training mana control got a bit out of hand, Carl agreed. Tessa smirked, then gestured for the kitchen staff to bring out the food. Well, you're right on time for breakfast, anyhow. The bread just cooled enough to cut. Ophelia made a vague gesture. There's a lot of new equipment in the guild storage. What's that all about? Like a lot of new equipment. Carl chuckled. Check out the workshop in Drode. I did some renovations, and we got just a few new workers. Sculptors, blacksmiths and tailors to go with our runecrafters. So, we've got more people working. Now, that makes sense. At least there is a chance that the gear orders will get fulfilled. I see that Sapphire has been busy as well. She has made quite the variety of accessories, all with slightly different enhancements. But I do notice that they're all blue. She's only upgrading blue items. Ophelia laughed. Carl checked the inventory and chuckled. Indeed. Some robes and armor, mostly accessories. Fortunately, we have lightning, water and fire gems in blue for her to work with. It shouldn't limit her range of enchantments too much if she wants everyone to know that a blue dragon made them. Carl also noticed that all the items were totem ranked, despite the dragon being at the mythical rank. She was actually focusing on what they were intending to sell, and not just testing the limits of her skill. She might have kept a few other pieces for herself, but what was in the inventory was all appropriate for sale. I should put these up in the Guild Alliance listings, so that members know that we've got them for sale, Carl sighed. Dana turned on his leg to look up at him. I think it's time that I got a trade skill as well. All the new hires are becoming experts, but the core group has still been holding out, and I'm not sure that there is a good reason for that. Wait. We have an idea, one of the Lala bunnies shouted from the back door of the house. What's up? Dana asked, patting the girl's head as she ran up. I have a cooking trade skill book. You can do the twirl whoosh mish mash thing and make a new skill, right? Ultra mega super cooking, she exclaimed. Give me that book, Hawk demanded. You want to cook? Carl asked, shocked. It is the art of using fire to turn mice into better mice. Hawk replied in a sage voice. He had a good point. But what he actually wanted to master was the art of barbecue, not the entire discipline of cooking. If I use the book, it's gone. But I can teach others. So, let me pay you. How much do you want? Carl asked. The bunny smirked. 4 advancement potions. Just enough that the bunnies get ahead of the boys by a rank, Carl confirmed, and she bobbed her head happily. Well, I guess it would encourage them to work hard to catch up to their bunnies. Alright. I will give you 4 advancement potions as soon as Remy can make them. The cooking skill book vanished, and Tessa gave Carl a confused look. Who wanted to be a cook? Kara. I can't see it being Thor or Opal. Maybe Hawk. Carl smiled. Yes, Hawk. Cooking is a fire-related skill, after all. But now that Hawk had cooking, Carl saw what Lala was talking about. If he combined runecrafting with cooking, he got mystic cooking. Did anyone want to be a special sort of cook? Unfortunately for the Lala bunnies, they've already got a trade skill, so it can't be them. Perhaps our new chef? The obsession demon gave a fist pump in celebration. She was obviously not going to say no to an advanced version of her obsession. Carl held out a hand, and she came over to put her head under it, while Carl activated the "Follow me little one." Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking, will be transferred to the culinary connoisseur Callisto. Yes, first person with the new cooking skill, she cheered. Then she held out her hand, and a new cookbook appeared in it. Alright, ladies. Let's start getting prepped for dinner. I have new recipes to work with, Callisto announced. Dana laughed as the cook ran back to the pantry and started grabbing stuff out. Hey, I want to cook too, Lotus complained. You're sure? No changing after you pick, Carl reminded her. Me, change from a specialty in making pastries and sweet things? Lotus asked in a sarcastic tone. You're right. That answer should have been obvious. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, mystic cooking will be transferred to the healing tree Lotus. Yes. Oh, so many ideas. You can add short-term buffs to food. I can have healing buff pie. Lotus cheered, then ran to join Callisto in the pantry. They were going to be eating well this week. He should teach this skill to the Abbeys in Drode as well. Dana shook her head in dismay at Lotus' excitement. The Alliance members weren't going to know what hit them when they came to ask for healers for the Overlord-ranked dungeons. If they thought that Ray making them change clothes was extreme, just wait until they had to taste test Lotus' new baking experiments. Though, that was probably still less extreme than letting Remy test experiments on them. At least Lotus was going to be making things intended to be edible. I will take the Runemaster skill. That way we can work together, Dana insisted. Carl nodded and granted her 2 skills. Runemaster and Skill Book. Both of those skills were going to be useful to her in the near future because they were planning to sell skills to help others advance. Plus, she had skills that Ray wanted, and those would have to be taught by book. Some of the skills, Ray was going to be incompatible with, but she had high hopes for Greater Golem, and a few of Dana's new sword skills. Golem duplication was a wonderful skill. Carl quickly double-checked that he had given the skill back to Dana, and made a new mental note to give her the extra copy of the book. Though, now she could make a copy for herself. Anyone else want a trade skill? We can probably arrange the majority of them, Carl suggested. Noctia shook her head, as did Tessa. But Ophelia looked like she had a plan. I think I want to try tailoring. Well, leatherworking. There aren't nearly enough female berserker clothing options on this continent. If we increase the fashionability, we could get more berserkers, she decided. Carl chuckled. Well, it's easy enough to create berserkers from warriors with a skill transfer. We might even be able to make more bear totem berserkers if we do it right. If we teach them beast form and then berserk terror, they should get an animal totem berserker that matches their beast form. Ophelia chuckled. That sounds like a lot of fun. Making all the warriors holy sorts is just too boring, and it will lead to another version of the same issue, where everyone has the same skills. Just slightly better skills. But if you make some of them berserkers or rangers, it should cut down on the issues a little. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, runic leatherworking will be transferred to the cuddle bear Ophelia. Ophelia smiled as she accepted the skill. It wasn't master tailoring like Ray had learned, and she could put her own runes on things, but she would be more limited in the items that she could put bonuses on. That still wasn't bad. She wanted to make more items for berserkers, and there was nothing more berserker than leather pants and furs. Heavy armor was a good defensive measure, but it really cramped your style. Ray smiled at Ophelia. There were spider tailors in Drode now, and an Ophelia in Zalaz. She could go back and forth, working with both to turn out a wonderful new line of clothing for the guild. Well, now we've got new skills, but the same issue. We need to get everyone ready for the winter social event. It's a huge party, and the Alliance will be using it to show off. Carl reminded them. Ophelia nodded. Plus, we get to show off. Forget that we're making all the accessories, the world should know that the Darklight Host really is an enviable guild to be in. Matilda will send her vampire to join us for the party. She's busy doing things, but Tiffany isn't, Kara added. Just remind her that we will be decorating her vampire to match. I know that the old dragon likes to tease her, Carl informed her. Got it. It shouldn't be a problem. Ray already had most of the outfits that she wanted everyone to wear to the festival prepared, they just needed accessories. But the winter social wasn't just one night, it was 3 whole days of an extended weekend, and they would need different outfits for all of them. At least, Ray assumed that they would. The Alliance wasn't putting on an official party of their own, like so many others did, but there was the big party in the middle of town, and then she was sure that someone would invite them to events on the other 2 nights. The first one was the most important, as the Alliances introduced their top members and there was a judged fashion contest. The rest were all networking. While that wasn't the most important aspect to the Darklight Host, it would increase the Alliance's popularity, and set them up for fewer challengers when the next round of dungeon control contests came. "We're not going in Dark Light Host Guild colors theme, are we?" Ophelia asked. Ray shook her head. "No, that wouldn't work with everyone's complexion. It works well on the vampires because they're already so pale. But a black and white outfit with brown fur? I can do so much better." Carl smiled as the two began discussing berserker and werebear fashion, then bounced Dana on his knee. "Should we get to work as well? Ray has given me a list of fashionable accessories needed for the totems and myths, but there are plenty of accessories waiting to be made from Overlord-ranked materials as well. If you want to make a statement with your skills, now is the perfect time to start," he suggested. "Oh, that is a wonderful idea. How about doing necklaces and amulets first? They're the most visible, and having a big bonus on them would be the first thing that others notice. You can take care of the big names. I will do a bunch for the overlords in the Alliance who are already waiting," Dana suggested. Carl smiled. Sapphire was already doing most of the ones for the totem-ranked members, but the accessories fit for the myths would all be the totem rank, totem grade items, and those took far longer than average to make. There are pre-made gems from the other runecrafters that you can set into accessories. Making skilled gems is taxing, but Sapphire has decided that it's the best way forward for most of the others, as the gem decides the peak quality that the skill can be used at, as long as they don't energize it when they finish. You just insert the pre-made gem into the item, then complete the whole thing as one item, Carl explained. With thousands of tiny characters put on every gem, it was possibly the best handwriting training that any of them could get. And with the elemental creation abilities of their sculptors, there was no longer a shortage of overlord rank and lower elemental gems. Carl and Dana were seated at a crafting table that afternoon, while Dana went through the basics of her new craft, and made accessories for the other overlords in the dungeon raiding teams. All they really need is more damage. That was the first thing that all of us noticed, anyhow. The gear they had was mostly mediocre, but when compounded by the fact that they don't have all the extra skills that come with an advanced class, they really suffer. It's like, the advanced class skills do much more damage per strike at the same level, even though they're not at the epic skill level of damage. So, Dana was focusing on adding skill damage, attack speed and strength to the items. For the warriors, even when they were using cleave or slash from a distance, the power behind the sword increased the damage done by the attack, so they still gained from increased strength. It was a strange combination, but who were they to argue with the system's math? The accessories were understated, at the request of the warriors, mostly simple silver and iron-colored bracelets, rings and necklaces. But the sculptors of the guild had come up with the perfect warrior accessory. They had made a sand cast to create skull rings that were black gold on one side, white gold on the other. They were cast small, as the material was totem ranked and valuable, but the sectioned black and white was very obviously Dark Light Host, and the skull ring motif was incredibly popular with the warriors. It was a bit of a waste to use them to make overlord ranked enchantments, but Dana was putting in the effort to make them all epic grade items, so at the very least they were more valuable than the materials. Plus, a single apprentice sculptor could turn out 100 of them in an hour, including buffing them out for use. So, after the cast was made, it was more of a side project for the sculpting team, to keep the others supplied while they worked on the real masterpieces. Even Carl was wearing one now, but he had given his increased luck and mana recovery to such an insane degree that the system decided it was a totem grade item with only 2 stats. Even inert, the eyes of the ring seemed to absorb the light. On the other hand, he wore the life link ring that matched Dana's. Not in appearance, his was a simple mithril ring covered in black runes, but the 2 spells were linked, so you couldn't wound Dana without damage transferring to Carl. At least, when they were in range. You know, turning out hundreds of these skull rings really is boring. Dana sighed as she poured mana into another item. That is true. The drudgery of making bulk items is way worse than the complexity of making custom items. But think of how happy all the warriors will be. First, we upgraded their tanks, and now we're giving them rings that will increase their damage and attack speed. That's what they needed to get through the improved bosses now that they've unlocked hard mode in the dungeon. All that extra loot will be well worth the effort. Have they invited you guys along again? Carl replied. Dana nodded. Yeah, they want us to be part of the hard mode group every week now. The Alliance is skipping this week, because of the winter social. But the week after, we will be back at it again. Perfect, lots of time for everyone to get prepared. There is no holiday in Drode this week, so they'll get all stocked up. I just hope that the new tailors survive Ray's affection. As I understand it, they're all descended from weaver spiders, who specialize in silk production and tailoring. But they're not an aggressive species like the bloodbath spider, so Ray probably terrifies them, Carl joked. Dana frowned. I never thought of that. The majority of the beastkin are only a little terrified of Ray, and that's perfectly normal. But as fellow spiders, it's likely much worse for the tailors. Ray looked up as she sensed Carl talking about her. She was overseeing the clothing production lines in Drode, who were making winter-themed gowns for last-minute sales in the city tomorrow. The Alliance members all had pretty dresses for the event already, so it was time to start spreading her outfits around the city. But Carl had misunderstood the nature of spiders. Weaver spiders, and their beastkin offspring, were not prey to the bloodbath spiders. They made huge, beautiful webs that caught all sorts of prey, and naturally offered it to their powerful protectors as tribute. The instinct extended to the beastkin, who turned instantly compliant and submissive when Ray gave them instructions. She had managed to turn the process into a smooth and efficient sweatshop within an hour of arriving, but she was a benevolent mistress. She would only ask them to work a half-day. She wasn't too picky about which 12 hours they worked, but overnight was better for sales, so she could take orders and make deliveries while the other species were awake. That also worked for the tailors, as they were nocturnal by nature. They were also being paid very well for their work, and the quality of life here was much better than at home, where the more physical spider species tended to bully them. Not that Ray didn't, but she bullied them as their boss, not for fun. Plus, the only thing that she demanded they do for her was work with the most beautiful, high-quality silks. They might not be obsession demons, but their love of crafting silk was nearly as intense. When she was finished tonight, Ray was certain that she would have at least 50 new dresses completed, with only a few in each style, as she had assigned each tailor a different project. She loved it when a plan came together. The blacksmiths and sculptors hardly even noticed that there were tailors taking over 2 of the buildings, one for living and one for working. The Drode Cavern, as they had taken to calling it, was still over half empty, even with all of them present and the orphanage brimming with kids. 2 buildings full of beastkin who only came outside once a day was hardly noticeable. By the time that the day of the winter social came around, Dana's fingers were thoroughly worn out and ready for a break. But the Guild Alliance looked wonderful. Everyone was rushing about the complex in their finery, looking for final personalized touches, reclaiming items that had been lent out, or meeting friends for a trip into the city. Carl waved as Ray appeared in the room with a smug smile and began dumping a pile of clothes on the table. "Did the morning's sales go well?" he asked. Ray clicked her teeth the same way that she clicked her mandibles when she was happy. "Yes, they paid extra to get just the right outfit this morning. I'm nearly sold out, but I don't know what to dress Nilla in. He says that he's not going out, so he hasn't let me style him yet," she explained. "Have you informed him of this yet?" Dana asked. "Multiple times. I informed him that it was non-optional, and I've even made him a more manly umbrella, since he objected to the lace parasol. Now, come help me pick the right suit to complement my dress. I am taking him for coffee," Ray explained. From the other side of the room, Ophelia laughed. "What's this? Ray is feeling romantic." Ray snorted in amusement. "He has a skill that I want. It hides his presence without hiding his body, but he won't come out so I can learn it. Today I will make him." "So, you intend to make him so uncomfortable that he hides his presence to make people stop noticing him, and then you can study the skill?" Ophelia clarified. Ray nodded. "That was exactly it. Shouldn't you give him a present for helping?" Ophelia asked. "What do you think that this is? That's just decoration. You wanted to decorate him anyhow. How many of the others dress like you? Why don't you get your Carl to make him a skill book in exchange for the training?" the werebear explained. "Oh, bribery. Yes, that would work too. Carl, do you have a skill book?" Carl chuckled. "In fact, I do. We've been making them for all the totems, and he's a druid, so he's near the top of the list. Give him this book of Terrorize. 10% more damage per rank is a lot of bonus damage for a totem. That should be enough to bribe him to teach you the skill you want." Ray plucked the book from his hands and did a happy twirl. "Thank you. Now, ruffles, or cobweb lace?" Carl turned to Dana for the answer. "Cobweb lace sleeves. That one there. He will have a shirt under, so the outer coat can be purely decorative. Then give him the red tie that matches his eyes. And these boots. There, that is perfect. Good luck." Ray waved, then gathered all the clothing on the table and vanished. Why does it feel more like Ray has adopted a puppy who didn't know that he was up for adoption than that she's gotten a boyfriend? Ophelia asked. Because I'm certain that is how she sees him. Don't forget that bloodbath spiders usually kill their mates so that they don't mate with any other female, Carl replied. Oh, right. Forgot about that. A few houses over, a girlish shriek shattered the calm as Ray appeared in Nilla's bedroom holding a pile of clothing and a skill book. Good morning. I brought you an outfit for our coffee date. Put that on, and then I have a business proposal for you. I want your ability to hide your presence, and in exchange for learning it, I will give you this book of Terrorize. How did you even get in here? I put up a barrier, the vampire demanded. Using Night Haunter, of course. I can just walk through the wall, there is no point in blocking the window and the door. Now, I think that your dungeon team will love it if you learn Terrorize. That's 80% more base damage on every attack. It really does add up quickly. Ray held up the clothing and gave it a shake, encouraging him to get moving. The coffee had better be worth this. Do you know what time it is? 11 in the morning. That's why I brought the modified umbrella. It's going to be bright on the way to the coffee shop. And that didn't strike you as too early to wake a vampire? He asked. Ray shook her head. I even let you sleep in this morning. 5 whole hours after the sun came up because it's a holiday. We are going to need to have a long talk about biology one of these days. Nilla muttered as he equipped the outfit Ray brought. Then she handed him the book, and Nilla began to bounce on the balls of his feet in excitement. This was going to be a huge change for him. A passive skill that would nearly double his base damage output. Then, his eyes went vacant as he used the book. He had been pulled into the class change interface, and there were actual options there for him. He had gathered 10 other skills that weren't part of his skill tree, mostly warrior skills that could be used by druids. But this was the first time he had options. Blood Druid, Woodland Warlock, Forest Guardian. Oh, that last one was good. It was an advanced druid, and it was tanking focused. Plus, it had Spirit Guardians. That sounded like druid golems to him. Take that, mages. With his new class selected, Nilla returned to reality and found Ray waiting for him with an expectant smile. Forest Guardian. A tanking druid with Spirit Guardians. Should we go and see what they are before we leave? He asked. Ray grabbed him around the waist and moved him to the lawn. Yes, let's see what it gives you. Oh, we should hold betting first. Did you want to tell the others? Nilla laughed at the excited spider. Yes, let's call them outside and give them a chance to wager on what a vampire druid's spirit guardian will be. He couldn't predict what the system was going to give him, even if he followed the advice the mages got and focused on what he wanted. The guild had already heard their conversation, as neither Ray nor Nilla was trying to be quiet. Even Dana and Carl had come out across the street to see the show. They were actually making sure that Ray wasn't abducting the vampire against his will, but from her perspective, it looked the same. Everyone, the vampire druid tank, Naxaramus Orvius Dante, has advanced his class today. He is now a forest guardian. One of his new class skills is a forest guardian. We are now accepting guesses and wagers on what it will come out looking like. Ray declared, loudly enough to be heard over the crowd. The crowd cheered for him, as a totem-ranked tank advancing was a big deal. Especially when it was an advancement from druid. Carl waited for the guessing game to end while Dana played with the ring on her finger. She had transformed into fox beastkin form today, and the ring felt strange on her hand, though it still fit perfectly. She wasn't originally going to go out as anything but human, but the dress looked so much better against her fox fur that she couldn't resist. Alright, we have our guesses. Now, Nilla, please show us the guardian spirit, Ray shouted. She's a surprisingly effective hype person. Dana laughed as Ray made a theatrical reveal gesture toward the vampire. Right? Who knew that was part of her skill set? Carl agreed. And the winner is bears, Ray called as a massive red ethereal bear appeared beside the vampire. Carl was reasonably sure that was not the natural state of a spirit guardian, but as he was a vampire, it had been altered by his affinity for blood. It was definitely impressive, though. Dana laughed, you know, we can do the same thing for you and Ray when you reveal your greater golems for the first time. Carl chuckled. You know that Rays are going to be bigger, better spiders. He had a point. Ray would be very disappointed if her extra golems were not spiders. The entire population of the Zalaz Guild House came out to join them, and Carl led the procession out of the house to join the gathering in the market, where the first selections for the day's fashion shows would be held. The other guilds quickly joined them, as everyone was preparing to head out anyhow. It made for a truly impressive group, nearly 8,000 strong, all walking together, with most of them in overlord and totem-ranked formal wear, and exquisitely made accessories. They were attracting attention with every step, and people were coming out of the stores to stare at them, as if the guild alliance was a parade. In a way, they were, Carl decided. They were almost all wearing something made by Ray, with accessories that the Darklight host had enchanted. So, they were basically a walking billboard, or a parade of trade goods. Look at that. They've done up the whole alliance for the show. Even the staff members are wearing luxury dresses, and trade skill accessories. What the hell? What sort of guild alliance is that? Carl chuckled as he heard the spectators gossiping about the alliance. The first thing that he had all the runecrafters do was make something for themselves. But the most popular items from Drode were the utility items, and that included cooking, cleaning, and other basic tasks. But those weren't items that a normal guild would have here. So, seeing all the simple magical rings on the royal ranked staff members of the other guilds was a shock. They couldn't be combat members, there were no dungeons here for them to fight in, and no wild monsters of their rank. So, the accessories had to be profession related. A few of the members had even decided to show off a little extra, and they had unequipped items that they were wearing, to use them as a show of wealth. With the item worn openly and not equipped, anyone with basic identification skills could see what stats it had. Here, where the system was nearly fully active, that meant everyone. It didn't take long for the crowd to recognize that all of the displayed items were made by the same person, and that the person in question was standing with the Guild Alliance, escorting a team from his guild in exquisite fashion through the city. Damn, the Nara group managed to get an actual crafting guild on their side. The next round of challenges are going to be brutal. One of the other myths sighed. I heard a rumor that they're changing things next year. Perhaps they'll cap it so that a few of the big guilds don't get all the best dungeons. One of the others, a white dragon cleric, suggested hopefully. The warriors laughed. They couldn't see the king caring enough about what they were doing here on the shores to do that. All that really mattered to him was that people kept coming, and the money kept flowing. If you didn't try to take a dungeon entirely off the market, he wouldn't care. Well, if they don't, I can guarantee that the Nara group is getting at least 1 or 2 extra dungeons. In a duel, both Hugo and Dave are monsters. If they're fully decked out in custom-tailored epic gear, they can definitely snag an extra victory, the warrior retorted. Carl smiled as he heard the news. He already knew that would not be an issue this year. The formal announcement was going to be during the festivities tonight, when the king of Sholaha came to greet the people and give them a blessing for the upcoming year. Hugo led the column through the city, showing off at all the best spots so that they could say that they were seen, and then join the party. But they didn't even have to finish their tour to get noticed. Miss, would you and your partner be interested in joining the judging? We have a category for most stylish Gothic outfits, and I believe you would both be contenders. A woman with a clipboard asked. Ray grabbed Nilla and pushed him forward, almost moving him out from under his umbrella as he flailed to keep his balance. Of course we will join the judging. The world needs to see this fashion, Ray agreed. Might I get your names? The volunteer asked. Naxaramus Orvius Dante, and Ray Bloodbath, Ray replied. The volunteer froze. Did you say Dante and Bloodbath? Ray nodded happily. That is us, easy to remember. What Ray didn't know was that the woman had only now realized that she was a transformed magical beast. So, while Nilla's heritage made him vampire nobility, declaring herself as a bloodbath spider, at the totem rank, was absolutely terrifying for the average citizen. Of course, very easy to remember. Thank you. I will see you at the judging center later. Here are your entry cards, just show them at any of the contestant entry points, and they will show you where to be. Goth, Emo and Rogue class judging starts at dark. Arriving half an hour early is advisable, as the event can be quite crowded. The volunteer explained, recovering from her shock. Ray patted Nilla on the back. We're going to be a big hit. Now, are we done walking yet? The coffee is on the next block. The vampire laughed. We can break away from the group. It's not a rule that we all have to stay together, it's just the boss wanting to show off. With that new information, Ray wrapped an arm around Nilla and activated perfect camouflage to step away from the group without being noticed. Some of the totems and myths could surely still see them in the bright daylight, but it didn't disrupt anything as they moved away from the group and into the crowd. Then, she deactivated the skill and led the way to the coffee shop. "What was your plan for after coffee?" Nilla asked, resigned to spending a whole day outdoors. "How do you feel about people watching from somewhere up in the tree branches? I can make swinging chairs and an awning," Ray suggested. Nilla laughed. "It is prohibited to climb the trees in the park. Otherwise, the drunks would break half the branches while showing off for the girls." Ray sighed. "In that case, we can just find somewhere out of the sun." A squeaky voice from beside them caught her attention. "Miss, sir, if you would like to be out of the direct sunlight, our winery is doing an afternoon tasting event today. It is held in the aging cellar, and the temperature is just right," the mouse beastkin suggested. The vampire and spider smiled at each other. "That would be perfect," they agreed in unison. Thor saw Ray drag her living mannequin off, and it gave him the same idea. "Tessa, why don't we stop for a juice as well? There is a lovely shop there by the beach," he suggested. That started a mass exodus just as they had reached the market, and there were thousands of shops and stalls for the members to visit. Carl nodded to Dave and Hugo, then motioned to a grand stone building, marked with magical sigils that Carl knew were supposed to approximate the runes of runecrafting, but which were drawn by someone without the skill. "I believe that my lovely bride may enjoy that store, so we will part ways here," he explained. "The Mage Tower? Yes, if you've got the budget, it's the best place on the continent to get skill books and rare potions. Other than the Blue Dragon libraries, that is," Hugo agreed. Carl led Dana to the store, where a totem-ranked guard stood at either side of the door, vetting their potential customers. "Champion, miss. Welcome. Please enter, we were hoping that you would visit us today," the guard greeted them. That was a bit startling, as they had only just walked out of the Alliance complex half an hour ago. Inside the shop, the lighting was dim, but magically even, with no shadows or unreadable covers on the displayed tomes. Each of the most valuable tomes was set into a glass pillar with its own light, creating beams of light in the shop, while the less valuable ones were set along the walls. There was an excited commotion at the back of the shop, and a young demoness came running up to Carl. "War Champion, you are earlier than expected. Would you like to join our contest?" she asked. "Contest? That wasn't what he was here for. It's an inscription contest. We're making skill books, winner takes all. I heard from my cousin Ashbringer that you can make them," she explained. "That makes sense now. But we had actually come in to shop," Carl replied, and the demon visibly deflated. The shopkeeper cleared his throat, and Carl nodded politely for the mythic rank Blue Dragon to speak his mind. "If you would like to join them, I can accompany Miss Dana around the shop, and then lead her to the reading area. It has a view of the contest tables, and if she should find something interesting, but not a usable skill book, she will be able to read while your challenge is ongoing. In order to make them both interesting and punctual, we have put a 1-hour time limit on the contests. It prevents grand magic from being transcribed, but it also allows for rematches," he explained. "What are the judging criteria?" Carl asked. "The most valuable tome copied within 1 hour wins. However, if you can transcribe one that we do not have in stock, it is an automatic round win. No repetition is allowed, but more than one contestant can do the same tome during a round. In that case, first to finish wins," the dragon explained. That sounded like a very Blue Dragon God-approved challenge. Dana waved her hand at Carl. "I will let the librarian show me the store, you go play with the inscriptionists." Carl nodded. "All right, let's see this contest list. Is it a full list of what the store has in stock for skill books?" The demoness nodded. "It is. There are only so many available skill books, after all." Right. Carl had forgotten that even here, they struggled to get copies of most skills in written form. If you got a rare one, you could make a fortune just lending it to an inscriptionist to make duplicates before you used it. Carl scanned the list, and then nodded in satisfaction. Force Slam, the Haint's telekinetic ability, was not on the list, and it was nearly as easy to write out as Cleave. Not a particularly complex or powerful skill, but a rare and versatile one. Carl took a seat, and then looked up and saw a writing desk suspended in a glass orb above them. It was covered in incredibly ancient magical runes, and from what Carl could see, it was intended to make all the materials you needed to create a skill book while working at it. That was brilliant. Force Slam wasn't too hard to create, at least for Carl. But his skill wasn't inscription, it was skill book, and it had far fewer conditions for creation, but far stricter ones on what books he could make. So, he got out suitable ink from Remy's supply stash of plant extracts, and grabbed a stack of paper from the middle of the table. "On the count of 3, you may begin," the demoness announced. Carl noticed that she wasn't participating. She was the store staff serving as referee for the event. He should have known that a wrath demon was not suited to be an inscriptionist. The first time that the pen dripped and ruined a page with an ink blot, they would lose it. Carl quickly began to write out the small booklet that was Force Slam, and then sent a surge of mana through the papers with Skill Book to form the cover and activate the tome. Finished. He spoke quietly and looked up from his work. One of the others was already finished, and Carl smiled as he saw Rend on the table in front of them. "You only win if you finish in an hour," the dragonkin mouthed silently. So that was the trick. He was wagering that anyone who picked a skill book more complex and valuable than Rend would not finish on time, and would therefore lose by default. Carl checked his watch. He had taken nearly 40 minutes just to write out Force Slam. If he had chosen anything more difficult, he really might have gone over. They sat silently, browsing the magazines on the table as the others worked. When the last pen was lifted, the hour was long past, and the last few to finish were more than 10 minutes past the timer. But nobody stopped them, as the contest was a winner-take-all format, and nobody needed a half-finished skill book. They had all chosen basic warrior and mage skills. Cleave, Rend, Lightning Bolt, Magic Armor, and a copy of Stomp that must have had an error somewhere, as it failed to activate. The blue dragon came out from the sitting area, where he had been waiting with Dana. "Excellent work, everyone. We will fix the error in Stomp for the winner. Now, let's see what the pricing chart says," he announced. "We have one copy of Magic Armor that was finished over the time limit, as well as Stomp, which has failed to activate. So, in third place, we have Rend. Then Lightning Bolt and Magic Armor tied in value, with Lightning Bolt being completed first. However, our winner for this round is Force Slam, which is not currently in the store's inventory. The spell is part of the Druid arsenal under certain skill builds, but I have no record of it having ever passed through our stock," he announced. The other inscriptionists cheered, and an older dragonkin rushed out to begin flipping through the Stomp book, looking for the error. They cast some sort of spell that erased a portion of the page, and then wrote a new paragraph. That let the book successfully complete, and the final skill book formed. "Now, would the winner like to keep his winnings? Or perhaps trade them for store credit?" the blue dragon asked. It didn't take a genius to see that he was hoping for store credit as an answer. "Dana, did you find anything good?" Carl asked. She nodded. "I did. I found a whole collection of mystic cooking cookbooks for Lotus, and an alchemy book for Remy." The shopkeeper looked a bit sheepish. As it happens, her advancement through multiple mage-related classes has given her a much larger repertoire of skills than our shop stocks. Carl politely didn't mention that she could make skill books just as easily as he could. That wasn't information that anyone else knew, outside the core of the Darklight host. So, if it could be kept secret, he wouldn't have to worry about people bothering Dana about it. That is a pretty impressive haul. Finding just one new tome is difficult enough, but to find them for two different specialties, this truly is the best stocked shop around. "Shopkeeper, I will trade my winnings for store credit. It should cover our purchases here today, and anything left over we will save for the next time a guild member needs a new skill," Carl replied. "That is excellent news. A new spell for the shop is a huge accomplishment. To prevent unfairness, winners have to sit out the next round. But you are welcome to peruse our shelves. Not everything is a skill book. We also have fiction, history, theory, education and many other books available," he offered. "Oh, that is a good idea. Our guild library is pretty good, but I bet that we don't have some of these. Now that we've got Sapphire looking after it, we should work on expanding the inventory," Carl agreed. Even if her presence was giving the nobles of Drode heart palpitations. "The mythic librarian Sapphire?" the blue dragon in charge of the shop asked. Carl nodded. "She joined our guild recently after accepting a trade skill. She is currently at our Drode guild house, doing inventory on the guild library there. We loaded it with surplus books from a historic bookstore, and the variety is somewhat unusual. As were the notes written in some of the educational tomes. Most of them were good advice, but according to the dragon, some of the students making the notes had clearly been failing their classes, and it was better for everyone if the books were scrubbed of bad advice before anyone else read them. But Mick said that she spent most of her time with a romance book in one hand as she sorted through educational tomes using a magical skill. Over the course of the next hour, Carl and Dana followed the shopkeeper around while sending messages to Sapphire about books that she wanted for the guild library. He had no shortage of them, and there were multiple floors of more mundane titles, away from the main showroom floor, which was reserved for the skill books that the vast majority of his patrons were here to find. "Is it your intention to start a library of your own? A public one, I mean?" he asked as the list of titles neared 500 and the store credit for the traded skill books was running low. Carl shook his head. "No, we were thinking that we would reserve the guild library for the guild members and their children. That way, they have somewhere that they can go to gain knowledge, the dragons have reference material, and we can stock skill books for them to advance their classes. As a blue dragon, you may or may not have already heard about the success of our experiments." The shopkeeper nodded eagerly. "The librarians at Totem Rank and higher all share a group chat. Lady Sapphire already shared the success of the Paladin Progression Project, and the confirmation that it can work for other classes. If that really is all that is needed to unlock advanced classes for all these warriors, the research in that project will revolutionize the world itself. It is wonderful, brilliant new knowledge." The man was nearly vibrating with excitement, a state that they saw Lotus in nearly every day. But it was unavoidable for dragons and dragon clerics when their divine aspect was mentioned in conversation. "Indeed it is. We're going to be doing more experiments later, both with base warriors, to see if there are other suitable classes to advance them into, and to other classes, to improve their versatility and damage output. It is our theory that the difficulty of many of the dungeons is not so much due to the gear limits, or they would give better loot. Instead, we have a theory that the dungeons are only difficult because of poor group composition. If the totems entering had a properly diversified set of skills, it is possible that they would have a much easier time passing the obstacles," Carl explained. The shopkeeper smiled. "Oh, you have a point. Like the corrupted Naga swamp. The monsters are all under the effect of a zombie curse, and it affects the members of the raiding party as well. It is nearly impossible to even enter without a shaman, as their area purification totem poles are the only effective countermeasure against the corruption. Well, unless you have someone with consecrated ground, or another holy magic purification area effect." Carl chuckled. "And that's not common outside the upper ranks of the dragon clergy. We do have a member who has it. Well, at least 2 that I have seen use it. But with its limited radius, I can see how it would be difficult to do a dungeon fight like that." The old dragon turned and plucked a book from a shelf nearly 2 stories above their heads. "Add this to your library as well. It's advanced totem crafting for shamans. Not a skill book, but if they're talented, they will be able to make multiple new types of them with the lessons in this book." He wasn't even finished speaking when Remy appeared in her shimmering golden ball gown and stretched out all 4 arms for it. "Librarian, this is Remy, one of my bonded partners. And a Naga shaman queen. Like the blue dragons, she also has an insatiable thirst for new knowledge. And this book is perfectly suited to her class," Carl explained. The dragon smiled and let her have it, then smiled as Remy cheered and raced off to the reading area with her new treasure. "Looks like we've lost Remy for the day. But she did make it outside, and that is an accomplishment for her," Dana noted. "She is not a social person? Usually, Naga queens are quite outgoing," the dragon asked. Dana shook her head. "She loves people. But if you get her focused on shaman spells or alchemy, she will lose entire days at a time. Naga don't actually need to sleep, you see." The shopkeeper nodded. "Blue dragons are known to sleep only once a century, resting for a few years at a time. However, most of us prefer to keep to a daily schedule so that we don't miss years' worth of news. Do you have a warded reading room? I suspect that she will want to test totems as she learns them, and that might not be safe with a whole table full of inscriptionists sitting nearby," Carl asked. "Of course. There is a practical learning area at the back with private rooms and comfortable chairs. I do believe that the serpent-friendly one is unoccupied," he replied. Dana giggled. "Serpent-friendly?" He nodded. "With large warming beanbag chairs, which are better suited to serpentine bodies and cooler body temperatures." One of the staff members was already leading Remy in that direction as the distracted Naga read the intro chapter to her new educational tome. "The shop is a 24-hour establishment. Just let us know if your friend is needed for something, and we will go fetch her," the blue dragon whispered. "You really do know your clientele well. Thank you, librarian." Perhaps we will come back later with another new skill book or two for you. Everyone loves new skills. You are both welcome anytime. Thank you for your patronage, he agreed. Carl led Dana back out of the mage tower, leaving Remy to her own devices for the day. Would you like to sightsee? Or perhaps get a snack? Ray has dragged Nilla to the coffee shop, with plans for a wine tasting. Kara and Lotus are at a bakery with Ophelia, and Thor has taken Tessa to the beach to sunbathe, Carl asked. They let a chaos badger in a bakery? Willingly? With a green dragon cleric? Dana replied incredulously. Carl laughed. Actually, Kara arriving with an overlord-ranked green dragon priestess makes it somewhat more believable, don't you think? As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. Seeing Lotus and Kara together was like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The presence of one explained the presence of the other, no matter where they were. Dana smiled up at Carl. I have an idea. People are certain to notice soon that you are the one who made the vast majority of what the Guild Alliance is wearing. So, if we stay in the market, you're just going to get swarmed by people wanting to make an order. If we go somewhere a bit more private and exclusive, then only a few people will be able to get to you, and we can lounge around for the afternoon. I think that a day of people watching is what we need. Both as a way to show off Ray's fashion, and just to see more of the residents of the city. There has to be something here that we haven't seen before, and they can't all be dumb enough to start trouble. One of the bookstore workers looked up at them, alarmed. Are you expecting trouble? Carl shook his head. Not long ago, someone challenged to try to forcibly claim members of our guild as their own. I don't think that anyone will be so brazen today during the festival. The clerk looked immensely relieved. That is true, very few people would challenge during the winter social for anything less than a direct and unforgivable insult. The immortal regent is in the city today, and he takes a very dim view of such duels. Especially ones that don't have an excellent reason, she explained. Thank you. That is good to know. I will avoid doing anything hot-tempered, Carl replied with a wink. He didn't look like the sort that would start trouble to her, but then the young magic demon wasn't an expert on all things totem-ranked and higher. The people with that much power had their own set of rules, and they didn't always make sense to anyone else. Especially to demons who spent most of their life in libraries with the blue dragons. Carl led Dana out the door and found himself in the lobby of a restaurant, instead of in the street, as expected. Well, that is new. Did we use the wrong door? He muttered. Lord Carl and Lady Dana. This way, please. Your companions are waiting, the host informed them. The man was clearly a dragon of some sort, but in his humanoid form, Carl couldn't tell what sort, which was unusual on its own. Perhaps he wasn't one of the chromatic dragons? It would explain his lack of the distinctly divine aura that they gave off. The host led them through the posh restaurant, filled with guests in their winter social finest, and sat them at a table where two elderly powerhouses were glaring at each other. Immortal Regent, Supreme Lady Matilda. It's a pleasure to meet you both again, Carl announced with a slight bow for the duo. Dana curtsied politely, and Matilda giggled. You should stay in that form more often, you are absolutely adorable. But for your wedding, definitely human. That's the way to go. Both of you. The kiss scene won't look right if you don't. Beastkin kisses are all sloppy, not at all photogenic. Azov rubbed his temples, and Carl felt a pang of sympathy for him. He had been dealing with Matilda for tens of thousands of years, and he was the only friend she could possibly have who might understand her frame of reference. After a second, he forced a smile onto his face. Congratulations both of you on your upcoming wedding. It appears that my attendance is assured, no need for an RSVP invitation. Matilda smirked, and the immortal sighed. Please join us for lunch. There is a fashion show here at the restaurant for high society, and I thought it would be best to invite the both of you, as there are both male and female categories, and the artist herself is preoccupied, Matilda explained. Her chaotic aura was remarkably subdued today, nearly as low as Kara's. It felt off to Carl, but to the others in the room, it was surely a kindness. A passing waitress heard her words and paused. Is the lady intending to join the show? I can take your details now. Just your name, guild alliance, and the name of your designer, with any affiliation that they might have. Having a divine fox among the contestants would be a huge bonus for the show, and her boss would definitely give her a bonus for signing Dana. Dana, of the Darklight Host. Part of the Nara Group Alliance. My dress was made by Lady Ray Bloodbath of the Darklight Host, and the accessories by Carl of the Darklight Host, who is standing beside me. The waitress blinked slowly, mesmerized by Dana's voice, then pure joy spread across her expression. Wonderful, thank you, Lady Dana. Sir, were you wishing to enter as well? Or will you allow the lady to represent your brand? She asked. Matilda clicked a fingernail on the table. He will enter. I want to start sending out wedding invitations today, and only a few people truly understand who the bride and groom are. Understood, Supreme Lady. The waitress squeaked, then scurried off. Matilda sighed. I have done so much to restrain my aura, and still, my identity terrifies people. Such a shame. But after the show, I can guarantee that the celebrity portion of our guest plan will be taken care of. Is there a particular reason that we need to be famous? Dana asked as Carl adjusted her seat for her, then joined her at the table. Of course. You'll be, no wait, I can't tell you that part yet. It would ruin the surprise. But yes, it's important that you be considered famous in Sholaha before you get bored with being here. Azov sighed. What she's trying to say is that she intends to meddle in your future, for better or worse. For your sakes. I hope that it ends up for the better, but there are no guarantees with chaos. Carl gave the long-suffering immortal a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry too much about it. I've gotten fairly used to chaotic influences on my life. Azov shook his head. If Carl thought that the Chaos Badger was a chaotic influence, he had only begun to grasp the true nature of the Chaos Dragon. But at least he was an avatar of the World Dragon. The Planeswalker ability would let him come home if he accidentally ended up in an adjacent reality. It might take him time to get enough skill points to acquire the skill, but he would be able to return one day. Azov examined the odd pair. They were well suited to each other, and their energies resonated on very similar wavelengths. But only Carl was showing the sort of improved mental and soul power that would be expected of the power matrix. Had neither of them thought to ask Dana to start on it yet? Sure, she was only an overlord, but she would be a totem soon enough, and it was never too soon to start preparing for the mythic rank. Carl, I see that you've improved your power matrix to the 27-pointed focus. But Miss Dana hasn't started yet. Was there a reason for the delay? He asked. That's not a class-exclusive ability? Carl asked. Azov facepalmed in dismay. No, not at all. All mage-type classes need to do it to reach mythic rank. The stronger the power matrix, the faster their mana and soul power will grow. In theory, most species can make it to mythic rank if they can perfect the 9-focus formation. Some won't live long enough at that rate, though. But there is no restriction on what classes can use it, only on the mental fortitude and mana levels needed to start. Oh, right. You're from Kabtumia continent, the Golden Dragon Nation, right? They probably still think it's only monks who can use it, since they start with the skill, he realized. Carl nodded reluctantly. Indeed, he had thought it was an exclusive thing, and that mages had their own ways. That is fine, we can fix that right away. Your personal matrix isn't suitable for her, anyhow. You used. What is that? Azov replied. Supreme Lady Matilda. I used her as the template for my matrix. The instructions said that I should use a greater being whose form I could clearly focus upon to shape the matrix, and she's the most powerful being I have ever personally encountered, Carl explained. Matilda smirked at her ancient companion. See, you were all worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend chaos, and here he is using it to shape his entire power matrix. It's actually not a bad likeness. How did you even get to see her dragon form? Azov asked. She showed me once, but mostly I just asked Kara. The two of them mentally chat quite frequently, and the badger has a vivid imagination, Carl explained. Azov flicked his finger, casting a spell over Carl. Your fundamental rule focus is mana manipulation, excellent choice for immortality. But I see that you have an affinity for fire, holy magic, and chaos. To even touch on the truth of chaos is unusual. But it does explain how you can comprehend her form well enough to use it as a focus. I will put an image into Miss Dana's mind, along with the fundamentals of the skill to improve her power matrix. I see that her mind is better attuned to the god of magic, and that is a power matrix that I know well, so I will grant that knowledge. It should help keep the two of you balanced after your wedding, he explained. Dana's expression went blank as Azov cast a spell, and Carl watched curiously. So, you have a skill similar to mine? That teaches skills to others? He asked. Azov shook his head. No, what I have is memory transfer. It just shows them my memories of a thing. In this case, lectures and the textbook on how to implement the process. Matilda nodded. He literally wrote the book on how to use the power matrix to reach immortality. The actual textbook that the Dragon Isles use. Dana smiled as she slowly began to comprehend what Azov was teaching her. That is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I understand so much better now, she gasped. Azov nodded. Now, you just need to grasp one of the fundamental rules in a way that truly suits you, and you will be on your way to mythic status and immortality. That sounds like it is easier said than done. I see it in your notes, and I understand the concept, I just don't really get the rules themselves, if that makes sense, Dana agreed. Azov's gentle smile said that was inevitable. If the truth of the universe was so easily imparted, we would all be immortals. Though, if the two of you spent a bit of time in the immortal realm, you might grasp them more quickly. I would not recommend that at this point. The immortal realm is not a safe place, and those not immortals are not considered people there, he explained. Carl frowned. Is that why they don't come here to assist with the issues in this world? Azov shook his head. No, the immortals who live here, and the Supreme Lady, cast a spell to hide this world so that they didn't come to raid the world for slaves. Otherwise, the issues that this world has would be the least of its current concerns. Well, that's not disturbing at all. Is the power disparity of the immortals really that large? Carl asked. Matilda shrugged. Well, the actual immortal ranked residents aren't considered much of anything, either. Especially if they're older. The ones with power in the immortal realm are the legends and demigods. Few reach that level. Even fewer of them die. So, they've all carved out their own kingdoms in the immortal realm. Once you get there, you will understand. The immortal realm isn't a single planet like this is. Instead, the more powerful beings create worlds, continents, or even just cities, floating in the void. Once you become an immortal, sustaining yourself off your internal mana isn't a problem, so moving in the void becomes possible. You already know the basic skill of survival in the immortal realm, the ability to make a tiny world. Just expand that by 100, with fully formed rules, and you will be close to what the lesser domains in the immortal realm are like. The dragon paused, then smiled. You know, it might do you good to visit, just to learn the feeling of truly powerful mana. I will tell you when you're ready. Round after round of food was brought to them as the other guests socialized. Everyone took a moment to give Carl and Dana envious glances for their spots of honor with the two most powerful beings in the room, and many had realized that they were members of the Supreme Ladies Guild. That was a curiosity that they couldn't ignore, but very few were brave enough to go to their table and socialize. They would wait for Carl and Dana to join the crowd. Will all the contestants for the fashion show please unequip any worn items they wish others to see the bonuses on, and come to the front of the stage, the host announced. That's our signal. Supreme Lady, Immortal Regent, it has been a pleasure, Carl announced. Oh, we will be here waiting for you when you finish. We have much to discuss tonight, and Azov gives himself an ulcer every time that I come to visit, Matilda replied with a smirk. Carl unequipped all his items, but left them on. If the guests wanted to see anything that he was wearing, they could. After all, Ray had more of it for sale. The cat demon and the divine fox walking hand in hand to the stage drew not only attention, but the spotlights, so that everyone could take a better look at them as they approached. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to Carl and Dana of the Darklight Host, the first contestants for our fashion show this evening. All of their fashion was made in-house by the Darklight Host's artisans, and I see over a dozen totem-ranked, totem-grade items on display between them, all with tailored combat abilities, none of it randomized. The announcer declared. Then the excited voice of a second announcer took over. If you look at the dress on Lady Dana, it has been custom tailored by Ray Bloodbath of the Darklight Host, and finished with runecrafting by Lord Carl. The fabric is totem-ranked demonic spider silk, and the thickness of the weave has been altered to go from gossamer to full coverage without any sewn seams. There are flecks of mythic rank elemental crystals reflecting the light, and they have been integrated into the mana storage spell on the garment. Truly wonderful work. Carl smiled as Dana's ears twitched, the fox version of a blush at the praise for her outfit, and the crowd began to cheer. Lord Carl is in a suit by the same designer, also made of seamless silk, but his has been enhanced with runecrafting to include both percentage-based and flat bonuses to damage reduction. Truly, a fashionable armor piece with self-mending bonuses on it, should it be damaged. Of particular note is his tie clip, which has a totem-ranked holy stone bearing the consecrated ground spell. There were a few appreciative gasps, and then more cheering as Carl and Dana reached the stage. But the contest wasn't entirely about the bonuses on the items, it was about fashionability, and that was entirely subjective. A fact that Ray was rapidly discovering in the best of ways as she paraded Nilla around the wine tasting. It was mostly populated with vampires and other nocturnal species who had dragged themselves out for the big day. And they loved her style. However, most of them were keenly aware that the demonic spider was an apex predator, and that wrapping themselves in her fashion might be misinterpreted by Ray as some sort of higher claim on them. That probably wouldn't stop most of them from buying clothing from her later, but in an enclosed underground space, the possible downsides of the issue were a bit more prominent. Especially when she kept vanishing every time she forgot that she was supposed to be visible to talk to people. She wasn't actually becoming invisible, but with her adaptive coloration, and in a dark wine cellar, her black outfit just naturally blended with the background. Those like Nilla who had thermal vision thought that it was a wonderful trick, but those who relied on regular optical vision were mostly just mildly terrified. Which was the greatest compliment that they could have paid her. At the restaurant, all around Carl and Dana, the stage was rapidly filling with both the models and the crafters who had sponsored them for the evening. There were no poor designs, only the peak of functional fashion, but that didn't mean that there were no standout entrants. On the male side, one particularly flashy dragonkin was getting the majority of attention for his scale-patterned suit that had been made from a monstrous serpent found in one of the mythic dungeons. But on the female side, the resentment was building as the others realized that not only the dress but the effortless grace of a divine fox had put Dana head and shoulders above the other contestants. Carl and Dana didn't know, because they were invited by Azov and Matilda, but there was a substantial prize for the winner, as well as the prestige and networking opportunities that would come from it. Some of these designers were crafting guild leaders from other nations, and getting to know each other was the real benefit to this event. Men, please step forward, and with a show of placards, we will determine the winner of the men's fashion contest, the host announced. Each of our contestants has a number on the stage by their feet. Please write the number on your placard and either raise it or show it to the staff to cast your vote, the host explained. The voting was short. But men's fashion was the sideshow today. There were only so many ways that you could do a suit, and there weren't really any other high fashion outfits for them that didn't come across as a cosplay in a formal setting like this. If the contest were for armor, not formal wear, the men would be the much larger feature, even if the ladies' armor was still more fashionable. It didn't take long before the staff had a decision for the male fashion portion of the show. In a resounding victory, we have Gathach, wearing the obliteration python scale fashion of the Amitabha Group's master craftsman, the announcer declared. Carl clapped along with the others, as the man in the snake scale suit bowed and waved to the crowd. That was their cue to retreat from the stage, and leave the rest of the show to the ladies. Lord Carl, wonderful showing today. I must say, simply exquisite work on behalf of your guild. Tell me, what branch is best to request custom work? One of the mythic mages in the audience asked. The Alliance House here in Zalaz is the practical option, but if you happen to be in Drode, we do have a storefront in our guild house there, and they can take all your measurements and custom stat or skill bonus requests, Carl explained. What about the Darklight host's third location? One of the other mages at the table asked. The Supreme Lady has chosen not to involve herself with the drudgery of crafting, but any of the members there could certainly pass along your request to the other locations. We split our staff based on their preference of residence, so the item may be made in sections, depending on the request, Carl explained. I see that mana storage is one of the buffs on Lady Dana's dress. Is that an intentional buff, one that you can replicate? The mage asked, his draconic eyes flashing silver with excitement. Carl took a small mana jade statue out of his inventory and placed it on the table for examination. That is a monarch-ranked mana storage statue. The affordable option for daily use. We stock them in royal and commander rank as well, because they are so popular with warrior-class cleaning staff, who have limited mana of their own, Carl explained. The mages gave each other panicked looks, then stared at the statue again. You have cornered a market that we didn't even know existed, one of them joked. Carl smiled and took out a pair of functional rings, one with a cleaning spell on it, and another with an enchantment to fold laundry. There are many things that can be done with the appropriate application of runecrafting, and not all of them are combat-related, he agreed. The guests at nearby tables were all admiring the craftsmanship on the simple wooden rings, and calculating how much time and effort that would save around their own guild houses. If they could have everything magically cleaned every day, it would change the entire vibe of many of their guild houses, which more closely resembled frat houses than any sort of dignified noble estate. Hiring domestic staff was expensive in Zalaz. But if they could get a magical item designed for cleaning, they could assign a few of the junior members to the duty and actually expect it to get done. The mage slid a handful of mythic rank nature and arcane gems across the table toward Carl, who graciously nodded in acceptance and let him have the 3 items on the table. If you need more like those, we have them in stock at the Drode Guildhouse. It's open to the public, and much easier to access than the Alliance house that we operate out of here in Zalaz, Carl explained. The mages smiled. It might take multiple hops for them to get to Drode, but they could all use the portal spell. They could make money reselling these once their alliance had enough. Carl socialized with a few more groups of well-wishers, then rejoined the table with the immortal Regent and Matilda. Good showing. But I think that you'll get the most important category. Azov greeted him. Carl nodded. Some of the other dresses are nice, but I can already see that the one Dana is wearing is getting an extreme level of attention, and not just for the enchantments. Ray's fashion really is the perfect blend of form and function. The announcer cleared his throat. Ladies, can you line up to take a walk down the stage and back? Let everyone get a good look at the fashions you are modeling today, the host requested. That somehow left Dana at the back of the line, as she never tried to push to the front like the others did. But it would work out perfectly, Carl thought. One by one, the ladies strutted down the stage, showing off for the crowd. Many notes were made, and Carl realized that the crowd actually took judging very seriously. They were not just leaders of powerful alliances, but some national leaders, and other very wealthy investors, who had a vested interest either in fashion or in equipment crafting. Carl could hear his own name mentioned from dozens of tables around the room, so even though she wasn't crossing the stage, Dana still held many people's attention. Then, as the last of the contestants crossed the stage and joined the group, she stepped out from the shadows, letting the spotlight sparkle off the embedded gem flakes in the dress and her fluffy foxtail swish behind her. Carl couldn't help but smirk at the way that half the room's heads moved in time with the swaying of her hips. Fox charm was a simply overpowered passive ability. And the Dana mage was all his. She got to the middle of the stage and gave the crowd a twirl, letting them see all the features of the dress, and the audience rose to their feet clapping and cheering. The announcer let them go for half a minute as Dana did her best not to fidget under their scrutiny and continue waving at the guests. Thank you, ladies. Miss Dana, please take your spot, and we will begin the voting on the first category. Esteemed guests, in the category of functional enchantments on accessories, please cast your votes. Just a reminder that the People's Choice winner and the hired judges' rankings may not match. And now Carl knew why everyone was making notes. But he had enough practice making items to assess them at a glance, and he quickly realized that as far as practical function, none even came close to Dana's. They even had mending and self-cleaning charms on them, just because he had some room to show off. Azov chuckled as Carl came to the same realization that everyone else did. Runcrafting was simply overpowered. The other items weren't even close, though there were many totem and mythic ranked epic grade items being worn. If there was a category for pure combat power enhancement, Dana might lose. But even against mythic equipment, she wouldn't be losing by too much with the targeted bonuses Carl could add. The staff came and collected the results, then the announcer came back on stage. Next, we have a more subjective award. Practical fashion. It's easy to add combat bonuses to accessories. But can high fashion be something that you would wear more than once? He asked. The ladies in the crowd laughed. High fashion wasn't intended to be worn more than once. They knew what he meant. If there were multiple events during the day, like today, would you be able to wear the same dress all day and be comfortable not only on stage, but also in the street and at dinner? Some of these dresses were only chosen for the stage, to the point they had even changed before the presentation, or had remained standing for the entire event, so the dress wasn't wrinkled. Ladies, make yourself comfortable. This might take a few minutes, the host declared. Naturally, this was part of the judging, and an excuse for Dana to show off the dark light host skills. She took out a large elven steel loop and hook from the guild inventory, and the others were immediately baffled. Then, she hung one of Ray's hammock chairs from it and elegantly reclined, slowly crossing her legs, then fluffing her tail through the back so she could swing comfortably. The hammock chair hook was made by Ashbringer for just this reason, with a single upright, so that the species with wings could lounge without them getting caught on anything or pressed into their backs. Even the host was shocked by her actions. When he said, "Get comfortable," he had meant that they didn't need to be so stiff, but few would dare to actually lounge in a chair like that, for fear of damaging their dress. There was one other eager crafter among the ladies on stage, though. She was circling Dana's chair, trying to understand how it hung just right. "The weave is stretchy and weight sensitive. Would you like to try?" Dana asked. The Blue Dragon girl nodded eagerly, and they switched spots. Dana's dress shook out perfectly as she stood, and the Blue Dragon sighed happily as she reclined into the chair. Then, she crossed her legs underneath her, tucking her skirts like a young child would, and a few members of the crowd chuckled. She was definitely making herself more comfortable than the host had intended. In fact, she had completely forgotten that they were judging anything, and she took out a book to read while they waited. A mythic-ranked man behind Azov chuckled. "That counts as a technical knockout for the Darklight host, doesn't it? She's completely lost, and they'll have to pry her out of the chair to get her back in the competition." Carl shook his head. "It's fine. Dana knows the trick to dealing with juvenile dragons. You just need to get them to focus on something else, and they'll snap right out of it. I think that we can let her keep the chair as well, so she can study it later." The judging ended and Dana poked the dragon on the nose, getting her attention. "Time to stand and show off your dress. You can keep the chair and stand. We've got more," she whispered. "Oh, right. Thank you." The dragon pressed an item into Dana's palm, and she tossed it in her inventory to check later. It was better not to haggle prices here, as they weren't selling anything valuable. Well, not excessively valuable, as the stand was elven steel, but not enchanted or elaborately engraved. Now, for the category that everyone has been waiting for, the combined voting. Form, function and fashion. Who wears it best? Please cast your votes, the host declared. The ladies posed and turned to show off the features of their outfits, giving everyone time to make their final decisions, if they hadn't already picked their favorite. That was an easy choice for Carl. It wasn't like he was going to vote against himself. Well, against Dana, but she would surely hold it against him if he did. Again, the results were collected, and then a list was handed to the host. "It looks like we've got a clear winner today. In the practical function and practical fashion categories, as well as the judge scoring for the combined voting, we have Dana of the Darklight host as the winner by majority vote." Dana waved at the crowd, and the host handed her a huge bundle of flowers, as well as a small trophy. Matilda snapped her fingers and a magical painting appeared in the air beside her, nearly as real as a photograph. "Wonderful showing. Yes, this is a good outcome," the Supreme Lady decided. Dana returned to the table with her prizes, and Matilda gave her a crushing hug from behind so that she didn't squish the flowers. Sit. Now, we get to see the interesting part," she explained. The announcer cleared his throat. "Today, we have a runoff for fan choice. Diana of the Butterum Alliance and Narcissa of the God Crushers have an identical number of fan votes, tying them for the lead in the Fan Choice Award, with Miss Dana having come in a close third. The ladies will now have the chance to compete to gain the approval of the crowd one final time." Matilda's smile told Carl all he needed to know. This was not about posing on stage. As soon as he finished speaking, two competing auras clashed on stage, and the guests cheered, even as they erected barriers over their tables to prevent damage to the weaker members of their parties. But it was just a crude contest to attempt to suppress the other's aura so that they could shine. Carl was sure that he could do far better. Still, it was good entertainment as the two ladies kept the perfect political smiles on their faces as they battled for dominance. They weren't hostile auras, they were carefully calculated to be friendly and welcoming, but at mythic rank they were still far too intense for most of the spectators to handle. Finally, one of the contestants rubbed her temples and retreated from the stage, leaving the other to bow to the crowd and collect the prize. That marked the end of the contest, but it was far from the end of the night's festivities. Plates of dessert treats were brought to the tables, along with fresh drinks, and the stage was set up for some sort of dance show that involved a trapeze. That was a new one to Carl, but everyone else seemed excited about the spectacle, so it must be more than just an obscure side act. "Please welcome the dancers of the Goddess of Life and Rebirth Temple," the announcer declared, right before a slender beastkin man made a running leap from the trapeze platform to catch the hanging rope and swing to the other side, where three others hopped on and rode it to the various hanging curtains. Slow, sensual music was put on, and the dancers began to twirl and spin in the air, showing off not only an incredible level of strength, but agility and perfect timing as well. This should have words. Dana realized a few minutes into the show. Azov chuckled. It's actually a historical play, set to music. The chase and mating of the first bunny saintess. See how they weave between the curtains. It originally showed how the pursuit ran through the long grass. His whispered voice barely carried across the table, but Dana nodded. Now it made more sense. It had just been adapted for a wider audience so that they could get crowds to watch the stories of their goddess, even if they didn't all know what the show was. The music changed to something close to the industrial dance music of the Golden Dragon Nation, and the show changed along with it, bringing in more dancers and what looked like a dramatized battle scene with extra flying beastkin. The show ended with two of the dancers sliding down entwined silk sheets to land on a pile of pillows on the stage, and then a dramatic curtain drop, followed by thunderous applause from the crowd. Once the show was finished, the guests slowly began to make their way out of the restaurant, but Matilda motioned for Carl and Dana to wait. They were soon alone in the formerly packed venue, and Carl heard the staff locking the doors. Perfect, now we can discuss important things. Like the wedding cake, Matilda declared. Carl smiled while Dana rolled her eyes, becoming used to the dragon's antics after spending so much time wedding planning with her. They already knew the cake flavor and design. Azov cleared his throat. No, that's not what we were planning to talk about after the crowd left. We need to discuss this plan that you have with the Blue Dragons to start randomly changing people's class assignments. Now, I know that the situation with the warriors isn't normal, and that every class should be able to advance as they increase in rank. That's not the issue. What I wanted to ask is if you would be interested in a little vacation to a region with the opposite issue. They have received a great diversity of classes, but the only system activations have been from those who left the area. Not a single new class activation has occurred on the Nia continent during this resurgence. The mana level is high enough there that they should be keeping up with us here in the Dragon Isles, but for some reason, nobody is getting a class at all. Carl smiled, and Dana gave him a poke in the arm to remind him that she had no idea about the Nia continent, or why Carl would know of it. It's where Bishop Misty sent me into the past to find Kara. It was a chaotic place even then, so I can only imagine what it's like now, Carl explained. Azov shrugged. Primitive, mostly. The barbarian tribes and elves control most of the continent. Unlike the other continents, the species didn't really segregate, except by terrain. So, you'll find most species in the barbarian tribes, and any of the forest folk with the elves. They also have feral dragons which need to be dealt with. Some of them are fugitive criminals from other continents, most are just juveniles who didn't like the idea of living a civilized and disciplined life. Dana frowned. You're saying that there might be wild dragons flying around burning villages because they're bored or annoyed? Not might. There are, we know that for sure, Azov clarified. But we just couldn't be bothered to deal with it ourselves, Matilda added. Well, I'm sure that the ladies would love to have a new place to explore, Carl agreed. Matilda shook her head. No, it's better if it's just the two of you. Think of it like an advance honeymoon. If you take the others, the future gets all wonky. It's unstable enough just sending Kara with you, but someone needs to keep an eye on your antics. Dana made a squeaking laugh as her eyes filled with amused tears, and she choked on her drink. Did you just say that Kara would be supervising us? Not the other way around? She stammered. Matilda nodded. There might be interference from other planes or mortal realms that is disrupting the natural flow of the continent's mana and system activations. If my suspicion is correct, Kara is the one best suited to dealing with it. Dana frowned as she seriously contemplated a reality in which Kara might be the responsible member of the party. In the Chaos Plane, all things were possible, but this one still seemed a bit far-fetched in their own reality. Azov sighed. It would also be best if you had the majority of the beasts remain on this continent. If the Darklight host suddenly stops producing goods, my poor secretary will never hear the end of it from your alliance. Carl smirked and patted the immortal on the shoulder. I don't think that will be an issue. We can open a portal to transfer goods back to the store, and I have a separate space for them to work in. Matilda shook her head. The guild functions aren't online there yet. You won't be able to access them without returning, even if you open a portal. It's the same thing in Cabtumia. I can't even send a message to Orthos, I have to use messengers, and he should have a guild branch house coming online soon. But if you have one of your beasts left behind, they might be able to send you a mental message. I don't know the limits on distance, or what restrictions you might hit. Dana cleared her throat. You're forgetting one crucial fact. Even if you call this an early honeymoon, I still have a wedding coming up, and I am not about to miss my own wedding, no matter how important the mission is. Matilda smiled and patted her on the head, rubbing the fluffy fox ears. Don't worry. I have set an alarm. 1 week before the wedding, I will pick you both up so that you have time to prepare. Then, you can finish the mission after you are married if it still needs guidance. With the strangeness of that continent, I can't be sure. But I feel like this is going to be a relatively straightforward issue, she explained. And I feel like those words are a massive red flag for things going wrong, Dana countered. You worry too much. Carl has a calendar as well. He can bring you both back on time if you don't trust my schedule, Matilda pouted. Dana smiled at the dejected dragon. It's not that I don't trust your schedule, it's that I don't trust this situation to be anything resembling a vacation, or even an easily solved problem. If the system is being totally suppressed there, it must be for a reason. Do you remember what the undead were up to this year? That was also an attempt to suppress the system and keep it from changing the balance of power. Matilda's frown turned to a smile. See, such a ridiculous notion. Utter chaos. Who would even think that would work? That's why I thought that this would be the perfect trip. In Carl's mind, Kara laughed. The problem wasn't the mission. It was that both ladies had very different views on what a fun and relaxing vacation was. Matilda just thought that Dana would enjoy some chaos more than Dana thought she would. Kara was more interested in whether she would get a good chance to try out the Elemental's Wrath spell. They had been too busy to go on more dungeon runs, and she needed to know how it worked. What did Berserk feel like? Could a badger even go berserk? What kind of transformation would she get? These were all important questions she didn't know the answer to. Carl ignored the train of thought that was sure to lead Kara into trouble, and asked Azov about the important parts. Do you think that it would be too dangerous to leave Thor, Ray and Remy here? If someone needs powerful custom items, they can ask Lady Sapphire. She's fully trained and capable, plus her grasp of language is so much better than mine that she's likely to come up with even more interesting items, Carl asked. That should keep all the departments of the Darklight host stocked with what they need. I know that the Blue Dragons are assembling a group to expand the skill library, using their Drode Guildhouse as a base, but they're unlikely to reach a consensus on who gets to go before the wedding. The last I heard, they had over 10,000 volunteers, not counting the ones who were currently assigned to other projects, Azov agreed. Carl hadn't considered that. The Blue Dragons wouldn't struggle for volunteers to write new skill books. They would struggle to house everyone who wanted a chance to write new skill books. Especially if they were ones that they could use. Though, they might end up creating a whole new imbalance with their tests. If they were left up to their own devices, there might not be another royal or monarch-ranked warrior left in Drode by the time that they had all the data they wanted. Ray weighed the options. There were plenty of workers for her cloth now. She could give them a month's supply and come along with Carl. The cloth was the base for upgraded items, but that was mostly up to the runecrafting team. So, she could take a month off to adventure. But there were so many people to decorate here, and she already had a small lake of blood waiting for her. Self-care was important. It was a dilemma. I won't stop you if you want to come along, Carl agreed. Can we really trust the Carl to the children and Huck? Ray asked nobody in particular. Hawk screeched in annoyance, while Remy laughed. Sister Kara will be with us too. Tien added helpfully. Kara laughed at Ray's mental doubt response. At least our little brother still has faith in the power of family. Don't worry, big sister. I will take good care of the Dana mage. Ray gave a mental sigh. I will let you go without me. I've already got commissions to decorate 3 whole vampire covens and 2 mythic raiding teams. I can't leave that up to a subordinate. But I am warning you now, if the totems come to ask, I am definitely going to the dungeon with them so that my kill count doesn't drop behind. Kara and Hawk nodded in agreement. It wasn't a contest if one of the competitors was throwing the game. As the beasts finished their argument about who should go, Azov was preparing to finish his drink and head out to meet with more dignitaries. When do we need to leave? Dana asked. Well, you've got everyone you need here with you now, so I will just open a portal from the table. Don't worry, Carl should know where you are when you arrive, Matilda explained. Then they were falling through the air. Hawk laughed as he came out of his space, and even Kara came out to play as Carl transformed into the World Dragon avatar. And Dana used cloud dancing, one of her newer movement skills, to fly. Carl flew under her, and Dana settled between his shoulders as Carl circled to get his bearings and see if there was anything here that might give him some idea where Matilda had put them, or why they had started thousands of meters in the air. They were over the ocean, he realized. Then Carl saw the small port city with the naval fleet guarding the bay. It wasn't a big city, perhaps 15 or 20,000 people. But big enough, given the primitive level of society that he could see. The mana here was incredibly dense, but Carl only sensed the most basic of magic from the city, despite seeing multiple species that should be able to use some level of magic innately. "I am going to scout," Hawk announced, then activated Lord of Destruction, as the ethereal form increased his speed. After a few minutes of lazy circling, Kara landed on Carl's back, and he decided they had surveyed long enough. Hawk would bring back more reports in a few minutes, and there was a city beneath them where they could ask questions. Land outside the city. Remember what Matilda said about feral dragons? Dana reminded him as Carl headed for shore. Carl nodded and circled down to land a kilometer outside the city limits before transforming back into beast form, his customary cat demon appearance. Dana returned to human, just in case there were issues with her being a fox here as well, and Kara returned to her space. She was sure that this reception needed popcorn, or it was about to. Carl and Dana walked to the gates of the wooden-walled port city, where a pair of guards with spears and terrified faces blocked their way. Only the mightiest of warriors might enter Capcor clan's fortress, the guard insisted. Carl frowned, and then activated his rarely useful, dominating power, and used it to drive every guard at the gate to their knees before him. Dominating power. The Pact Master's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis-type ability. Now, that's a properly respectful way to greet guests. I had worried that I might encounter someone without manners, he informed them with a feline smile. Rapid hoof steps on stone roads marked the approach of an overlord-ranked wrath demon, holding an axe in each hand. "Who is bullying my guards?" he demanded. "They're just being polite. Don't take it too much to heart," Carl joked. "A puny man like you?" the demon demanded. "Would you like me to be less puny? My size is merely a preference," Carl replied. The demon swung an axe overhand, flashing in the afternoon sun right into Carl's grasping hand. A flex of his fingers shattered the ascended rank steel, and the demon was left staring at Carl in confusion. "You're not going to be able to injure me that way. Forget cutting my skin, you couldn't trim my fur with that blade. Now, my wife and I have just arrived on the continent, and I wish to know what city we're in, and what cities are nearby," Carl explained. The demon frowned. The axe wasn't a mighty weapon, and he could do better with his claws, but this cat demon was impressive. "You are at the port of Capcor, home of the Capcor clan's trade fleet. The road you landed beside leads east to Bunga, 2 days for soldiers on foot," the wrath demon reluctantly explained. "Oh, wonderful, we're right on course. You'll enjoy this trip, Dana. My first successful duel was for the title of City Lord of Bunga, but that was quite some time ago now. I wonder how my successors have done," Carl laughed. The wrath demon's face lit up with joy when Carl said that. "You were once Lord of Bunga? We should spar." "That would be good, I need to see the difference between myself and a big city lord," he insisted. Carl frowned. "I am much more powerful than I was then. Dragons grow over time, and it has been a long time. But if you want to spar, we can. You gave me good news, it's the least I could do for you." Dana sighed. Carl was definitely up to something, and getting into a fist fight with a 5-meter-tall wrath demon was not the point of his experiment. Especially not one that was still at the overlord rank. The unfortunate demon wouldn't even be able to harm Carl. Carl activated brutality, which made the two of them roughly the same size, though Carl was still more slender in build. Then he changed to a pair of loose pants for easier movement and nodded to the confused demon. "How did you do that?" he asked. "Magic, of course. Don't worry about it for now. Spar first, learn later," Carl replied. That was solid logic in the mind of a wrath demon, and the town lord dropped his axe to charge at Carl barehanded. He threw a brutal punch, which Carl casually caught, and then used as leverage to toss the demon away and flip him on his back. The city lord flared his wings and landed on his feet, then charged again, using short fast jabs now that he knew he couldn't overpower Carl with raw strength. Carl let him go for a few minutes, remaining on the defense. Then, he counterattacked, landing a single hard blow in the middle of the demon's chest that shattered bone and sent him skidding across the sandy ground. The wrath demon spit blood as he got back to his feet. "No wonder you became a city lord. You have power in your fists," the wrath demon commended. Carl smiled. "Thank you. Let me heal that injury, and we can talk about what I truly came here for." Carl used Healing Splash to heal the demon and wash the sand off him at the same time. "There, all better. It saves us the time of waiting for you to regenerate. Now, I've got a question for you that will certainly seem odd if you're not a fan of history. What do you know of the system?" Carl asked. The big demon frowned as he ran his hand over his freshly healed chest. "The system? The legend of the ancient divine power that would let anyone who gained its favor ascend beyond their species' limits? It is said that even your foxskin bride could ascend to immortality if she had access to the system. Well, she would have a chance. The gods are not so simple to please, and there would surely have been trials and tribulations to gain that much power, even with the system." Carl nodded. "Well, at least it isn't completely forgotten. But the system has started to awaken again on the other continents, and we came here to determine why it won't awaken here." The demon frowned. "Perhaps we have the favor of the demon gods? They know that prey is prey and scum are scum that belong beneath the powerful. What self-respecting demon god would encourage a way for succubi and satyrs to get notions of rising above their station?" Carl nodded. "That is a possibility. But we have heard that the elves and the other species are having the same issue, and the other continents don't want to risk the chance that it's a curse of some sort that might spread." The demon nodded in understanding. "We don't do any trade with the other continents, but some of the other clans have bigger and better boats, so they do. If they spread a curse that weakened their trade partners, it could mean a disaster for everyone. Is there anything that we can do to help you with your research? Is there a reward for proving that it's not contagious?" Carl chuckled at the last part. "Yes, there is indeed a reward for the one who can gain access to the system and prove that it's not a contagious disease. It may not be easy, but if there is an inn where we can spend the night, I will run a few tests tomorrow morning, to see if anyone has the gift." The wrath demon nodded. "Of course. This is a port town. We've got not just one, but 2 inns here. Not all clans welcome visitors, but we do. It's good for business." Carl saw that the residents were trying to size him up as he entered, unable to effectively guess his power level, as most of them were only ascended and commander rank. He briefly considered letting his aura loose, but that would just be cruel to the people, even if the city lord, or clan leader, whatever title the wrath demon preferred, wasn't trying to hide his own. "Here is the inn. Just ask the innkeeper, and they'll have one of the servants get you anything that you need." The innkeeper, a magic demon whose feathers were the same blues and whites as the ocean near the shore, nodded eagerly. "Yes, Lord Capcor. I will take good care of your guests. Is there anything that you need right away?" he asked. "A room with a desk for writing. Preferably enough room for us both to work. Then, you can have someone bring up food and drink in an hour. You're from the magic demon lineage, and fairly well respected in town, it seems. So, we may call on you to assist with our research later," Carl replied. The innkeeper was confused but nodded. The best way to deal with powerful people was to nod, agree, and hope that they didn't get bored and kill you anyhow. But these strangers were very flashy and clean, not even trying to hide their wealth and privilege. Could they be so powerful that they didn't need to? Even the dragons dulled their scales when they walked on another clan's territory? Carl hadn't thought about the state of the local villages when he had arrived. He was still shirtless after the fight, and Dana had changed to simple layered martial artist's robes, ones that were easy to fight in if she needed to. She had also transformed back into fox form once she realized that her human form was seen as a lesser species by the locals. But compared to the locals, they were still incredibly overdressed. Carl sent out a thought toward the beasts and found that the thoughts of Ray, Thor and Remy were so faint that he had trouble hearing them, but the link didn't feel any weaker, just muffled by distance. He could still tell exactly where they were if he wanted to open a portal at their location. Next was the function test. "Tessa, can you receive messages from us while we are on this continent?" he asked. "The message is distorted. Letters keep flickering, like it's trying to decrypt them," Tessa replied, and Carl immediately saw what she meant. The message was readable, but random letters kept changing. "I will continue to send messages when we can. Thor can fill you in on the details, if he hasn't already." Carl couldn't see Thor keeping secrets from Tessa. Or from anyone, really. If they asked, He would get too excited about the chance to be helpful and just tell them. We should write a few skill books and see if the locals can use them. That's the most surefire way to awaken the system, but if it's being suppressed here, there is no telling what might happen, Carl explained. So, first we find out if it is possible for people from the continent to awaken the system, and then we work on finding out what is causing the delay, all in the next month, Dana confirmed. In the next 2 weeks, preferably. Because I am looking forward to just taking you to bed for a week and not leaving. Then, Matilda is going to pick us up a few days before the wedding so that we can get ready. Carl agreed. Dana smirked at Carl as she took out supplies to write a skill book. What spell should we even start with? She asked, pen poised. Well, as the town we've seen so far was mostly demons, with only a few others, the obvious choices would be fireball or magic missiles. Those are the ones that they're most likely to be compatible enough with to use the skill book, Carl joked. Most demons could use basic fire magic on their own, or arcane magic in the case of the feathered descendants of the magic demon clan. But those sorts of controlled abilities normally came with system access or years of study, so if they found some young demons to test, they should be fine. I will write, rend, because I don't know, cleave, and there are no more essential warrior skills than those two. If they can't learn magic, they are probably warriors anyhow, Carl added. They sat quietly across the table in the small hotel room, writing books for the next hour, until a knock at the door disturbed their flow. An awakened rank satyr in a frayed and repeatedly patched robe that appeared to have been made from a flour sack bowed as he brought in trays of food, and then a pitcher of wine, from a cart in the hall. Your refreshments, honored guests, he greeted them. Thank you. Before you go, I have a few questions for you, Carl replied, trying not to scare off the skittish satyr. The servant bowed. Anything you wish, Demon Lord. Dana giggled, then snorted as she tried not to giggle. The power level of this place, what level are most of the species at, and how are they ranked? We came from overseas, and I know nothing of the region, Carl elaborated. Of course, my lord. Naturally, at the bottom are the common ranked cattle and slaves. Then awakened rank indentured servants like myself, serving our masters until we buy our freedom or ascend. The ascended and commanders are considered commoners here, unless they're commanding a ship. Though I am told that further inland the commanders are more like knights. The inland tribes have a different way of doing things. I do hope that you prepared proper clothing if you're going to visit them. They don't wear anything that wasn't living, and I don't have any idea what sort of magic you made those clothes with. The last was spoken softly, and Dana laughed. They're made with bloodbath spider silk, she explained. The satyr looked horrified. What sort of monster could capture a bloodbath spider and force it to make them clothing? Even the big boss might not win a fight against one, much less force it to work for him. The satyr bowed as he retreated, and Dana didn't try to stop him. They had already terrified the unfortunate man, and if he was an indentured servant of the inn, he wouldn't know much, and he wouldn't benefit much from gaining a class. At least, not anytime soon, as satyrs had such a hard time ascending, even in the Dragon Isles. Hey, I found our house, Hawk announced. We're not even from this continent, Carl reminded him. Are you sure? I just flew over the place called Bunga, and the notice says that the house beneath me belongs to the Darklight host. That's definitely us. Carl couldn't argue with that. If it belonged to the Darklight host, it was their house, no matter how you looked at it. The system isn't completely inactive here. Hawk just got a notice that he flew over a Darklight host guild house, Carl informed Dana. How many people live there? The city is big, but the house is abandoned. It's still intact, but it's all old and there is a barrier over it, Hawk informed him. Carl relayed the message, then began to formulate a plan. First, we find a test subject or two here, then we can move on to Bunga. If there is an unused guild house there, we have somewhere free to stay, and there might be answers about what happened to the continent, he suggested. Alright. But who do we even pick? Dana asked. Carl chuckled. I say we pick the biggest goon we can find, either an orc or a wrath demon, and see if they can become a warrior. Then look for a mage of some sort, or a magic demon, and see if you can awaken a class for them. Should we do that tonight or in the morning? Dana asked, then gave Carl a suggestive wiggle of her eyebrows. Now, I don't want any distractions tonight, and we're going to need all night for what I have planned. Dana laughed, and took Carl's hand to lead him down to the tavern of the inn. Miss. The satyr who had brought them their meal whispered as they walked past him in the hall. Yes, I would suggest that you change back to fox form. You do have one, right? You smell like fox and magic, so you should be a shapeshifter. If people think you're human, they might misunderstand you as a slave in hiding, and try to capture you for reward. It's better not to let anyone who has poor senses think that you might be common rank, the goat-legged demon whispered. Thank you. Where I'm from, it's the fox form that gets too much attention, Dana replied. The satyr shrugged. But that's better attention than the slavers. Satyrs don't dare go outside when they're in town, even if we have our certificates. It's better to pay a delivery fee than to go missing onto one of the slave boats. Dana transformed back, and Carl cast Eternal Lightning Barrier over both of them. The satyr nodded happily. That's much better. Nobody will mistake you for anything but a different fox species now, and they're all powerful. Carl patted the young man on the shoulder and pressed a silver coin into his hand. Thank you for the information. If you have more helpful information for us later, feel free to pass it along. He quietly informed the little demon so that anyone nearby didn't notice and try to take the satyr's money. Downstairs, the innkeeper greeted them with a warm smile. Demon Lord, young miss, it is good to see you again. Would you like drinks? Perhaps an evening meal? Carl nodded. The servants just brought up a meal, but both, I think. Something light to eat, anyhow. Then we need you to find us a young, as in still growing, but not before puberty, wrath demon or orc. One with ambition and skills. And then we will need to borrow you as well. Just for a few minutes. It will help us with our work here, Dana added. The innkeeper was from a magic demon species, so he should be suitable for most mage-type classes. I know just the one for your task. Let me send a runner. The demon motioned for the server to bring them drinks, and then joined Dana and Carl at the table. What can I help you with? Questions about the continent? Dana nodded. Those as well. But first, I want to know what happens when you read this book. She handed him the book of Magic Missile Volley, an improved version of Magic Missile she had gained with her new class. It was no harder to write, and logically, it should be better for awakening a class, as it wasn't a basic spell that classically trained mages might know. The demon opened the book, and then a pulse of black mist emerged from his body, and it was knocked out of his hands. Kara leapt out of her space and onto the table to examine the strange phenomenon. She hadn't even detected the magic on him before he tried to use the book. That was new. And new was interesting. Tell him to do it again. Nullify isn't finding anything, Kara demanded. Are you alright? If you are, we would like for you to try again, Carl requested. The demon was breathing heavily, but he nodded. Just a moment that was unexpectedly painful. Carl focused on Remy's skills and created a healing totem on the table. The magical item would cleanse, purify and heal. Perfect for unknown negative effects from an unidentified spell. The innkeeper took a slow sip of wine, and then placed the cup well away from himself as he reached for the book again. This time, when the black mist pulsed, Kara hit it with Nullify at the mythic rank, and a ringing noise, like a hammer hitting a gong, echoed through the room, along with a flash of blackness that darkened the entire room, even to Carl's senses. But Kara wasn't giving up on nullifying the effect, and the darkness quickly faded. She nodded and tapped the book, which the demon picked up and carefully opened. It vanished in his hands, and the innkeeper's eyes went vacant for a moment. When they opened, they glowed blue with power, and his feathers seemed to crackle with magic. Carl smiled in victory, then inspected the man with the system interface. Name, Tantala, rank, Commander, class, Spellweaver. Then the letters seemed to jumble, before fading from sight along with the demon's newly gained nameplate. So, it's not impossible, it's being forcibly suppressed, Dana muttered. And the spell isn't on him. It's just here, everywhere. See if he can use his skills, Kara requested. Can you use your new spell? Carl asked. The innkeeper nodded, then leaned forward to whisper his answer. Like you said, the legendary system is real. I saw it. I can even access class skills, but I don't have any of the points I need to buy more, he whispered. Oh, very good. So, you can still use it, Carl replied quietly. The demon nodded. I can also see your names. All three of you. Yours has a strange thing around it, probably to let me know that you're a demon lord. But I can definitely see them. That meant it was suppressing both Carl and Dana's system functions so that they couldn't see the system status of the residents. But if it wasn't stopping the innkeeper from using his class abilities, there might be much more at play here, and many more system users than they thought. The problem was that nobody could tell who they were unless they spread the news themselves. And that would make it look like there were none on the continent. Carl reported that directly to Matilda, but got no response, so he had to hope that the message had gone through after the troubles they had earlier. The inn's errand boy brought a hulking young orc, perhaps 15 years old, into the inn a few minutes later. "You needed to see me, innkeeper? Is there work today?" he asked. Carl smiled. "In a way. I need you to test something for me, and I will pay you to try. See, good pay." He held up a silver coin, and then handed another to the innkeeper, who blinked in shock, then pocketed the money. A silver coin as a tip was probably a day's wage or more, even in foreign currency. But Carl didn't have any less valuable coins. "No problem, sir. I can lift all sorts of heavy things. Or if someone has been troubling you, I can take care of them right quick." The orc agreed quickly. "I need you to open this and tell me what you understand of the contents." The orc looked like he was about to say something, then reconsidered and sat down at the table. He took a pair of reading glasses out of his pocket, and then flipped open the book. Kara flexed her claws, preparing for the backlash, but nothing came. The book vanished, the boy's eyes went blank for a second, and then he got a nameplate that didn't vanish immediately. "Name, boy, rank, commander, class, warrior. Your father named you, boy?" Carl asked. The orc nodded. "When I reach 2 meters tall, I can pick a new name for myself. Until then, I'm still a boy." That actually sounded like a very orcish thing to do. "Oh, I can use even more new skills. What are bonus points? Well, I'll figure that out later. Guard, shield slam, and cleave. Those sound like an excellent set of warrior skills," he declared. Dana gave Carl a disbelieving look. With all the options that he might have had, he picked the 3 most stereotypical warrior skills to go with: rend. Carl handed him a single silver coin and the orc pulled him into a hug. "This is the best day ever. Did you need more answers? If not, I'm going to train with the town guard. They're never going to believe how much stronger I just got. Go, have fun. Just try not to hurt anyone with your new skills unless they deserve it," Carl agreed. Warriors really were born to the role. He has the system now too. "I can see it. Can others see it?" the innkeeper asked. Carl nodded. "Anyone with a system assigned class should be able to see his. But for some reason, yours is hidden. I think it's something to do with the backlash. But we don't know why that happened to you, but not to him. Maybe because I'm a demon, and he's an orc. The orcs follow any and every war and battle god they learn about, so one of them likely approves of him gaining power. That is a possibility. It looks like we just gained more questions than we answered. However, we can think about that later. Let's have a celebratory dinner first. If this silver is good here, then bring out the good rum, and we can celebrate properly," Carl offered, and put a few coins on the table. The innkeeper scooped them up. "We take foreign silver at weight. We can't expect everyone to use our clan's coins, after all. Most cities are like that." "Is there no national currency?" Dana asked. "National currency? There aren't even reliable peace treaties between most villages, much less a unified currency. As long as your coins aren't shaved, you'll get a good price for them anywhere that you go." Carl sighed. "So much has changed since I was here last." The innkeeper looked confused. "How long has it been since you were here? I can't really tell your species ages." Carl chuckled. "It's been a few thousand years. Don't take it personally, there was some time traveling involved. But at the time, things were fairly well organized, and they even had patrols on all the major roads, hunting bandits." The demon laughed, drawing confused glances from the tired sailors and locals in the tavern. "That really must have been a long time ago. We don't even say that there are bandits anymore. Just nomadic clans, which are the same thing. If you come across them, you either beat them into submission or you get robbed," the innkeeper explained. Dana sighed. "We might have to fly. If you let the Carl pick fights with every group of nomadic orcs he comes across, we will never get anything done but drinking and fighting." Carl and the orcs were made for each other. An orc in the back of the room burst out laughing, and the mirth slowly spread around the room. "That's why we like living in cities full of wrath demons. They just get us, you know," the orc joked. Carl chuckled and placed a few more coins on the table. "Waitress, I think we need a party tonight. Let the house drink until those coins run out." The innkeeper chuckled as she pocketed one of the coins and put the other 2 into the safe behind the bar. It would take effort for the patrons to get through that much liquor, and it wasn't busy in here tonight. Plus, they had food coming. The tavern remained quiet for the evening, or at least the part of it that Carl and Dana were around for. Because they only made it 3 drinks past dinner before he was carrying her up the stairs to their room. "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Carl asked as he kicked the door closed behind them. "What? That you have entirely too many clothes on." Now, Carl had forgotten one essential factor before they were too distracted to worry about interference that evening. He was the one who was supposed to put up the soundproofing ward. So, when they went downstairs for breakfast in the morning, with Dana back in fox form, not a single patron of the inn, including the barmaid, could look them straight in the eye without blushing. "Will you be staying for another night?" the morning shift barmaid asked. Carl shook his head. "No, we have business in Bunga, so we will be heading out after breakfast. Give my compliments to the chef. This morning's bread is incredible. I hadn't expected to be so hungry, but I've got quite the appetite this morning." The waitress turned away, muttering something that sounded like, "Goddess give me strength," and Dana frowned at Carl in confusion. But whatever the waitress was on about wasn't enough to concern her. They were going to leave the city in just a few minutes, and she would convince Carl to transform back into a dragon so that they didn't have to walk the entire distance, or ride a golem. They made their way through the streets after breakfast, as Carl didn't want to transform in the middle of town and freak everyone out. Hawk was circling overhead, napping as he floated on the air currents. Carl sent a mental poke to wake him up, and then transformed to let Dana hop on his back. "Fuck me, that's a big dragon," the gate guard muttered. "You're not joking. Only something that scary could think that a cat demon transformation is a less threatening public face to put on." The demon on the other side of the gate agreed. "Do you think that he might actually be totem ranked?" "I've never seen a dragon that size before," the first guard asked. "At least totem." He smacked around the boss when he arrived, just for the sake of a good fight. "No overlord is doing that. Freak them out a little." Dana joked as Carl prepared to leap into the air. Behemoth and brutality combined to nearly triple Carl's size, bringing his dragon form from just over 20 meters long to 60. Trees bowed under the force of the wind as he spread his wings and hurled his massive body into the air. Fortunately, Kara granted them agile flyer. For Carl was certain that a dragon this large would need half a country just to turn around at cruising speed. Once they were up above the clouds, Carl returned his size to normal and joined Hawk on their way east to Bunga. First order of business: find out what happened when he visited the abandoned guildhouse. It was under 200 kilometers to Bunga, not even 2 hours of flight time, even though they detoured once because Hawk thought that he saw giant mice, which turned out to be an oddly shaped species of sheep. Hawk returned to his space this time, and Carl landed within sight of the walls so that the guards could see him transform and escort Dana to the gates. The gate guards bowed politely as they approached, and motioned for them to place their hand on a round plinth. "Please attempt to activate the plinth, and then place any weapons you are carrying into storage," the guard declared in the bored tone of wage workers everywhere. Dana put her blades into her inventory, then placed her hand on the plinth, and shrugged as nothing happened. Carl wasn't wearing anything but slacks and a shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, so he just placed his hand on the plinth and inserted some mana. "Welcome back, former city lord. City functions initializing. Please wait." The guards were about to motion them into the city. Then they noticed the glowing words on the surface of the plinth. "Former city lord. I think we need a supervisor." "Definitely a supervisor. Maybe the captain. The captain will know what to do when something actually happens," the guard stammered. Dana silently stared at Carl, who only shrugged in response. "How was I supposed to know that worn stone plinth was the city stone? It didn't look like that the last time I was here. At least, I'm pretty sure it didn't. But maybe we will get answers about what has gone wrong with the activations here." "So, it's a win, right?" he asked. "A win for sure, until the point where some mythic warrior with a grudge comes out with a sword in his hand," Dana reminded him. "Part of the last time that happened was because you're just too sexy," Carl corrected. The Bunga city guards stared at this odd couple. They were clearly powerful, but they might be a bit crazy. The monster man was definitely not normal. But that was common with ancient dragons. Carl wrapped an arm around Dana's waist and lifted her up to sit on his hip. The mage rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear. "Do you think that it makes you look less threatening to have a cute fox in your arms? It can't hurt, right?" The guards had a very different take on the situation. They weren't sure if the dragon in cat demon form considered the divine fox girl to be his wife or his pet. But the plinth called him a former city lord. But the plinth had been inactive for over 6,000 years. So, he had to have been the city lord at some point before that. Also, it looked like they were both wearing demonic spider silk of overlord or higher quality. The guards could feel the magic radiating from the pair, and they weren't even casting any spells. It had to be entirely their outfits. Carl inspected the guards, who were wearing leather armor and holding spears with sharpened bone tips. They were telling the truth in Capcore. These people really did only use products that used to be alive. There was no metal armor or weaponry to be found. A large orc rushed out of the gates, and then stopped when he saw Carl. I will be back." Then he turned and ran back into the city. The guards turned to each other, looking for answers, but nobody had any idea what was going on. Then, the guard captain came back out with a perplexed and terrified teen bunny kin on his hip, the same way that Carl was carrying Dana. Carl laughed. "I must say, your choice is adorable. But I wasn't trying to start a contest, I just wanted to hold my wife while I waited." "So, I can put the bunny down?" the guard captain asked reluctantly. "If you want to." The orc thought about it, then decided to keep the bunny. "Might I ask, how did you activate the stone?" he asked. "I just placed my hand on it and gave it a bit of mana. Once upon a time, I was the city lord of Bunga, and the stone remembered even after all this time. If I'm not mistaken, I've even got a guild house here in the city that is still partially intact. The Dark Light Host Guild House," Carl replied. "I don't know that name. But there are some ancient and haunted tombs. You might mean one of them. Why don't I lead you inside, and we can go see the Bunga tribe's chieftain?" the guard captain suggested. "That works for me. Why don't we let the ladies walk together?" Carl agreed. The guard captain nodded, and set the bunny down when Carl stepped beside him. Carl put Dana down, and she shrugged as the increasingly confused bunny took her hand. She was just the cleaner, she had no idea why she was dragged out of the barracks and presented to some strangers like a trophy. She had realized right away that the big guy and the fox were just flirting, but the guard captain wasn't a bright man. A great fighter, yes, but not a smart man, even for the notoriously brutish orcs. But now she was on an adventure with the pretty lady who smelled like magic and some sort of herbal soap. It was a good smell, and she wondered where she could get some. Dana brought out a bag of cookies as they followed the men through the city. "So, what is it like living in Bunga?" "We came from another continent to investigate something for the Dragon Church," Dana asked quietly. "Bunga isn't bad. They treat bunnies better than most places. Bunga is mostly trolls and orcs. But there are some beastkin as well. Not many powerful ones, but that's alright. Trolls are messy, though, it makes my job hard," the bunny explained. Dana chuckled and passed the bunny a cookie. "This could take a while. We're almost at the Dark Light Host Guild House, and the Carl is going to want to go inside and look around. That is never fast. As long as they don't add it to my cleaning rotation. That place gives me the creeps." Carl stepped up to the barrier around the dilapidated stone building, and raised his hand to inspect the surface. It wasn't a barrier spell that he was familiar with, but it was most likely cast by Orthos before he left. The question was if Carl could enter without damaging it. The spell had held the house in something close to stasis for thousands of years, and Carl didn't want to do anything that would destroy the historical artifact. Even from here, he could see dwarven runes carved into the stone, long since inert, but undamaged by time. If he could spot some of the building's defensive measures already, there had to be more, and if there were more, most of them would be considered lost arts by now. At least by most people. "Are you sure that's wise, sir?" the Bunga city guard asked cautiously as Carl's hand touched the barrier. "No worries, the house still belongs to the guild. It won't harm me. I'm more worried about damaging it when I enter, if it was intended to be a stasis spell to preserve the house. So, I'm trying to determine what it does first." The guard nodded slowly as Carl analyzed the barrier, and then tried to use his limited understanding of the fundamental rule of mana manipulation to trace the spell to its origin. The spell stones were overgrown with grass, buried under a few centimeters of dirt and plant roots by the ages, but with mana flowing through them, they were easy enough to understand. It was a preservation spell, the same sort that he had cast on the pantry, though written by a mage and not a runecrafter, so the spell was somewhat different. That meant all it was doing was slowing the aging of the building, and keeping unauthorized people out. That was a feature that the pantry didn't have, but he could see the value if he was making a copy for someone like Dave, who had a whole house full of curious badger children to keep away from snacks and cleaning supplies. There wasn't anyone in the Alliance house or Guild house that wasn't allowed to access the food as they pleased, so Carl hadn't thought of it before seeing it in action. Tentatively, Carl took a step forward, and the barrier offered no resistance to him as he stepped onto the overgrown walkway and headed for the building. Dana followed him into the yard, but the guard simply ran into the barrier as if he had walked into a wall. "Just wait there for a few moments, while we make sure that the building is safe to enter," Carl instructed, with no intentions of letting strangers into this relic of a house. "That should be a preservation barrier, right? What happened to this place?" Dana asked as she looked around the yard. "If the spell functions the same as the one that I placed on the pantry, it only slows decay to 1% of its original rate. It doesn't stop it completely. That would be much more difficult without an affinity for time magic. So, a cake in the cupboard reaches day-old status after 3 months. But this place has been abandoned for thousands of years. Even with the barrier, it has essentially gone decades without maintenance. That's why the stones are all still perfect, but the yard is a mess and the paint has peeled. I don't know how well the building was made to begin with. I didn't really inspect it last time I was here. But it should be solid enough to enter," Carl explained. The front door was open, with another barrier over it to keep out both strangers and the elements, going by the leaves that had been piled against it by the wind. Carl stepped over them and into the house, which looked faded and dusty, but still intact. When the previous residents of the guild house had left, they had taken most of the furniture. Carl could see the spots along the wall where large pieces had once stood, and the divots in the floor where something on rollers, likely a grand piano, had once stood. But in the dining room, the massive ironwood table remained with one single chair and a carved stone tablet. "To whomever should find this tablet. My name is Orthos, Bronze Dragon of the Order, last living member of the Darklight host in Bunga, and one of the few to still have any system functions on this continent. If the house still stands, and the system resurgence has begun, please proceed to the basement and touch the guild stone to activate the branch house functions. If I still live, I should feel it. If the spells have failed, and the house is being visited by looters and not guild members, I ask that you not damage the relics left behind when you take them. In time, they will be immeasurably valuable. Destroying them for sport would deny your family the chance at unfathomable wealth in the next generation." Carl and Dana both smiled at the matter-of-fact message left by the Bronze Dragon. "Should we go bother the old man?" Carl asked. "Oh, most definitely. If we didn't, I suspect that Kara would," Dana laughed. In her space, Kara nodded eagerly. She liked that dragon. He was fun to tease. Kara exited her space to lead the way down the stairs, following instinct to the guild stones. Guild branch leader Carl has reactivated the Darklight Host Guild branch at Bunga. Branch members, 1, issue called to gather, portal open. Carl sighed as he saw the list of system notices after Kara reached the system stones. The system letting her operate things on his behalf was somewhat problematic, mostly just because Kara was Kara. If it was Thor who had learned that trick, Carl would have been much less concerned. "What the, hey, I was teaching a class. Where are you dragging me, you damnable badger? Don't think I forgot about the footprints on my ceiling," Orthos was complaining. "It looks like you're still best friends." Dana laughed as she entered the open stone basement and found the dragon facing off against the Chaos Badger. Orthos glared at her, and Carl began to explain. "Lady Matilda asked us to find out why nobody on this continent is getting the system, and this is where we started. We saw that the system still listed the house as belonging to the guild, but inactive. So, we reactivated it to see if the system started to come back online." Orthos tapped his chin. Did the old woman forget about the suppression? "What suppression?" Carl asked. "Oh, at the end of the last resurgence, the Titans and Giants allied to cast a suppression barrier over the continent. It's supposed to prevent anyone from advancing, a magical device that the immortal realms use to keep slaves in line. That's the most likely cause for the situation here. Did you promise her that you would fix it, or just find out the reason for the issue?" Orthos asked. Dana smirked and shook her head. "Neither really. She insisted, and then sent us here. You know how she is." Orthos sighed, then looked around the basement with a sense of nostalgia. "Well, give me a moment to get my things and I will analyze the situation here. If nothing else, I should be able to pinpoint the origin of any curses, spells or other effects that are preventing the continent from regaining system access." Kara flapped her wings and flew back through the portal, making sure that the dragon wasn't going to run away on her. "Making friends, are you?" Carl asked as Kara followed Orthos around the beast god temple. "Yep. He's so organized. It's like dangling candy in front of lotus or mice in front of hawk. I just can't resist messing with him," the badger agreed. Carl chuckled. Badgers and bronze dragons were polar opposites, order and chaos. It really wasn't surprising that the Chaos faction saw the disciples of the god of law and order as the perfect playmates. They were guaranteed a response to every prank. Only a few minutes later, the pair were back, and Kara let the portal close behind them. "Alright. Where should we start? Let's begin with the suppression, as I can still feel it weighing on me. But it's not the same, just a similar effect to what was used before. The original suppression artifact was created and used by an immortal rank titan. That titan no longer exists. Matilda ate him. But the effect is still in place, so I suspect that either someone found the device that he used, or that another immortal managed to break through from their realm and put a restriction on the continent so they could harvest it later, without risking any of the residents outgrowing the roles it had chosen for them. Have you tried to assign classes to anyone? I heard you have a knack for that," Orthos asked. Carl nodded. "2 of them so far. The attempt to awaken a mage met with intense backlash that Kara had to nullify at the mythic rank multiple times. But the attempt to awaken a warrior didn't give us any trouble." Orthos tapped his chin as he thought, and tried to ignore the way that Kara twined between his feet like a cat. He would deal with the badger fur on his socks later. "I get it. I know what the issue is. It's not targeting the system at all. If it was used by an immortal from this planet, they would have. As it's the greatest imbalance to the power structure. Instead of the system, it is suppressing magic, which is traditionally the only way that most species can reach immortality. I believe that one or more of the gateways between the realms have failed, or are being overpowered by something stronger than Matilda. The immortals on the other side either link the gateway to one of their slave pens, or they are casting the spell through as a way to keep the mortals here weakened so that they have time to deal with the problem later," the dragon insisted. "So, we just need to find the source of the problem and then close the gateway, or deactivate the item that is causing the problem?" Carl asked. Orthos nodded. "If we stop the feed for the effect, it will begin to fade. It's not instant, the immortals solved that vulnerability eons ago. But without anything feeding the effect, it shouldn't be more than a few years before classes other than warriors start to awaken." Dana held up her hand. "Wait. The Dragon Isles are massively overpopulated with warriors, especially in the northeast. Could that be related?" Orthos thought about it, then shook his head. "No, I think that's mostly just because the whole region is filled with brutish louds. The geography doesn't match. The southwestern islands are closest to this continent, so they should be the most affected if that was the case. But there is a possibility that the whole world is suffering from it to some degree. Especially if the user on the other side is a legend or a demigod," he informed them with a sigh. "What are the chances that we can actually do something about it?" Carl asked. "Very good. Matilda hasn't let an intruder onto this world in ages. If she's blocked the weak point, the 4 of us should be enough to completely seal it. I don't think that an immortal would put an item that valuable in our world, but if they did, that would be even easier. You see, I know the trick to opening portals between planes, and we could just make it someone else's problem," Orthos explained. Kara gave him 2 thumbs up, and the dragon immediately began to work on another plan. The plan that the Chaos Badger approved of would be Plan B. "Now that the guild house is back online, would you like to take a look around, or should we go straight to problem solving?" Dana asked. Orthos waved his hand dismissively. "I have all the time in the world to sort out this mess. Plus, there are no other guild members here, and I likely can't recruit them until years from now when they actually have a system interface. So, we can solve the issue now, and then I will come back and deal with guild matters. Matilda is already sending me welcome back messages." That made Dana giggle. It was no secret that Orthos was one of the few dragons old enough to relate to her in some way. But Matilda's daily activity rate had gone way up from her usual slumbering state once the Drode Guild branch had been activated, and even more in the last few weeks with the wedding plans. Soon, the supreme-ranked Chaos Dragon wouldn't be known as a hibernating threat, but as an active participant in the life of the Dragon Isles. "Before we leave the city, we should likely trim the yard and say hello to the current lord. Who even leads this place nowadays?" Orthos asked. "The Bunga clan does. The continent has somehow managed to devolve into disassociated barbarian clans running cities, or living nomadic lives in the wilderness, Carl explained. Orthos sighed. Are the city stones at least still active? The air here smells terrible, and not in the stale pantry way. Dana giggled and Carl smiled. In fact, they are. They placed the plinth at the main gate to help vet visitors. You can check in and bring whatever functions you would like online. I can offer you some mana storage if you need it, in place of the guild members who would normally help. That would be much appreciated. I can't stand a disorganized city. When they walked out of the house with one more person, the city guard was completely baffled. Had there been someone living in there this whole time? But the house was beginning to repair itself, and magical blades were trimming the yard and moving the mulch to a compost pile. If this new person had lived here the entire time, he would have done that more than once in the last 1,000 years, right? Carl nodded at the guard. We need to go back to the gate for a moment. Our new arrival needs to activate the city stones. Oh, certainly, it's not far. Please follow me. It was easier not to argue with Carl, and it was city policy that everyone checked in by touching the stones. Kara nearly tripped Orthos a dozen times as she ran in circles around the group, becoming increasingly excited with every step. Why did the stone have to be so far from the house? This was going to be glorious. Orthos didn't understand her enthusiasm. If he activated the city stones, he would bring order to the city, not chaos. The guard led them to the gates, and Orthos sighed as he saw the damaged and worn state of the city stone. Welcome, City Lord Orthos, city functions now online. Ending hibernation mode, all functions operational. The heavily worn plinth regrew atop platform, covered in gems and writing, and Orthos nodded happily. Ah, that is better. Now, Lord Carl, could you spare me just a bit of mana to bring essential services online? Orthos asked. Carl nodded, and placed a hand on the bronze dragon's shoulder to pass mana directly to him. Orthos radiated power as he began to work, and a barrier formed over the whole city. Then, it began sending pillars of light toward the ground all over Bunga as the mana draw reached the maximum constant mana flow for an overlord-ranked dragon. At the end of the road in front of them, right in the middle of the city, the ruins of the city hall began to rebuild themselves, and Carl saw golems, or perhaps gargoyles, in police uniforms appearing all over the concourse. Don't forget to match the new fashion sensibility. They only wear and use things that were living, no metal. Carl reminded the dragon with a system message. Orthos nodded, and the guards changed from polished brass buttons on military coats, to burly dragonkin warriors in leather pants, with scales and tattoos on bare chests. Dana gave the dragon a curious look and he shrugged. They're still impressive, right? If I can't have the cool ones, I will at least make the ones the ladies like. He wasn't joking. He had made hundreds of overlord-ranked security guard gargoyles, with magical stone battle axes, and the ladies of Bunga were already ogling them as they introduced themselves and handed out flyers with basic city rules on them. Do you think that we should wait here for the clan chief? Or should we go to him? Carl asked the stunned security guards as Orthos continued to work. I'm not sure. I think if we wait here, the clan chief will come to us. There is no way that he can miss that giant stone building appearing in the park, especially since it's in his back garden. But I will send someone to tell him what is going on. What else is he planning to do? The guard replied. Orthos shrugged. I remade the city guard. I made new sanitation wagons, and I refreshed the self-repair charm on the city walls after I rebuilt the city hall. Other than that, I left things as they were. The guards aren't setting any new rules right now, just handing out flyers with information about what rules they will enforce. The guards winced. That was definitely not going to make the clan chief happy. His enforcers set the rules based on their mood, and most of them were not overlords. The runner from the guard station at the wall didn't have to make it all the way to the center of the city. The clan chief was already coming their way in full battle armor with a retinue of guards. Looks like you're about to gain new responsibilities, Carl joked with Orthos. Old ones, really, but as a bronze dragon, I can't just let them continue going on like savages, he sighed. Then, his aura pulsed with power, and Carl realized that the dragon was advancing. He had been overlord for a long time, bottlenecked by the restricted energy levels of the other continent. But here, that wasn't a problem, and he had just done something that greatly pleased his god. Guard, explain. The clan chief shouted as he reached the gates. Sir, the dragons of the Darklight host have returned, and they activated the plinth. "This is former City Lord Carl, and City Lord Orthos," the guard informed him. "What is he doing to my city?" the clan chief demanded. Orthos sighed in relief as he finished all of what he considered the basic work around the city. "I brought back the necessities of a basic and functional society. How did you manage to let the city degrade so far that not even the running water was functional anymore? No, forget that. How did you let things get so bad that people were dumping their household waste in the gutters? That's just uncivilized. So, I fixed the basic services, and over the next week the city will undergo a thorough cleansing. I do have a few things to take care of, but I am not sure that you can be trusted to not screw it all up in my absence," Orthos explained. The worst part was that he didn't even see it as an insult, just basic questions and a statement of fact. The beast god temples were full of what the people here would consider wild animals, and they were still more sanitary than the people of the Bunga clan. For a moment, the clan chief didn't seem to know what to say. He had been insulted many ways, by many different people. But the pure audacity of this dragon to tell him that his people lived like savages, when wild dragons roamed the continent, killing and burning as they pleased, was beyond words. "What rules are you trying to enforce on my clan?" the chief demanded, losing patience with Orthos. The bronze dragon sighed. "Just the essentials of civilized society, as I see that your clan has devolved somewhat since I departed a few thousand years ago. My guards will enforce the laws against theft, and prevent violence against others wherever they see it. That is all. For now. However, there are other aspects of the city that will require attention and maintenance. For example, I fixed the running water situation, but I see that none of the new homes have been built with access to the lines. At least the public fountains are flowing now. Also, the sewer lines are repaired, so liquid waste dumped in the street like primitives discovering a lost civilization will flow out of the city. I will have the sanitation wagons clear the solid debris from the street to be disposed of in the incinerator. We can discuss educating the people about the newly placed rubbish bins later. This whole place needs cleaning, so I will return here once we have discovered the source of the disturbance that is limiting the system's activation and resume my role as city lord." The clan chief roared and charged at Orthos with a spiked club in his hand, but the bronze dragon simply transformed and stomped on him, smashing the man into the ground as he glowed with divine light. Dealing with lawbreakers and troublemakers was the domain of his god, and Orthos was not going to lose a challenge for his city before he even had a chance to clean it or restore order and the rule of law. The clan chief looked baffled as he flailed under Orthos' claw. He had been defeated with a single strike, and the dragon didn't even have to try to keep him pinned down. Was this the physical advantage between dragons and the rest of the world? Perhaps we should continue the search on our own? Your city has a lot of renovations to do, and the Bunga Guildhouse probably needs a good cleaning before you start to recruit new members. It's been a few thousand years since the Dark Light host last ruled the city of Bunga, and they do look like they could use a bit of guidance, Carl suggested. Orthos rumbled in annoyance, then nodded and dropped an item from his inventory at Carl's feet. "You can use that to find anomalies. One of them must be the source of the problem, so just follow the disruption toward its strongest point, then use that to pinpoint the issue. But you should at least rest here for one night first. It's still early, but there are no other cities in easy walking distance." "Or were you planning to fly?" Orthos asked. "I was going to fly, but an overnight stay doesn't seem too bad. Why don't you start on educating the clan chief about his responsibilities while I inform the people of the changes that have been made?" Carl suggested. Orthos transformed back into the unassuming old cleric he had arrived looking like, and then picked up the Bunga clan chief. "Now, let's head for City Hall, and I can fill you in on some of the changes that will be happening here. I am not interested in replacing the Bunga clan, only in keeping order within the city." "Oh, don't look at me like that. Have you ever seen a feral bronze dragon? No, it doesn't happen to us. Now get to walking, I have a schedule to keep," Orthos lectured the sullen clan chief. As they walked away, the gate guard turned to Carl. "Is he always like that?" Carl shook his head. "No, he just has zero patience for stupidity and disorder. He spent over 1,000 years educating preschool-age divine beasts, and I suspect that he views the people of Bunga as being at about the same level of civility. But I might as well start my work here. Can you call out all the guards in this zone? I will explain the changes now so that you don't anger Orthos and make him call for assistance from the church. That would be the beast god's church, most likely. and being lectured in basic civility by a bunch of intelligent beasts probably wouldn't improve the mood of any of the residents of the city. The guard who had been manning the plinth blew a series of notes on a whistle hung around his neck, and the guards began to gather. The man nodded, then went to lean on the plinth and almost fell over when he realized it wasn't there anymore. Orthos must have put it back in the control room in City Hall. That would be the rebuilt building in the middle of the city. But we will start with the essentials. The defenses of the city have been partially restored, so you will be safer from outside attacks. The ancient fountains in the city have all been reconstructed, and they flow with fresh, drinkable water. That water will continue to flow for as long as Orthos is in control of the city. The street drains and the septic lines in any relic houses are now repaired, so waste will flow out of the city. The newly constructed city guard will maintain order, but Orthos has limited their enforcement so that they're not too busy. I will say that he doesn't have high expectations for the Bunga clan, but after seeing the conditions in Capcore, I can assure you that there will be some adjustments to be made. Now, who has questions? Carl explained to the gathered guards. An elderly wrath demon stepped forward to speak. I have a few. Is it true that the new guards don't allow fighting? Carl immediately understood the issue. Not as a blanket ban on violence. They will only stop violent crime and attacks. If you both want to fight, that is fine. But if you sucker punch someone who doesn't want to fight, or try to rob them, then they will get involved. The demon smiled in satisfaction. At least the new changes wouldn't change the dominance fights. But one of the orcs had a more practical concern. What happens when traveling merchants come through with slave caravans? That was definitely not going to end well. That was an excellent question. What would happen if someone brought slaves into the city? The practice had been outlawed the last time that Carl had been here, and the city had sent out guards to hunt the pirates who were still capturing slaves for export. I would recommend that they not come into the city. During the last system resurgence, the practice had been outlawed. If they show up, I can't guarantee that the city guard won't free any slave that requests it, Carl explained. The orc chuckled. Oh, this is going to be fun. Bunga clan doesn't allow slaves in the city, but the chief lets you buy from the caravans as long as you free them after you pay. They capture many children from the nomadic tribes, and some make good fighters. A sturdy troll beside him, with skin like drying mud, cracked and mottled, rumbled happily. Maybe the new city lord will let us hunt slavers? They taste good. Dana laughed, and Carl nodded. You should discuss that with the clan chief. I know that Orthos would let you, but his job is more to provide the rules that keep the city running, while the clan chief sets the rules for his tribesmen. The troll nodded. I will inform the other trolls. Swamp trolls like the taste of merchants best, but some of the others don't like what they do. Big demons and orcs will come with us, for sure. Any chance to smash thieves? The orcs in the crowd simply shrugged. The troll might not be a bright man, but he knew what he was talking about. They did love a good fight, and it wasn't a stretch to consider captured nomads as stolen goods. So, we don't need to start doing anything new, only keeping the city in order, and explaining the new features to people, so they don't make a mess? A lanky, blue-skinned troll asked. Carl nodded. Exactly. Until the big bosses give different orders, all you have to do is keep the city in order. Don't let the brawls break vendor stalls or houses. Teach everyone not to make the city more filthy than it has to be. It will also help reduce disease in the city. Not that trolls usually have to worry about that, with your regeneration, but for everyone else, that is a good thing. Also, Orthos can heal, so he might set up some sort of hospital. The guards looked lost. A hospital is a place where healers gather so that everyone knows where to find them. Now they understood. Civilizing these people up to an acceptable standard was going to drive Orthos insane. Carl was certain of it. But he could probably make a few changes that would improve the city for everyone. For example, healing totem runes engraved on the public fountains would affect everyone who came for a drink, or for water to bring home. That would be an immediate improvement, and it wasn't hard to make them self-powered. I will take my wife and go spread the word through the city, while I make a few upgrades. Did you need anything else to do your jobs? Carl asked. The guards shook their heads, and Carl took a small statue out of his inventory. It wasn't really intended as a healing totem. It was one of the decorative statues that the sculptors had been making as home decor. But it would do the job, even if it was shaped like a 10-centimeter tall dwarf. It had a large base on it, so it wasn't easily knocked over, and Carl needed every part of that to carve the healing totem spell on. He only empowered it to the royal rank, enough for common issues, and then looked for somewhere to put it. The old wooden building that had been at the gate when he was first here was long vanished, but the stone guard barracks inside the wall were still present and in use. I need you to place this somewhere near the gate, so the effect spreads past the doors to reach travelers as they're being questioned. Carl informed the gathered guards, who were all intently watching him work. What does it do? The swamp troll asked. It's a healing totem. It cures basic diseases and heals injuries. The troll nodded and then took the statue in his thick fingers. A tendril of mud extended out, and the statue was placed through a hole above the portcullis. We don't use the murder holes often. It will be good there, the troll explained. Even if they were using the hole, there was a small room up there, and the statue could remain until they were under siege and didn't want to heal the enemy troops at the gate. So people just need to walk out and then back in to heal? One of the wrath demons asked. They just have to stand nearby. I am planning to put more of them at the water fountains. The demon tapped his horn with a claw as he thought. Yeah, that's a good spot. Put them at the big house too. Everyone goes to the boss when there are problems. Carl nodded. That won't be a problem. I will make sure that there are enough spots to go and heal. If my memory is right, the taverns and the market are both near fountains, and that's where most fights and challenges happen, so you can heal right up after. You know, in case you need a rematch or want to do a best 2 of 3. Then at the big house, so that you go to see the boss looking and feeling your best. The orcs and wrath demons laughed. Best 2 of 3 format bar fights was an absolutely brilliant idea. Perhaps these strange foreigners weren't so bad after all. The guards whistled again, and more men came out of the barracks and the closer portions of the city to be informed of the changes by the guards on gate duty. Well, some of the details. Fresh water at all the fountains and the big foreigner taking his wife to make healing spots around the city so they could fight multiple rounds in the same day were the only parts that the guards actually remembered. Carl was beginning to wonder if their intelligence had devolved with their cultural level. Carl took Dana to the guild house first, where he created a low stone wall outside the barrier all around the property, as the old one had disintegrated centuries ago, and was currently just a rubble pile in a few spots. Then, he used royal rank nature stones to make healing totems at all 4 corners of the property, with the gems buried deep in the wall using earth manipulation. You should add gargoyles. Oh, and a maid. Orthos would like a maid. We have plenty of stones from the clothing sales, Tien suggested. The little fox wasn't wrong. They had hundreds of overlord rank and higher elemental stones available, and even more if they opened a portal so they could access the guild bank. You look like you're talking to someone, Dana asked. Tien thinks that we should leave some staff members at the guild house for orthos. Perhaps an illusionary cleaning staff and some gargoyles. Dana smiled. What about an upgraded spell? You have a skill that's letting you blend other skills to make some of the strange abilities that your team has, right? What if I give you Greater Golem? Could you make better staff members? Carl smiled. I think that I could. Greater Golems and Gargoyles should make Greater Gargoyles if my guess is right. And the original Gargoyles are already pretty good. Dana handed him a skill book with a smile, and in his mind, Tien laughed. Ray will be so excited about those. He cheered. Carl focused on trying to combine Greater Golem and Gargoyle, but the result was not what he expected. Instead of Greater Gargoyle, he got Epic Golem. Champion Carl offers knowledge, skill, Epic Golem will be transferred to his lovely Dana mage. That's not what I expected. What does it even summon? Dana asked. I have absolutely no idea, Carl replied with a shrug. We probably shouldn't test this within the city, Dana realized. Yeah, that's the smart move. I will put gargoyles in the guild house and an illusionary staff member spell. Orthos will know how to properly operate them, Carl agreed. Gargoyles took some time to engrave into the backside of the new wall, but the solid illusion was created by Opal in a matter of seconds. She had all those slices of low-grade illusion stone, and if they were just making maids, they didn't need to be powerful. Just a bunch of ascended rank bunnies in maid dresses would be enough to keep the house in working order and the guests entertained. Nobody didn't like bunnies. Carl laughed as he made them a bunch of cleaning rings so that they could more effectively maintain the house, and then gave them their first orders to keep the place clean and host authorized guests, or inform the gargoyles of unauthorized ones. Bunnies? Dana asked as the new staff ran into the house to get to work. Opal made them. Everyone likes bunnies, Carl explained with a smirk. Yes, that is part of the problem. You know how Orthos feels about strangers with muddy feet in his space. Dana reminded him. Kara had told everyone the story of the first time that she had been in a beast god temple. In a way that made her seem innocent, naturally. And certainly not like she had tracked muddy footprints across the roof just to see if they would chase her. Kara nodded in agreement, while laying on her back in the Lich Lord's sarcophagus, which was now loaded with gold coins to make the interior into a badger-shaped recliner. The gargoyles were active now, looking like traditional gargoyles, and Carl decided to call the guildhouse finished. It had healing, guards, and cleaners. Orthos could take care of the rest. With the guildhouse finished, they moved on to the nearest fountain. They were slowly gathering spectators as they walked, due mostly to the quality of the outfits that they were wearing. It wasn't their fanciest, but it was still more than enough to stand out. Coupled with the obvious power level of the pair of strangers and all the changes made to the city, the residents of Bunga had questions that needed answers. Sir, might I ask, do you know what is happening in the city? So many new buildings went up. Now there are fountains, and fresh clean water, and new guards scaring the children. An old dragonkin woman pleaded. It's not that scary. The guards are just there to keep everyone safe. They will help stop thefts, catch criminals, and stop unwanted violence, Carl offered. Who would want violence? No, you mean fights between demons and orcs, right? Those are against clan rules, the old woman replied. Carl nodded. But the guards will only stop them if they are going to break something. If they both want to fight, the new guards will let them. They are a relic of the last system resurgence, brought back to enforce city rules. The ancient city lord has returned, and he is starting to bring all the functions of the city back online. The old woman smiled. So, the system is real? Dana smiled and patted the woman on the shoulder. Indeed it is. Soon the young ones will start awakening system classes, and the city will return to the state it was in during its peak. What is it you're doing now? Your friend is doing something to the fountain, but we already checked, it's clean water. The old woman asked Dana as Carl got to work. He's got a rare skill. He's going to create a healing effect around the fountain, so that everyone who comes to get water is also healed of injuries and illnesses. If everyone comes by every few days, their health will constantly get better. Once he finishes this one, we will go to the other ones in the city, Dana explained. The old dragonkin woman seemed completely unconvinced by Dana's words until the first pulse of the spell covered the area, and she gasped, then shifted her weight and shook her leg. The knee pain faded. It's really gone, she mumbled. See, just keep standing here. The pulses are some time apart, but just standing near the fountain for a while should have you feeling better in no time. Now, it's time for us to head out and do the other fountains so that everyone can get the benefit. Dana informed her with a wave, before rejoining Carl to walk through the stunned crowd of onlookers. The last of the fountains for them to upgrade was the one at the newly rebuilt City Hall, where a large crowd had gathered. Whether they were waiting for news, or just enjoying the water park in the gardens was anyone's guess, but nobody tried to stop Carl as he went for the main fountain to start the upgrades. There were thousands of people gathered in the park, and the first pulse of the spell was a visible change rippling through the crowd. Good work. But if that fountain didn't circulate and filter the water, it would have been absolutely disgusting by now. Dana chuckled as Carl came down from the fountain, as he had been riding near the top, where it wouldn't be easily reached. Well, now there is no real excuse for the city's residents not to be clean. I am sure that Orthos will institute public baths soon enough. They used to be a thing here, but I didn't see any new buildings that might be them. He's got enough to do for one day, though, Carl agreed. I can still hear him and the clan chief arguing in the office upstairs. Why don't we head to the guildhouse for the night, and then we can talk to him in the morning when he's gotten things sorted out here? Dana suggested. Carl wrapped an arm around her shoulders and was about to lead her back when the dragon in question and the clan chief came out to the podium on the front steps of City Hall. Come up to the stage, so we can tell everyone at once what is going on, Orthos messaged them both. Reluctantly, Carl and Dana joined the two city leaders on the stage, while the clan chief poked at the microphone, trying to figure out what it was and what it did. Orthos smiled and activated the device with a bit of mana, then motioned for the chief to speak. My beloved family of the Bunga clan. The chief paused as his magically enhanced voice boomed over the concourse. Today is a glorious day for the Bunga clan. Our city lord has returned, and the ancient ways have begun to restore themselves with his help. You must have all seen the fresh water in the fountains, or felt the healing. These will remain as long as our city lord remains in Bunga. The new guards are here to help bring the Bunga clan back to its glory days. They will not harm anyone but criminals. I have spoken with the city lord, and none of the Bunga clan's rules go against the ancient laws." He paused as the crowd cheered, and then raised his hand for silence. "That said, there will be a few changes. The old laws only allow indentured servitude for debts. So, our lowest ranked clan members will have their status adjusted. Functionally, little will change. But they will be free to work for any member of the clan." There were some cheers and a few roars of outrage at that news, but the clan chief wasn't finished. "Only by following the old laws can we bring back the system. The city lord has proven this to me, and granted me the power to cleave apart our enemies, which has awakened the system in Bunga clan's territory. I can see it, use it, and learn the powers of a true warrior," the clan chief finished. The crowd whooped and cheered in satisfaction, while Carl and Dana did their best not to laugh at the fact that Orthos had finally made the clan chief agree by giving him the most basic of basic warrior class skill books. The clan chief stepped back, and Orthos took his place at the podium. "Greetings everyone. I am City Lord Orthos, returned now that the city stones are back online. I know that this will be a big change for everyone, but I can assure you that it is all for the betterment of the Bunga clan. There have been a few new buildings constructed already, including the fountain network, which I see many are enjoying. But there will be more of them added soon. Public baths, upgraded smokehouses and storage buildings to keep food fresh longer. Also, there will be upgrades to the city's defenses, so that the Bunga clan will not need to fear invasion, even by feral dragons," Orthos explained. That was the sort of news that generations of the local residents had been waiting to hear. Safety within the city was never guaranteed, but if they could eliminate the threat of invasion, and just keep it to local crime, then the lowest-ranking clan members saw a real chance to maybe earn enough to upgrade their living conditions. Of course, they had no idea that Orthos was planning that already, as he was deeply disgusted by the decay in his city's infrastructure. But for the moment, his words were a shining beacon of hope. Orthos smiled at the cheering crowd as he continued. "These two fine visitors, members of my guild, have placed healing magic on all of the fountains in town, including the water park at the fountain here at City Hall. If a member of your family falls ill or is injured, the first place you should take them is to one of the fountains. Half an hour there will cure most illnesses and injuries. If they have broken bones, set them straight first, so they don't heal improperly. The hope is that we can lessen the burden on the midwives and healers in the city, and prevent the spread of plagues through the clan." Orthos stepped back while Carl and Dana waved at the crowd, and the orcs began setting up grills. It wasn't a proper party without something on the grill. Carl patted the clan chief on the shoulder. "Good work. It looks like your people are going to adjust quickly to the changes City Lord Orthos needs to make to bring Bunga back up to his standards." The clan chief grumbled in annoyance, then nodded. "Yes, it is all good news. Just hard to accept that things can change so quickly and easily when I couldn't make any of those changes myself." So that's what the problem was. Now that there was a properly orcish party going on in the City Hall gardens, Carl knew that they weren't going to get back to the guild house to sleep anytime soon, so he led Dana over to where a group of demon women were setting up drums and cleaning wooden flutes. "Oh, welcome. I don't know what to call you, and it seems rude to call you by name." The demoness closest to them giggled. "You can use our names, we don't mind, or pick a title you like. We've got some time before the food, so we thought that we might dance. I'm eager to find out what Bunga clan's musical taste is like," Carl replied. Dana nodded in agreement. "If we stand too far away, it's hard to sort it all out. My ears are sensitive, and there are many people singing and playing. In that case, let's start with some classics for the visitors," the singer declared as the rest of the group finished setting up. The drums started a fast and cheerful beat, then the flutes joined in, and the singer began a wordless animalistic cry that the nearby revelers joined in, and then began to bounce and spot. "It's a mosh pit." Dana realized with a laugh. She was right, it was not some sort of organized formal dance. It was an ancient dance tune that they had forgotten the words to, and now just mimicked with a wordless chanting. So, Carl pulled Dana into the crowd to join the dancing, which was spreading further and further from the initial group as more musicians joined in on the song. Then, a deep roaring voice joined in, and Carl realized that the reason nobody remembered the words was because the song was originally in Dragon, and nobody here spoke the language, they just liked the song. Orthos had transformed, and he was singing along with the music, which turned out to be a children's tune about flying, and the rhythmic thumping of the drums was intended to teach them the proper beat to flap their wings. Somehow, that made it even funnier, and Carl sang along as they danced through the crowd until a great cheer from one side of the park brought the dance to an end. The food was ready, and the people of Bunga were ready to properly welcome their city lord home. "Welcome, visitor. Did you have a preference? We've got many meats roasting," the orc slicing up servings of food declared. "Something herb seasoned, I think," Carl decided. "Same," Dana agreed. "In that case, we have just the right thing for you. It's a river fish that goes well with the dried herbs and fresh lemon," he declared, then handed them each a plate with a small fish and some sort of purple roast potato on it. "Cheers. Actually, do you have more grill space? I have a donation that I'm sure the orcs will like," Carl suggested. Hawk nodded in agreement. He had many things that the orcs liked, but he had far too many crocolisks and crabs. Both were excellent, but he may have, just possibly, went overboard while collecting them. Hawk pointed to an overlord-ranked crocolisk, and Carl prepared to pull it out when the orc nodded. "There is a roasting pit just behind me. How big is your donation?" the cook replied. "I was going to give you a whole crocolisk. I stored it without portioning it, and it's too much," Carl explained. The orc's eyes lit up. "I haven't had crocolisk forever. They live to the south in the swamps, but we don't go there often. The Naga tribes are territorial." Carl found an open spot near the roasting pits and dropped the crocolisk on the ground for the cooks to prepare. "There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It might take some time to fully roast, but it's a lot of meat." The orcs cheered and pulled him into careful hugs so they didn't spill his plate. "You're pretty decent for an outsider. Don't worry, we can slice strips as it cooks, so there will be crocolisk all night long. You're new to Bunga, but this party will probably last for at least 2 days. So just go to wherever you're staying and sleep when you need," the cook explained. An old troll with white hair and wrinkled blue skin laughed. "With a new wife, it can be hard to get out of bed, but the party will be here waiting for you until we run out of food and drink." Carl waved goodbye as he followed Dana to the base of a tree to sit and eat, out of the way of the dancers. Every so often, someone would stagger across the park, either limping or staggering drunk, and splash into the pool by the main fountain. They would stay there for a few minutes, letting the healing totem work, and then rejoin the party, refreshed and good to go. Maybe the healing pools were a bad idea. If they can just heal their sore feet, the demons and orcs will never stop dancing. Dana laughed as she realized what was happening. They said they'd quit when they ran out of food that had been prepared for the party, and the orcs aren't known for being wasteful. I'm sure that it will be fine eventually. Plus, look how happy all the kids are with the new water park, Carl joked. The kiddie pool had been repurposed for a preteen wrestling tournament, where the orcs and demons could show off for each other. The matches were currently being dominated by a wrath demon girl with oversized leathery wings and alabaster pale skin. Despite being one of the smaller contestants, she had immense physical strength and had managed to body slam an orcish boy twice her size to eliminate him. The boy didn't look happy about it, but the rest of the contestants were cheering her on as the next little boy came up to challenge her leadership. It reminded Carl of the wrath demons in Drode when he had first brought them the fertility charms. The female of the group were definitely not any physically weaker than their male counterparts. Late into the night, Carl and Dana returned to the Bunga Guildhouse, where the gargoyles and the bunny maids welcomed them back with enthusiasm. Carl got the impression that they were bored without guests. He wasn't sure if a gargoyle could actually get bored, but he'd never put one anywhere that didn't get frequent traffic. Even the ones in the Alliance house had rapidly spread to the whole house from the basement, and they had Lotus and the Lala bunnies to keep them constant company. Or Thor. They loved to pile on the behemoth when he was relaxing on the sofa. While the gargoyles just seemed like they had been bored, Carl got the impression that the bunnies viewed this level of even temporary isolation as a form of sensory deprivation torture on the level of locking Lotus in a concrete room with no windows. They even went so far as to put the sheets by the fireplace to warm, so that Carl and Dana didn't get into a cold bed on a cool night. Not that it would have mattered, as both of them were in fully furred forms at the moment. But it was the thought that counted. You're going to need to gather guild members to the guild house, or at least a few clerics or something. The staff is lonely. Carl warned Orthos before taking Dana to bed. "Why did you make staff that needs constant companionship?" the bronze dragon replied. "They're cute." Carl could almost hear the dragon sigh as he received that message, but a few seconds later, he responded. I will arrange for a few of the Beast God Temple's faithful to come and repopulate this branch of the Darklight host. The residents of Bunga are not yet suitable. Perhaps in the next generation, they will be. But not now. That was good enough for Carl. They had started to bring the system back online on this continent, and that was one step closer to finding out why it wasn't working properly. The theory that it was someone from the immortal realm who didn't know about the system seemed to be the most likely scenario. But until they actually found the source, Carl wouldn't rule anything out. Including that it was the giants starting shit again. They had been a giant pain in his ass all through the early ranks in the Golden Dragon Nation, and he knew that their Titan God clerics had been working since before recorded history to deactivate the system. Or at least keep it for themselves. Logically, it might also be both. An immortal ranked giant. That wasn't something that Carl could deal with, even with the multitude of tricks that he had at his disposal. But if an immortal giant did try to enter this world, it would alert Matilda immediately, and she could take care of it. That brought up another thought. Had the old Chaos Dragon sent them here as bait? If they were bait, there was a greater than zero chance that Kara would get to punch someone in the face, and that was more than enough reason for the Badger and Dragon to coordinate to arrange the whole trip. Kara was conveniently napping, so he couldn't get her reaction to that thought, but Hawk wouldn't put it past them. Tien was sure that his sister wouldn't lie to them, but if you never asked, did it really count as lying? Kara would be happy to tell them if being bait to pick a fight was her plan from the start. You just needed to ask her. Carl wrapped his arms around Dana and settled in for the night with troubled thoughts on his mind. Unfortunately, they weren't gone when he woke up to the mental equivalent of a poke to the face from Orthos. What is so important that you woke me up? Carl asked. Get ready for battle. There is a hostile clan coming for Bunga. The city belongs to the Darklight host, so it's your job to defend the city too. We've got incoming feral dragons with a dragonkin death cult, Orthos explained. Carl nudged Hawk and Kara awake, then gave Dana a gentle shake. Dana? There is an attack on the city. We need to keep them from destroying everything that Orthos just built, Carl whispered. She was in fox form, she would hear him. It took a second to get moving, but then Carl scanned the horizon outside the window and saw the incoming hostile tribe, which was already attacking the farmers outside of town as the non-combatants ran for safety in the city walls. What's the plan? Dana asked. I will transform. You ride on my back. Hawk and Kara will work together, while Tien and Opal will provide support for the ground troops from inside their spaces. Neither of them likes to come out during battle, Carl explained. Then he jumped out the window and activated Avatar, along with a full set of buffs over the group. Orthos joined them in the sky as Hawk appeared in the air by Carl's side, with Kara riding on his back. The bird immediately gained altitude, racing upward like a shooting star in reverse. That Hawk of yours is insanely fast, Orthos commended. He shouldn't have too many troubles dealing with rogue dragons, I hope. What do we have? Have you gotten a report yet? Carl asked. One rogue sand dragon matriarch and her clutch. I'm afraid that we will have to let you deal with the matriarch today. She's near the peak of totem rank, so you've got the best chance of settling her aggression before the city is damaged. You don't need to kill her if she wants to run away. Once the cult is gone and the spell they've cast over the dragons fades, their aggression will fade as well. Well, that was interesting. Perhaps the dragons weren't all going feral on their own. If there were dragonkin cults casting spells to make them more aggressive, the problem might be more easily solved than expected. After all, they had a Kara. With Dana settled in on his back and held in place by eternal lightning, Carl flew out to intercept the matriarch, while Orthos went to join Bunga's ground troops, and Hawk vanished into the clouds. Don't you think that you've gotten too much altitude? Carl asked as the bird vanished from sight. We have a plan. Hawk assured him. As long as he wasn't distracted, it should be fine. The matriarch roared when she saw Carl's massive form, large even for a mythic-ranked dragon, thanks to his buffs. That was a threat that she couldn't ignore, and when Carl moved the fight away from the infantry, the matriarch followed. Even if they were thousands of meters in the air, the aftermath of their battle was likely to cause wide-scale destruction. It was simply inevitable during a battle between totem-ranked dragons. Drop me off here, I will ride with Orthos to deal with the ground forces. I want to know what epic golems do, and I won't be able to use them from 2 kilometers in the air, Dana instructed. Carl chuckled. Go ahead, I will inform Orthos that you intend to ride him into battle." Kara laughed in Karl's mind. Yes, let the Dana mage ride the stuffy dragon. It would do him good. Dana flew down to where Orthos had circled back to collect her, as her own flight was not fast enough to get her to the battle on time. "I will not forget this. I am not a horse, or a sarrow," Orthos warned Karl. "I can have her make an oversized lance if it helps." The old cleric gave Karl a slight draconic smile. The children of the city would tell stories of this battle for a century if she did. But it was purely excessive to use a lance when you were riding a dragon. Karl and the matriarch circled each other as they ascended, looking for an opening in their enemy's guard. The sand dragon had a barrier of swirling sand around her body that should equal eternal lightning in effectiveness, or something close to it. That would not make this an easy fight for either side. Sand vortexes appeared in the air all over their portion of the battlefield, and Karl countered with dozens of hellstorm vortexes. The combination turned the battlefield into an obstacle course, where both had to weave around the swirling winds to avoid having their wings shredded. It was standard for dragons at their level, Orthos knew. But he didn't have an opportunity to warn Karl about the most common battle tactics the matriarch would likely employ. Karl sent out a barrage of disintegration attacks, which the sand dragon countered with fireballs, causing explosions of black fire to pepper the sky like anti-aircraft flak. The two dragons crashed together, snapping and snarling as they clawed at each other before twisting free to make another pass. Neither barrier fell in the first exchange, but Karl knew that his strength was buffed to a level much higher than what the sand dragon could claim. It was unlikely to go for another direct confrontation now that it knew it was physically outmatched. But the real battle was not between the two champions. From 10,000 meters in the air, Hawk and Kara put their plan into action. Hawk twisted and flapped once, hard. He rocketed toward the ground at nearly 600 kilometers an hour, and then at 3,000 meters out, he flared his wings and activated Lord of Destruction, turning himself incorporeal. While Hawk rapidly decelerated, Kara did not. A small black and white fur missile hurtled toward the back of an overlord-ranked sand dragon, who hadn't even noticed the incoming threat. With disintegration as a protective shell outside of eternal lightning, she prepared a void blast in front of herself. Kara hit the dragon's back like a 30-kilo cannonball, and then, void blast, exploded on contact, evaporating a large portion of the beast's body and letting Kara hurtle past him toward the ground without slowing. Badger incoming, she cheered as she realized that she was headed for a totem-ranked dragonkin warrior. The wind was knocked from her as she slammed into the man's hastily raised shield, but the satisfying sound of shattered bones let her know that her disintegration barrier hadn't been wasted. The dragonkin cult members began to panic as a blur of teeth and claws tore apart one of their champions, then launched itself at the unfortunate black dragon cleric who happened to be closest to the dead warrior. Satisfying. Hawk laughed as he rained ghostfire meteors on the battlefield. From Orthos' back, Dana shook her head at the duo's antics. She hadn't expected any less from them when Hawk had vanished into the clouds. The sand dragons had scattered to avoid the meteor bombardment, and Orthos was about to chase them with Dana on his back. "Just let Hawk and Kara deal with the dragons. They're both faster flyers than we are," she suggested. Orthos nodded and landed at the edge of the battlefield to let Dana disembark and join the ground fight. After millennia of training magical beasts, Orthos was an exceptional ground combatant. Most species couldn't fly, and part of his job as an elder of the beast god temple was to teach them to fight. They might not be dragons, but four-legged combat was similar for most species. Dana focused on Epic Golem, then frowned when she got a system menu and not a guardian. Please select form before each activation: Ogre King, Naga King, Naga Shaman, Earth Elemental Champion. Each listing was a dungeon boss that she had faced in the past. In this case, she went with the Earth Elemental Champion, a 10-meter-tall titan-sized beast with incredibly high durability and damage reduction. But more importantly, it could reshape its stone club into a massive stone blade, which gave it access to auto parry. Or, they could reshape their weapons, as Golem Duplication gave her two of them. She might have just found a new favorite spell. The rest of the golems joined the pair of epic golems, while the epic guard remained back to protect Dana from anything that might make it close enough to threaten her from behind. 4 golems and a pair of Earth Elemental champions at the Overlord rank would make her a priority target among the Bunga Defense Force very quickly. assuming that the enemy understood what was happening. Fortunately, she had the orcs on her side, and even without a system interface, they hadn't had any problems reaching higher ranks through pure dedication. They were happy to have a proper fight, but it was even better when they got comedy with it. The Earth Elemental champions weren't actually very agile, so auto parry was only minimally effective. But one of them had just parried a fireball from a flying dragon, making it explode in the air overhead. That made the big guys a whole city worth of new friends in one fight. If Rey was here, she could create a whole army of undead, but Dana was satisfied with the force that she had managed to create. The golems served as the vanguard of the Bunga city counterattack, driving deep into the enemy lines, and allowing the defenders to push in behind them and get at the juicy meat. Also known as the clerics and shamans that the enemy had tried to protect in the middle of their formation. Hawk was fully engaged in a dogfight with a pair of sand dragons, but Dana couldn't see Kara. She didn't realize that the Chaos Badger had never left the ground again after she had landed, or that she was most of the reason that the golems were able to advance so quickly. Kara was in heaven today. None of the armor on the Dragonkin soldiers was bonded. That meant that it was all up for grabs, she just had to remove the armor from the enemy before someone wrecked it. Or remove the enemy from inside the armor with disintegrate. That worked too. The sight of Kara's looting methods had absolutely terrified the enemy army, and it was already clear that the ones closest to Kara desperately wanted to retreat, but the forces behind them hadn't realized the problem yet, and they were trapped. Worse, they couldn't even attack her properly because she kept retreating between the golem's feet so that the constructs would parry the attacks intended for her. The Dragonkin weren't sure if it was possible for a badger to smirk, but they were pretty sure that they had just seen it. Carl and the Sand Dragon exchanged spells and dodged vortexes in a complex aerial dance, each trying to get the upper hand, but both wary of what the other might be holding in reserve. Then the matriarch suddenly broke off and abandoned the cause, taking her surviving whelps with her. By the time that Carl realized she wasn't just circling for another attack, she was far off in the distance to the east, and Hawk was asking whether he should follow them. Let them go. I don't think that they'll be in any hurry to come back to Bunga. Help with the ground assault so that the city doesn't lose too many warriors, Carl instructed. That didn't look like it was going to be a huge issue, as the Bunga city residents outnumbered the attackers by quite a large margin. Without their dragons, the cult didn't stand a chance. Hey, boss. Did you know these guys aren't local? They don't smell like this continent. Kara welcomed Carl as he landed at the edge of the battle. The Chaos Badger had created a mound of corpses, and was currently using it to play a macabre game of King of the Hill, so she could look down at her enemies. Sister Rey taught her the technique, and it really was fun. The remaining members of the cult did not show any signs of retreating, no signs of fear at all. No, that wasn't right, Kara decided. They were terrified. But more terrified of what would happen to them if they retreated, so they would fight to the very end and consider dying a victory of its own. That meant she didn't have to worry about being nice to them. Then, Kara remembered that she had forgotten an entire step in her plan. Elemental's Wrath. The sight of the suddenly enlarged and flaming Chaos Badger was the breaking point, even for the heavily brainwashed cultists. They broke and began to flee, but in her transformed state, Kara was much faster than they were, and everything that she touched erupted with elemental flames. Even a simple scratch from her was enough to doom most opponents, and when her claws got into your flesh, you would burn from the inside out. But the enemy cultists weren't the only ones terrified. None of the Bunga city defenders dared to come within 20 meters of Kara so that they weren't mistaken for a cultist and attacked by that blur of fur and flames. Especially the Bunga city Dragonkin. Carl laughed as the enemy troops began to run right past him to escape from Kara. The Carl isn't even scary enough to stop the stupid ones from fleeing, Hawk laughed. Kara giggled as she gave a Dragonkin an atomic wedgie, then threw him on the pile. She didn't even attack him, just pulled his underwear up over his head and threw him with the corpses. If he knew what was good for him, he would stay there until she was done. The fight was almost over anyhow, with the survivors having fled, and the dragons who could actually threaten the city long gone. But it was Kara's assertion that these attackers didn't smell like this continent that stuck in Carl's head. He hadn't been trying to sniff the sand dragon when they were grappling, so he hadn't noticed. But Carl did notice that Kara was still only a little over a meter tall, even when transformed with Elemental's Wrath. That skill should surely cause a more extreme transformation than simply making her into a flaming badger, but with the chaos element on her side, there was nothing saying that the spell couldn't have turned her into a llama or something. Kara ended the transformation spell as the last of the enemies left. Berserk was fun. She imagined it was what Sister Ray felt like all the time in combat, but she couldn't be absolutely sure. It definitely made stabbing things feel more satisfying. Orthos transformed back to human as he approached Carl. I think that you and Dana should go follow the retreating attackers. They were not from this place. Everyone born on a world under the influence of the dragon gods has signs of it. They were dragonkin, but not from a world subject to the dragon gods. That most likely means that they're from the immortal realm, but it might be another mortal realm where the old gods are forgotten, and there are no chromatic dragons to remind them, he explained. Will you be all right? Carl asked. The bronze dragon smiled. Of course. First, I will heal many of the most severely wounded, and then the fountains can take care of the rest. I'm not a high priest of the beast gods for nothing. Dana frowned. I've been meaning to ask. How does that even work? Aren't you a cleric of the bronze dragon god by default? Orthos smiled. I am, actually. Think of it as something like dual-classed. You see, I started as a bronze dragon cleric, but when I advanced, I was already working with the beast temples to help civilize their orphans. And I chose an advanced class that made me a high priest of the beast gods as well. Like how you have been a few different kinds of mage at this point. Dana nodded in understanding. That makes sense, it just seemed odd that you had entirely changed pantheons. Orthos shrugged. It wasn't so big of a change. There is a beast god of order, which is similar to the bronze dragon of law. Both of the gods get along well, and there was no resistance to my old skills when I change. As he talked, Orthos began casting a ritual magic spell that was spreading healing over the battlefield, patching up the wounded in some sort of triage order, as not everyone within the zone was healing at the same time. That should make it a multiple target healing spell, Carl reasoned. Not an area of effect, but the result should be the same. Well, Miss Dana, should we shadow the retreating enemy? If they return to where they entered the continent, or even to an overnight camp, we might be able to learn what Matilda sent us here for, Carl suggested. Dana looked at the horizon, where the sun had only just risen. All right, let's go. We can sleep later, she reluctantly agreed. Hawk and Kara returned to their spaces to wait for the next event, but only a few minutes after they took off, Hawk was out again to scout the area. This was a whole new continent, with all new mice. Even if he didn't really care where the dragonkin who attacked the new house's city were going, he might still come across something good. While Hawk might not be headed out for the right reasons, Carl knew that the bird would actually do his job and track the retreating enemy troops. I can't see anything from up here but the scenery. It's nice, really. The mountains to the north, the woods beneath us. Dana muttered as they reached the second hour of soaring in the sky, watching the troops scurry away from the battle. I found it. They're coming from a big mouse tunnel that leads underground, Hawk reported. Carl turned to find the spot that Hawk was talking about, and realized that there was an entire village set up there. They had a dragon breeding facility set up, with hatchling feral dragons being trained as mounts, chained dragons of the lesser species locked in pens, and clutches of eggs under warm lights. They didn't let the dragons guard their eggs, probably to reduce how protective they were of their pens. But that meant that this was more than just a simple cult invasion from another world. They were established, and they were intending to stay here for a long time. In fact, they might be behind many of the reports of feral juvenile dragons that Matilda had mentioned. The real problem was that they had dozens of totem-ranked dragons and dragonkin mages in the camp, and neither Carl nor Dana could transform into a dragonkin to try to infiltrate them. Hey, little help. Just melt these chains and we can all be free. The dragons on the ground were shouting as they saw Carl flying overhead. It's a trap, they're under a mind control barrier, Kara noted. Don't get close. They've stolen my first clutch. A mental voice informed Carl in Draconic. The pure agony of the young dragon's voice was all it took for Carl to make the decision. Hey Kara. Want to play with some dragonkin? You can have everything but the eggs. We'll put those in the tiny world because they'll bond if you bring them in your space, Carl suggested. Tien scoffed as he examined the situation. I can break those chains. They're just overlord-ranked alloy enchanted to bind dragons. I'm the furthest thing from dragons, and even from here, I can shatter the shackles with earth manipulation. Wait until we're close. Hawk, you get the honor of the first pass. blow ghost fire into the tunnels and see what pops out of the escape hatches. I will be right behind you to join the attack when Tien pops the shackles. Kara, you find the mages keeping that mind control barrier up. Dana, we're going to attack the camp and jailbreak the dragons. Hold on tight. Carl instructed aloud so she could prepare for the dive. Hawk was a streak of fire as he dove, but he didn't just flame the tunnels. He cast Apocalypse over the Dragonkin camp on the surface before sending a stream of flame down the access tunnel to the underground. There was momentary panic, but Carl was approaching, and the mages were shouting for the capture teams to be prepared. Kara laughed as they made it super easy for her to find out who she had to deal with first. It was like a 2-for-1 bonus day. Dana bombarded the ground with spells, then summoned her golems as Carl approached the ground, giving them someone to fight before Kara arrived. Carl added his, including a full team of spectral knights, adding to the attack force. Then, Tien destroyed all the shackles on the dragons at the same time that Kara stole the barrier orb. Not destroyed. She killed the man holding it, and then tossed it in her space to inspect later. The barrier over the dragon pens collapsed, and the captured dragons cheered in victory before either attacking their captors or grabbing handfuls of eggs from various clutches and flying away. Thank you, World Dragon. Good luck. The female voice who had warned Carl declared, this time in his ears, not in his mind. It was a young ice dragon, her scales nearly transparent over blue hide, giving her the appearance of thick ice, like what was found in the frost giant nation. Then, there was Kara everywhere. Lesser Kara, Greater Kara, Epic Kara. The Chaos Badger cheered. Did she just turn herself into golems? Dana laughed as the whole group exploded with flames. Kara had activated Elemental's Wrath, and the golems gained the skill as well. Carl bit the head off a Dragonkin mage, then shook his head. I don't think that they're actual golems. They're illusions. She's mimicking the golem spell with clones made of pure chaos energy, then transformed into elementals. In her space, Opal nodded in agreement. This was a form of minor illusion. If someone damaged them, they would vanish. The problem was damaging them when they were berserk and had limited invulnerability based on Kara's durability. The Badgers were relentless, tearing through the camp with one destination in mind. The tunnels. Where did you hide the good loot? In your room, of course. There was nothing good in the camp, just a bunch of leftovers that the dragons didn't leave with. So, the good stuff had to be underground, and she was going to find it. The real Kara was intently hunting down all the mages who were trying to influence the dragons' minds, killing and looting all the mind control and dragon imprisonment devices that they kept trying to use on Carl, not understanding that he wasn't really a dragon. It must be the dragon rider, aim for the rider, and we should be able to recapture the product, one of the Dragonkin shouted. Carl smashed him under one massive foot, and Kara used pilfer to see what he was hiding. She got a single golden key, which wasn't too interesting. But keys led to things that were interesting. The man didn't even realize that he had been robbed before Carl activated Void Blast around his foot and obliterated the leader's body. Soon, there were no other dragons in the fight. They were either dead, or they had fled after the enemies on the surface were all gone. The reinforcements that the Dragonkin had been counting on had never arrived, as Hawk was a master at grabbing little rodents who popped their heads out of tunnels. He had flooded every entrance that he could find with ghost fire, except the one that the Kara clones had entered. Boss, we found good stuff. Well, good stuff that you can have. There is a portal stone, and it's got an open portal, Kara updated. Where does it lead? Dunno. Some other world. Not powerful, weaker than the mana here. I sent a few cars through, and they didn't find anything good. It's just a basement with nothing but a portal and no doors. The mages must enter with magic, then. Tell them to grab the portal stones from both sides and bring them here. I'm not going to transform and clear the tunnels, we will let the golems do it, Carl explained. Got it. Portal stones incoming. The stones were made of polished obsidian, and carved with active runes. Whoever had made these knew the art of runecrafting. But they were set to randomize the destination every time that the spell was activated. So, even if the same spell was used again, it was unlikely that they would end up on this world. I don't see any more survivors with soul sight, Hawk informed them. Alright, the golems will try to flush some more from underground. I don't know if there will be any, but we shouldn't leave any of them to try to open a new portal home, Carl agreed. Kara hummed happily as she began to pile eggs into the tiny world. Nobody had claimed these ones, so they were definitely lootable, even if they didn't go in the loot pile. The caretakers in the tiny world were thoroughly baffled by the sudden appearance of hundreds of dragon eggs scattered over every part of the tiny world. But the forest dragon was overjoyed when she found some from her own species carefully tucked into the branches of the largest trees in the forest zone. Dana, can you go update the caretakers about the dragon eggs? Kara doesn't speak common, Carl requested. What caretakers? Dana asked. Right. Forgot to mention them. There is a whole group of nature priestesses and druids living in the tiny world, taking care of the plants for Remy's alchemy and the tiny world itself. Kara moved all the dragon eggs into the various environments there for safekeeping. They're bound to be confused, and I didn't want to drop you in the dirt when I moved, Carl explained. He opened the portal, and Dana stepped through to find herself face to face with a tiny cleric with branches in her hair and tears in her eyes. Did you send me siblings? Thank you so much, pretty lady. You must be the Dana mage. Boss Carl told us all about you. Do you know how many of them there are? We're finding dragon eggs everywhere. The tiny woman rambled. Yes, I am Dana. We raided a camp that had imprisoned dragons for breeding purposes. These are the eggs that none of the survivors claimed. I don't know how many of them there are. The Chaos Badger placed them all. But might I ask who you are? Dana replied. Oh, you can call me Button. I'm a forest dragon nature priestess. That part was self-explanatory. The introduction alone was enough to tell Dana that this was a nature priestess. But a forest dragon? When did they get a forest dragon? And she was very close to the totem rank. The branches were also part of her hair. Dana was about to brush them out when she noticed that the branches were attached to her head, and that the leaves fluttered when she was excited. I don't know if the eggs are all in places that will help them hatch. I will have to ask Carl later. But he wanted me to let you know that there were dragon eggs coming. Dana informed her. Got it. The others are all off on a treasure hunt for dragon eggs now. We will have to send someone underground to find them. And maybe to the library. Do you know what dragons they came from? Button asked. None are chromatic dragons, and they're all near the camps in the various biomes, except for the ones in the mountain city, which are in the park on a pile of gems. Carl informed Dana with a system message. Dana hugged the tiny dragon. They're all near the camps, but there are some in the underground city. I'm sure you know where that is by now. Dana didn't. She hadn't been here since it was renovated, and the tiny world was much larger than she remembered. How many of you are there? She asked as she followed the little dragon. About 100 in total. Not all dragons. Mostly beastkin, with some elves and such. My sister is around here somewhere. Likely in the swamp. She likes the humidity, Button explained. She had led Dana to the shore of the lake, near a campsite which had a pair of elves and a dragonkin woman fussing over a pile of mottled blue eggs. Oh, you wanted to examine the eggs, Dana realized. Button looked confused. No, they'll take care of it. Let's go swimming. I made the cutest swimming suit the other day. Do you have one with you? If not, it's all girls here. No need to be shy about skinny dipping. Nobody else ever wears swimsuits, no matter how cute they are, she explained. Dana sighed. Perhaps a sense of urgency simply wasn't part of the mental programming of nature priestesses? This one seemed even less concerned about timelines than Lotus. Carl, I'm going for a swim with Button. Then I will meet with the rest of the caretakers. Do you have everything handled there? She asked. Yeah, we're good. They've cleared the underground. It was just an old den they expanded. Only a few side tunnels, and they're all empty now. Enjoy your swim. I will come join you tonight if you're not busy. Dana laughed. If the others were just as flaky as Lotus and Button, she would likely be in the middle of a cuddle pile with snacks by dark. Alright, we've got the rest of the day to play, Dana informed the young dragon. Winning, the others always want to do chores and responsible stuff. While Dana and Button played in the lake, Carl spent a few minutes focusing on the effect that was suppressing the use of magic on this continent. The effect was subtle if you could already use magic, but it would effectively limit the growth of anyone here. Only a few minutes of focus gave him a general direction, and Carl spread the wings of his dragon form to head toward the strongest point. It would be hard to tell how far he had to go until he was there, as he didn't know how strong the effect should be at its core. But the further he flew, the more obvious it was that heading northeast toward Glat was the right choice. Then, Carl got a brilliant idea. He had been to Glat before, though it had objectively been a very long time. But that didn't mean he couldn't open a portal there now. He still had a good enough sense of spatial awareness for that. A thought was enough to open the portal 1,000 meters above the trees of the elven village of Glad, but it was nothing like what Carl remembered. The massive trees were gone. The elven city made of tree forts and suspended bridges was no more. Instead, it was a mangled battlefield slowly regrowing around the shattered stumps of the formerly mighty forest. There were still thousands of elves present, huddled in tents and looking dejected. Not so much a village anymore, but a refugee camp. Carl landed at the edge of the camp, and noticed that not one of the people got up to defend against or greet him. They just sat there, awaiting their fate. This time, he returned to his natural form, the version of him that they would have seen the first time. Just in case one of the long-lived species remembered him. Carl didn't actually know how long elves lived, but there was a forest dragon here before, and she might remember him. "Is this Glat?" Carl asked an elderly woman as he reached the camp. Glat hasn't existed for 100 years. But yes, I suppose that you should be close to where it once was. The elderly elf agreed. "Can you tell me what happened to it? Or were you not from the area?" Carl tried. The old woman sighed and gestured for him to sit. Carl took out a bag of trail mix from Thor's space, as the elves were vegan, and most of the baked goods he had contained either eggs or milk. Usually both, plus sugar, as Lotus made them. The other elves cast longing glances at the small bag of food, and Carl realized that things were worse here than they had looked. Kara gave him a mental nudge. There are bags of rice and beans in Thor's space. Tessa makes them in advance, and he holds onto them for her. Not just a few bags, either. There were literal tons of rice and beans stored in Thor's space for some emergency that may or may not ever happen. Carl took out 2 30-kilo sacks of the ubiquitous cleric food, and nodded for the refugees to come get them. He could help at least this much. "Do you have cooking utensils? If not, I can make some for you," Carl offered. The elves looked around the camp, then frowned. None big enough to cook for everyone. Carl smiled and let Tien use earth manipulation to make a pair of giant metal pots. "Those should be suitable. Here, take this ring as well, it makes water. You can use mana, right?" The old man who had come to get the bags winked at Carl. "We might be in bad shape, but we're still elves. I can use enough magic to make water to boil rice. But the giants killed all our actual mages and clerics, so we don't have anyone who can make food. With the forest destroyed, it's been hard to find anything at all." The old woman sighed and nodded. Just over 1,000 years ago, the Titan gods declared a holy war on the continent. With their immortal lords suppressing the mana on the planet, we couldn't even fight back. They started in the middle of the continent, somewhere near Sallow Lake. That wasn't giant territory before the war, I don't know where they came from. But as the war started, it became harder for our mages to use grand magics every day. It took them 100 years to make their way across the continent, and the old civilizations collapsed under their relentless assaults. Then, they retreated to the lake, and made the center of the continent into their new nation. But they still send armies around the continent, looking for anyone trying to repair what they broke. They steal people sometimes, but I'm told that there are no slaves in the giant cities, so they're probably eating them. Savages, they are. But what brings you here? Carl patted her on the shoulder. Supreme Lady Matilda, the Chaos Dragon Elder of the Darklight Host, asked me to come here and find out what was messing with the continent's access to the system. We have found that it's mostly just magic that is restricted, as we managed to restore system access to a few warriors. Once I find the source of the problem, I will either fix it or call the Supreme Lady to deal with it for me. The ancient chaos troubled herself over us? A middle-aged elf asked. Carl nodded. She is awake again, and your situation intrigued her because it's not right. Anything not right, and not influenced by chaos, is new and interesting to her. So, she sent me to go deal with it, while she takes care of her usual tasks in the Dragon Isles. The elderly elf sitting next to Carl smiled. Is she actually doing something? Carl patted her on the shoulder. It doesn't look like it, but she prevents all the attempts by the immortal realm to enter this world and claim the people as slaves. I suspect that the Titans came from another mortal realm world, and that's why she didn't catch it before there were too many of them here for the people to handle. 1,000 years ago, she was mostly sleeping through the downturn in the world's magic, not paying close attention to everything that happened around the world. The elf got a nostalgic look on her face. I don't suppose that you could send us to her? The Chaos Dragon has always been a friend of the elves in our times of need, she asked. Carl smiled. I don't see why not. Join the others and have dinner, and then I will send you all to her hometown, so you can go petition to speak to her directly." "Do chaos dragons eat elves?" Hawk asked, confused about what she would want with a bunch of people with no power. "No, but they live for a very long time, so she can talk to them long enough for them to start understanding things," Kara explained. Hawk stopped caring about the conversation at that point. He had known Thor almost all his life, and he still didn't understand him any better. It must be a chaos thing that he didn't have an affinity for. Kara thought about pointing out that Hawk struggled to even remember important people's names, but that just felt mean. Unlike all of the others, the wind-speed hawk species was not known for its keen intellect. It was an absolutely lethal hunting bird at the common rank. But even the lightning Sero were known to be much more clever, and able to employ complex defensive tactics to ward off predators. Even after all this evolution, Hawk's thought process was still somewhat simple, far beyond what anyone would expect, but very single-minded and focused, not horribly innovative except when it came to fire magic. Perhaps learning mystic cooking would be good for him, as it encouraged developing new mixtures of ingredients to improve food. The elves used their innate nature magic to help cook the food faster, and probably improve the taste with limited ingredients, which had them all eating less than 30 minutes later. Carl got the impression that they were actually rushing through the meal on the hope that they could finish before he changed his mind and didn't bring them back to Saihozasa. But he could use portals, and it wasn't a big deal to just send them directly to Matilda. Once they were finished, the elves packed up their camp, which looked like they had practiced the process dozens of times before. They had clearly been here for some time, but within 10 minutes, everything was loaded into packs or onto narrow wagons and ready to move on. "All right, I will put you near the Supreme Lady. She's a guild member of mine, so I can target her, but I'm not sure where she's standing. Actually, that's probably not a great idea. I haven't been to Saihozasa to drop you there directly, but I can bring you to Drode, on the Dragon Isles, and have one of our members forward you from there," Carl explained. Sending them directly to the Supreme Lady had sounded easy, in theory. But once it had occurred to him that she might not be at home, and he might dump the elves on the wrong continent, or even in the Chaos Plane, the idea seemed much less appealing. He should probably go visit her in person, in case this happened again. Carl began to cast the portal spell to Drode and was immediately hit with the most intense resistance to magic use that he had ever felt. "Kara, a little assistance?" The Chaos Badger brought up a nullify bubble around him, suppressing the effect. That let the portal form smoothly, just outside the main gates to Drode. Carl waved to the city guards and then tossed them a couple of gold coins. "Can you lead these fine guests to the house? I will ask someone to get in contact with the Supreme Lady, as they are requesting a direct meeting," Carl explained. "Of course, sir. Ladies, gentlemen. This way, please. We will get you settled in the crafting village for now, as it has lodging for everyone. Carl will have someone here to assist you in just a few minutes," the guard agreed. From outside of Carl's line of sight, a matronly voice replied, "No need. I will see them in. Where did you say that they needed to be?" "Oh, Librarian Sapphire. Yes, that is perfect. Carl is on the other side of the portal, and he says they need to speak directly to the Supreme Lady," the guard replied, sounding incredibly relieved that he didn't need to be the one to tell someone to bring the Chaos Dragon over. "Sapphire, before I run away again, how is the project coming?" Carl called. "Very well. We've got the inscriptionists from the library here, and they're working overtime on the skills needed for advanced warriors, clerics and mages. Mage is still a bit spotty, as not every mage is compatible with the advanced spells we have found. But there are also more advanced mage class residents compared to advanced warriors, so they're not our biggest concern," she replied, then frowned. "How long will you be gone? We could use your expertise here as well." Carl smiled, though he knew she couldn't see him. "Only a few weeks. Once we finish up here, we will be back for the wedding, and then I can help with the projects more frequently." The portal closed immediately after the last of the elves were through, and Sapphire shrugged. Carl must be busy with whatever he was doing there. But on the Nia continent, Carl found himself surrounded by dozens of Dragonkin warriors with furious expressions. "We finally found you. Return the portal stones, and we might let you have a quick death," the leader of the group demanded. Carl laughed. "It won't do you any good. I destroyed the stones on the other side. You're never going home." The Dragonkin was about to retort when more portals opened, and 5 totem-ranked giants with 4 arms and massive bodies walked through. "Well, Look what we have here. A little spat between the dragon hunters and the demons, is it? The boss doesn't mind if you don't like each other. You all end up in the same spot anyhow. The giant with the darkest complexion announced, then chuckled grimly. The dragonkin turned to face the giants, while Carl tapped his chin, considering his next move. Before we start the fun part of this, I have a question. Which group is the one suppressing magic on the continent? It's like wearing underwear a size too tight. Very uncomfortable, Carl joked. The dragonkin looked confused, but the giants sneered. Did you think that we would just let the lesser beings use their silly tricks on us? We aren't like you pathetic, short-lived species. We remember, the giant retorted. So, it's the followers of the Titan gods. That makes things a bit easier. That still left the question of what the dragonkin that the giants had called the dragon hunters were doing here, and how long they had been operating on the continent. There might have been more slipping through Matilda's protective net than the Chaos Dragon was aware of. Or, they might all be from mortal worlds, and she simply wasn't concerned about them. More giants came through behind the initial group, but they were all monarchs and overlords, not an immediate concern for Carl. Stay out of our way, and we won't attack you, thief, the leader of the dragonkin whispered. Carl nodded. I don't attack those who don't attack me. It was a nice sentiment. A blatant lie, but a nice sentiment. The leader of the giants equipped a two-handed maul, letting Carl know that they had some equivalent of an inventory, or perhaps storage devices. If they weren't from this world, they probably didn't have system classes, and Carl didn't see any other signs that they did. Then the giant slammed the ground, and a wave of force raced toward Carl and the dragonkin. A stomp of Carl's foot to activate, gravity slam, caused a collision halfway between them, and threw dirt up in the air, shading the battlefield as Hawk appeared high in the sky, and Kara snuck out of her space to join the fight. She loved picking on big dumb giants. Carl transformed back into the avatar of the world dragon, and activated all his buffs so he could get the fight really started. The giants began to curse the moment that he transformed, and the totems all abandoned the attack on the dragonkin to target him. Carl called for his golems. First the epic guard, then dire bears, which duplicated to 4. Then the epic golem, which brought up a system message that Carl didn't have time to deal with as he was using Void Blast to parry skills from the giants. Randomize, he thought. Epic golem selected, Myceloid Cane. 2 towering myceloids appeared in all their fungal glory, and immediately rained spores down on the battlefield as skills crashed into their bodies. Kara laughed as she grabbed one of the spores to stuff up a giant's kilt. Damage reduction doesn't stop them from spreading spores, the badger laughed. But you forgot that you've got the more golem spell from Dana, she added. Right, greater golem. Carl called for the last golems, and 4 totem-rank lightning Sero appeared, looking exactly like Thor had before he evolved into a behemoth. Yes, brother Thor is back, baby, Kara giggled. That armored head fringe was the perfect spot to hide from retaliation after she stuffed itching spores up the giant's kilts. Carl laughed as a giant roared in frustration at being touched inappropriately by the badger, then summoned the spectral knights. The giants wanted a fight. Now they had one. Carl frowned as more thoughts filled his mind, strategizing a defensive perimeter around what the greater golems assumed were the weakest members of the group, Kara and the epic guard. Damnable world dragon. He can still use all his magic, even under suppression. The leader of the giants snarled as he dodged Carl's attempt to bite his face off. It took many times more mana than it should have, and they weren't even at the center of the effect yet. But yes, Carl could still summon golems well enough. However, if he was going to keep spamming Void Blast, he was going to need to supplement his mana supply, even with his prodigious mana reserves. Fortunately, the giants were all warriors, so he didn't have to deal with too many complex spell effects, mostly just direct attacks. The golems were doing an excellent job of holding off the rest of the giants, but the constant stream of thought from the greater golems was surprising. Carl didn't even hear the Myceloid King's thoughts, and he knew that they were intelligent, as they were speaking to each other in some language of flashing colors he couldn't decipher. Then, it came to him. They were Sero. The Sero packs shared a mental connection. It was an innate ability of the species, and Carl had just never noticed because it was also a skill granted by his class. So, the golems treated him as part of the pack, and the golems were close enough to real Sero that the mental communication worked. Carl did notice that their refreshing lightning was either missing or superseded by eternal lightning, though. He could hear swearing in the distance, but Carl didn't have an opportunity to search for new threats. A crushing blow of the giant's maul narrowly missed as Carl charged. But the giant had 4 arms to grapple with, and only 2 holding the maul. The 2 massive forms were deadlocked for a second, then Carl breathed Ghostfire in the giant's face, forcing him to retreat. Tricky. Using a spell instead of your real breath weapon, the giant snarled. Carl chuckled. You're surprisingly durable. I thought that you'd be a snack by now. His claws sparked against the head of the maul as the giant parried his next attack. The Titan clan does not go down so easily. We are not the discarded dregs of your world, the giant panted. Carl was proving to be incredibly annoying to fight. Not just because he could still use magic, but because it was nearly impossible to damage him, and when you did, he healed so fast you didn't make any headway. The Titan clan healed quickly as well, but against the greater dragon species, they couldn't claim absolute superiority on a physical level. Plus, those shambling mushroom men were turning everything toxic. The angry noises were getting louder, but Carl still couldn't tell where they were coming from. It wasn't any of the 4-armed giants he was fighting, but it sounded too close to be the other giants, who had retreated along with the dragonkin to fight in an area that wasn't covered in spores. Gravity Slam on his fist knocked the giant's leader backward, and Carl used the opportunity to assess the battlefield. Over half of the reinforcements were dead, along with almost all of the dragonkin, who were trying to flee the battlefield. There were only 2 more of the totem-ranked giants standing as well, but he could see that 2 of the downed giants were only injured, and would rejoin the battle in a few minutes if they could escape from Kara long enough to heal. The pained screaming was coming from the other side of the portals, as Hawk had cast Apocalypse through them to stop the giants from sending any more forces through. A gurgling moan made Carl instinctively wince in sympathy as one of the fallen giants had his groin crushed by the foot of an overgrown Sero golem. That was enough sign for the survivors that this fight was over. But they couldn't retreat when their village was on fire on the other side. Even if they closed the portals, they couldn't safely retreat. It had been the opened portal that had drawn them here, so Carl could just open a new portal to their hometown now that he had marked it with a spell. Or, with a curious badger, as Kara had gone through to look around, but quickly came back when she saw that it was all on fire and nobody wanted to fight. Another of the totem-ranked giants fell to the combined efforts of the golems and Kara, leaving just one unfortunate fighter plus the leader, who was deadlocked with Carl. The leader barked an order, and the overlord-ranked giants at the other side of the battlefield began to retreat, grabbing the bodies of the fallen as they ran for the portals. Good fight. I am sure that I will see you again soon, Carl informed the giant. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you, and we won't have to, the giant replied, nearly shattering eternal lightning with a strike to Carl's shoulder. The suppression effect is causing trouble for others. I can't just let it go, Carl replied, speaking quietly enough that only his opponent would hear. The giant retreated a few steps, then grabbed his last standing ally. Good luck with that. If you find it, I'll pay well for it. Then the leader hurled his partner through the portal and exited the battlefield. The portals closed behind them, and Kara climbed up one of the greater golems' backs to inspect the battlefield without the effort of actually flying. The dragonkin took one look at Carl's group and simply ran away. There was no point in them trying to get their stolen portal stones back from him. He could fight a totem-ranked Titan champion to a standstill, and even when everything else was dead or dying, neither of them had taken any serious damage. That wasn't something that their surviving members could handle. They owed the giants for that one. If they hadn't shown up when they did, the dragonkin would have all died here. Kara stretched out on the greater golem's back as the summoned Sero pack scoured the area for more threats. Once they were sure that there was nothing else nearby that might be a threat to them, the Sero relaxed and stood around in a circle, waiting for Carl to give instructions. Carl wasn't sure what to do with them. It was getting more and more difficult to use magic as he got closer to the source of the anomaly, but traveling on foot across a continent was simply not an option when they had limited time. The next best option would be to move them to the tiny world so that they didn't have to be dismissed. Then, they could be brought out as needed, and the only risk factor was that someone might notice the entrance and try to force their way into the tiny world. Carl didn't know how likely that was, as he hadn't met anyone else with a similar skill that was active. So, without any evidence that it wasn't relatively safe, that was what Carl went with. He just had to remind the Epic Guard to warn the others that there were golems coming to visit. I am going to fly closer to the source of the suppression, and try to find it. Something that the giants said bothers me, though. They wished me good luck, and offered to pay well if I did find the source of the suppression. It might not be in this world anymore, simply linked to it to keep the effect active. Carl informed Dana, who was still occupied entertaining Button, and unaware of what was going on outside. Giants? I hope you're not out there causing trouble already? I'm not even done napping on the beach yet? Carl laughed at her annoyed response. No, just a small group that came when I cast a spell. Don't worry too much about it. I will come to you tonight if there isn't a good spot for us both to sleep out here. Carl began following the path of destruction to the east, the most direct route to the strongest point in the suppression. From his vantage point, it looked like the suppression was still coming from the territories of the giant clans, but if the one he had just fought was to be believed, they had lost whatever had caused the effect. How they had managed that was a mystery. But with the decline in power between system resurgences, when the mana was deeper within the planet, they might have thought that it had done its work, and placed it somewhere for safekeeping. Then, generations passed and they forgot what it was for. That was usually how lost artifact stories went. You know, this is the same path that we followed to find Kara, Hawk noted. Kara looked around. I remember it looking better than this. I wonder if the orcs are still here? The local tribes were so annoying, always trying to poke me with sticks. They didn't even bring food. This place sucked. The further that Carl flew, the fewer signs of life he found. Not just the sentient species. The ground was dry and barren, and what used to be the grasslands of the Miviascan Empire were turning into cracked earth flats. But Carl saw rain clouds on the horizon, and there were muddy ponds all over the hillsides. So, the problem wasn't the rain. Something else was suppressing growth here. At first, it didn't make sense to Carl, but then he began to understand. It wasn't that there was a second negative influence here, it was that the first one was too strong. Whatever was making it difficult to use magic or access the system had suppressed the mana to such an extreme extent that even the plant life, which normally only needed a bit of vital energy, had begun to die. However, if that were the case, then the lands of the giants, still far to the east, should be completely uninhabitable. Not even animals would survive if the plant life were gone and the suppression effect got any stronger. It didn't seem like the sort of effect that the giants would have wanted for their empire, assuming that they were going to try to take over the continent and suppress the other races. It did them no good if they couldn't thrive themselves. Carl kept flying east until suddenly, he felt the imbalance shift. It was now south of him and beginning to subtly fade as he flew away. The center of the effect was not at Sallow Lake, where the giants had made their capital. Instead, it was somewhere in the dead wilderness of what had once been the Miviascan Empire. Soaring on the updrafts caused by hot sun on baked earth, Carl searched for the source of the anomaly. There, far beneath him, there were kilometers of bleached white bones scattered across bare stone. And right in the middle was a portal. No, a dungeon entrance. Immediately, Carl understood what had happened, and why nobody had ever found the source of the suppression effect. Someone had taken it into a dungeon, and then died inside. But the effect was too strong, it didn't remain within the dungeon, it leaked out. And with nobody to control it, the effect was running at full output, unrestrained and without any of the usual guidelines that would be used. Like not suppressing mana so much that it killed the plant life. The question was how Carl was going to deal with it. If he just flew down there without a plan, he would surely become part of the bone pile around the dungeon. He was 5,000 meters in the air, and he could feel the effect trying to leach the mana from his body. If he was under 2,000 meters, he may not be able to resist, as the others had failed to. The bones didn't lie, but even if he could overcome the effect, it was most likely inside the dungeon, and Carl had never heard of anyone entering someone else's dungeon instance. Every group that entered was separated. We might have to risk it. I can heal us, and use divine power to supplement your life, Tien suggested. Kara nodded. That sounds good. And I will nullify the effects around you as you go down. If it becomes too much when we get close, you can just fly up again. Kara had mythic rank nullify, and that should be close to the peak of what anything in this world should be outputting. If Kara couldn't mitigate the damage, they really might need to call for Matilda's assistance. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Everyone, prepare to descend, Carl agreed. Ooh, transform. If you're not fully in the world, it might not affect you as much, Hawk suggested. Lord of Destruction. Totem rank transformation skill. Ignores most damage types, incorporeal, deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Hawk had a point. The Lord of Destruction ignored most types of damage, so it was a good choice for this mission. Plus it was effective on both the physical and metaphysical, so there was a chance it would work on whatever mana suppression effect was killing everything else. Carl descended through the clouds, and felt the moisture stinging his scales. Hawk, does your nearly invincible transformation make you vulnerable to even common water? Water magic is evil. Carl shook his head. He probably should have expected that water was anathema to all that was Hawk. So, he put up eternal lightning to protect himself from the water. It didn't take any damage, so very little mana was needed to keep it active, and Carl's smooth glide down was no longer met with any resistance. I can feel the spell struggling with nullify. We're good, Kara announced as they reached 1,000 meters in the air. Then, at 500 meters, Carl felt a wave of power smash into his mind, before gliding smoothly off his power matrix, the 27 focal points that he had arranged to resemble the Chaos Dragon. The power hit him, glided across his mind, and then seemed to vanish. But not without a trace. Carl felt the mana change and shift as it was pulled into the Chaos Plane by the power matrix. That was how mana could be manipulated to empower the randomness of chaos. He understood now. Fundamental rule comprehension, chaos 2% rightwards double arrow 8%. Kara whistled in appreciation. One single mental attack had been enough to let Carl understand that much of the truth of chaos. She should have devoted herself to messing with him more often, instead of slacking off and having fun. They could have had a chaos-empowered Carl by now. Carl landed beside the dungeon portal, then hesitated. He could feel the power emanating from the portal, and it felt like undeath. The mana suppression was there, but it had been twisted and perverted. I think it's glitched. Just dragon breath it, Hawk suggested. Carl didn't actually know how to use dragon breath, though it was presumably a function of the avatar form. Dragons contained a gland or something that let them use their breath weapon without affecting mana reserves, so it should be biological. Who knew that middle school science would be useful at totem rank? Carl focused on his mouth, and found that there was some sort of thing there, and when he focused on it, energy built. So, when the energy peaked, Carl unleashed the wave of dragon breath on the dungeon portal, and instantly the energy signature changed. From undeath, it went to vibrant life, but only within the dungeon itself. Outside, it was still draining every single bit of mana from its environment with the aggressive strength of the mana suppression. Well, here goes nothing, hopefully, it's safer on the inside, Carl joked, while Kara cheered him on. Even if it ended badly, it would probably be fine, she decided. After all, it was virtually impossible to truly kill a creature of chaos. Her body could be vaporized into nothingness, and she would simply reform using the combination of void body and chaos beast constitution in a matter of days. So, logically, the same should be true of the Carl. Probably. Dragons weren't quite as cool as badgers, so it might take him a year. But not more than that. After all, he was the Carl. Carl shook his head in dismay at her twisted logic, then stepped inside the dungeon. And realized that it wasn't a dungeon at all. The interior of the space expanded to the horizon, but Carl's senses said that this was actually a tiny world, created by someone at the mythic rank. Unholy energy filled the space, along with a miasma of undeath. But starting at the entrance, life was beginning to spread where Carl's breath weapon had poured through the portal. World dragons breathe. Life? Tien asked, confused by what he was seeing. Maybe it was intended to nullify, Opal suggested? The aura of undeath didn't feel like it belonged here. So, perhaps Carl's breath just wiped out the extra energy and the space was starting to heal? Carl focused and tried again. A wave of golden energy flowed over the space, dispelling the miasma and causing flowers to bloom and grass to grow in its wake. A small bush started to bloom, then sprouted berries, ripening in seconds. It really does make things grow. That's a good trick. If you use it on the Dana Mage, could we get baby Dana Mages? Hawk asked. You want baby Dana Mages? Tien asked, not sure why his older brother was so excited. We can teach them all to use fire magic. Fluffy baby foxes with even better magic, Hawk elaborated. Tien thought about Hawk's proposal. No, holy magic was still definitely superior to fire magic. But if they had both holy and fire magic. Cut it out. You're distracting me. Help look for whatever is causing the suppression effect. It's just as strong here as it was outside, Carl warned. Fine. But we're petitioning for baby Dana mages as soon as possible. The world dragon breath spread through the space like a morning fog, dispersing the corrupt energy, and leaving only pure unholy energy along with the suppression effect. Now, it wasn't trying to kill Carl, which was an improvement, but the space still felt wrong, and there was no sign of the creator. There was no way that he would have missed the fact that strangers had entered his space, but he hadn't taken any action to try to eject Carl from the space. Kara flew out of her space, exploring the new environment, and then called for Carl to join her. Hey, fly over here. I found a guy. That was promising. Carl flew over to where Kara was circling a stone platform on a mountaintop, which had been created from precisely cut stones, carved with layer upon layer of runes. The stone of the mountain wasn't actually one piece. It had been stacked, each slice of stone as thin as a wafer and inscribed with protective runes and spells. Some of them Carl knew. Some he didn't recognize, but there were a few things that he could say for sure. First, the man in the middle was a four-armed giant of the Titan clan who had failed an attempt to ascend to immortality. Second, the other bodies had been giants, but also lich lords when they were alive. The undead aura was unmistakable, and their shattered phylacteries were still sitting in front of them. What exactly had transpired during the failed ascension, Carl couldn't say for sure, but it appeared that they had tried to do it while the mana of the world was too thin, and their preparations had proven too weak to handle the tribulation lightning. The scorch marks from repeated lightning bolts had shattered most of the top layers of stone, and left the man in the center as nothing more than charred bones in a pile. Well, that explains most of the issues in the aura of this place. Now, where did they leave the item that is causing the suppression? Once we find that, we can work on disabling it, Carl muttered to himself. Kara looked up from where she was rifling through the pockets of the deceased. Right, they had come here for a specific shiny thing. Oh, it was probably that stick in the cloth pile. Victorious, Kara held up the scepter that the failed immortal had been holding, then frowned when she realized that it was melted on the end. It had taken a direct hit with tribulation lightning, and it was complete scrap, with the top nearly melted off. Not her problem. Carl took the damaged immortal rank magical item, and sighed. That thing was completely useless now, and it was stuck at full output, with the control portion of the inscriptions melted. The best that they could hope to do was to destroy it and wait for the effect to fade. Carl examined the runes on the scepter, trying to work out a method to deactivate it, as destroying it would not be easy. The damage didn't make it easy, but after a few minutes of work, Carl came across a partially intact phrase that only made things more concerning. Control wand. Runic array. Link to the divine. Call down the ascended. Once again, Carl sent his mind to probe the mountain. The item wasn't causing the suppression effect. It was the controller for the effect, and presumably had come with instructions on how to make the suppression array. The top layers of the array had been shattered by the tribulation lightning, leaving it only partially functional, but Opal was developing a great mental image of how things must have gone down. She wasn't sure why they had thought that the array was intended to mitigate the damage from the tribulation lightning, but it had certainly failed at that. Or, perhaps it had done that as well, before it was broken. No, the bronze dragon said that the giants knew what they were doing when the suppression effect started. So, this person had obtained it later, intending to use it as a way to become immortal. There was too much dumb in one spot. This show would have to be a comedy. Carl, was this his space? She asked, trying to form a proper setting for when she performed the play for others. Now that the miasma was clearing, Carl was able to focus on the lingering mana that wasn't coming from the damaged scepter and the mountain. The magic of the mountain was different from the magic of the rest of the tiny world, and there were multiple layers of spells cast over the landscape. This place had been used by generations of giants after it was created. Possibly by a clan or sect. No, he didn't make this place, and he didn't make the mountain. Assuming that the dead titan who was holding the scepter was the last one to use it. It might be possible that a new leader took over and misunderstood the nature of the artifact. You should never try to ascend while sitting on a suppression artifact. If anything, you would want something that enhances your own strength and regeneration. There is some brilliant rune work here, though. Look at how these layers of protective runes are used to link the other effects together so that they serve as a buffer that keeps mana in a form that is nearly inaccessible, instead of targeting living things in range. It would be too easy for the powerful to simply shrug off the effect completely if it targeted them. But in this way, They altered the mana of the continent in a fundamental way, Carl explained. He's having a nerd moment. Let him think, and he will realize something about mana manipulation. Kara guessed with an air of authority, as if she had foreseen the outcome. Carl chuckled at the thought of Kara acting like the responsible elder to her little brother and sister. But Hawk did not understand the concept, and didn't care about it, so he didn't stop her from helping. Carl curled his enormous draconic body around the platform as he meditated about the different ways that the mana of this continent had been altered to become more suitable to the giant's goals. Before the whole process had gone haywire after the mountain was damaged by tribulation lightning, that was. Seeing that he was going to be delayed, the epic guard went to warn Dana that she could keep playing with Button for the night. Carl was in the middle of meditating to understand something, and he was guaranteed to forget to go to bed. That made both Dana and the little dragon laugh. It was easy to lose track of time while meditating, but she would drag him to bed in a day or two if he hadn't finished what he was doing. Usually, it didn't take too long before he understood what he was working on and returned to the present. But she had only the vague description from the epic guard to tell her what was going on outside. Carl had sealed the tiny world as he traveled so that they weren't subjected to the suppression. That would damage the crops at the very least, and might seriously injure some of the residents at worst. Kara flopped down on Carl's head as he worked out how to fix what had been done with the mana, or at least enough of the damaged runes of the mountain to turn the effect off. Maybe Kara's plan of, just yeet it into another reality and make it someone else's problem, wasn't a terrible idea. Even if Carl altered the entrance to this tiny world and closed it tight, the effect should remain contained. The issue would be that if he closed it from outside, and the effect wasn't contained, it would be nearly impossible to get back inside to try again. He was lost in the runic layers of the mountain, but Carl was slowly understanding more of the fundamental laws of mana manipulation, and where the person who had created this array had failed. They hadn't failed to become an immortal because they hadn't prepared properly, or because they had been too weak. They had failed because they didn't understand. According to the immortal Regent and Matilda, you needed to fully comprehend a fundamental rule of reality before you could become an immortal. And whoever had created this mountain had not. There were clear flaws in the design that were visible to someone with even the limited knowledge that Carl possessed. So, he started to rebuild the array in his mind. Layer by layer, he fixed the flaws, as if he were editing a skill book that had been written incorrectly. For nearly an entire day, he studied the layers, leaving only the damaged portions at the top for him to fill in. By that point, the answers were obvious, as the top layers were only the control layers of the spell. Carl rebuilt them in the way that he thought would be best, if he were the one creating the spell, and then the system flashed a notice in his mind. Spell learned. Mana suppression, artifact grade. Increases mana needed to cast spells or use abilities by a rate set by the user. Carl smiled, and then began to remake a control wand for the spell using a staff that he was supposed to be enchanting ages ago, but had forgotten about. He had to add the damaged layers of the spell to it, but when he was finished, the staff linked to the mountain's magic as intended, and Carl cranked the effect to 1%. Leaving the spell active reduced the chances that everything around him would destabilize, but it would also reduce the damaging effect of the spell on the surrounding area. He had done what they came here for, and now he could rest. But first, he should explore this tiny world. There might be more valuables and ancient relics hiding here. They would be accessible now that the spell effect and deadly miasma of undead energy were fading. Kara spread her wings, immediately going from sprawled on her back on top of Carl's draconic head to crouched and ready to pounce, then she raced off to explore. On his behalf, of course. Not even Tien bought that line. The little divine fox did come out to explore this strange place, though. His big sister had already checked it for hidden dangers, and it had strange mana in it that might help him understand something about what it took to reach the mythic rank. Unlike humans and most other species, an innately divine beast would naturally understand the fundamental rule that they had highest affinity for as they grew and approached the immortal rank. So, Tien didn't see much need to study, but the Carl was doing it, and Sister Kara was doing it. Even Hawk and Opal did it in their own ways. So he felt that he should too, or he might get stuck waiting for his tiny body to mature. He didn't need to be big. Being powerful while still small and adorable was good, too. There was no holy energy here at all. Not even a flicker of the divine existed. But the unholy energy was strong, and by analyzing what it was not, he could determine a bit more about the nature of what holy energy was. So, there was no responsible person present to remind Carl that he was supposed to be joining Dana for the evening, or even that an entire day had passed with him and the beast simply meditating on the truths of the universe. The only reason that he did finally snap out of his deeply focused state was that a hunger pang hit, and he was reminded that he hadn't eaten in some time. There should be food in the tiny world house's pantry, and now that he was paying attention to the time, he was quite sure that he had been neglecting his bride. Carl moved from the tiny world of the Titan clan's failed immortal to his own, just in time to find Dana waking up for the morning. "Good morning, darling. I hope that I didn't make you wait too long," Carl greeted her, then saw the tiny dragon girl behind her. "Carl, this is Button. She said that you didn't have an opportunity to do a full round of greetings when they first arrived." Dana replied, then placed a kiss on his cheek. "Good morning, Button. What would you both like for breakfast?" The little dragon hugged his leg, then grabbed them both by one hand. "It's the lake team's turn to cook breakfast. They're making breakfast burritos," she announced. Everyone who isn't involved in a project first thing in the morning gathers for breakfast, so that they don't lose their sense of community now that they're spread out to a half-dozen different locations, Dana explained. Button nodded eagerly. "Not everyone works all day every day. I'm usually on egg duty, but I've got 3 whole days off. Forest dragons are good with chickens, so I volunteered to collect the eggs all the time. The chicken coops are over by the grain and potato fields. The ones by the yellow-striped divine grass." Carl knew where she meant, and nodded in agreement. "I bet that you're wonderful with the chickens. Now, did you want to fly over or walk?" "It's a fairly long walk," Carl asked. "Nearly 2 kilometers, to be exact." Button took a twig out of her pocket and mumbled for a second, then smiled. "We can walk. They're still cooking tortillas, so it will be half an hour before breakfast is ready." "You smell funny. Did you cuddle a black dragon last night?" The Dana mage is very soft in fox form. "Good to sleep next to?" she asked. Carl laughed. "There was a troublesome place where someone failed to reach immortality, and I had to clean the broken magic from it. That's why I smell like death magic." Dana hadn't gotten that part of the message from him, and she gave him a suspicious frown, but let the little dragon lead them out onto the pathway that led from the house down to the lake. They were far from the only ones that were headed in that direction. The residents were coming from every corner of the tiny world to gather for breakfast before going back to their duties. "This is quite the place you've set up while we were busy. Did you do all this while we were planning the wedding?" Dana asked as they walked, swinging Button between them as the tiny transformed dragon laughed. "Yeah, everything kind of happened at the same time, and I added the expansion to the Drode workshop, the extra space in the tiny world, and the caretakers all within a few days. It's working out pretty well, though. Look how well the spirit grass is growing," Carl explained. "That might be because Thor isn't here to snack on it," Dana reminded him. "Still, it's growing very well, and the stuff in his space is too. By the time that we get back, he'll have a massive stockpile of the good stuff to snack on," Carl joked. Button giggled. "This place has so much good stuff. Did you make it just to supply everyone's favorite things?" Carl winked at her. "Not quite. Some of the things here are not edible, they're for making potions." Button shrugged. "Forest dragons can eat almost anything. There are few things that are toxic to us. At most, they might be super spicy." Carl smirked at the little dragon. "You look like the sort that likes super spicy things. And the sort that taste tested all the plants to find out which ones were spicy." Button laughed as she lifted her legs to swing by her arms between Carl and Dana. "Not all of them. My big sister told me about lots of plants and what ones don't taste good." Then, she pointed out every new plant that they walked past, and the merits of its flavor, nutrition, and the value that it provided to the ecosystem that it was growing in. Forest dragons instinctively knew an immense amount about the world, especially plants, but also the wildlife that should be in a region. "It's a good thing that we brought rabbits with us. Not just because they're fun to chase around, but they're also good at keeping the plant growth under control. I know the goal is to grow as much as possible in the fields, but they aren't the only part of the space that grows too fast. I swear, we're going to have to start giving them away soon. Bunnies breed so fast, and I can only eat so many of them in 1 year. But the elves know lots of good recipes for them," she elaborated. "The elves do?" Carl asked, not sure if he believed her. Button giggled. "Right. They won't eat them, but they know how to cook them really well. But our elves here are much more open-minded than most. Did you know that the leader will actually eat eggs? An elf that eats eggs." She let go of their hands as they approached the picnic area at the beach, where the ladies had 4 large grills set up frying sausage and eggs for the breakfast burritos, while another pair of druids conjured buckets full of what smelled like salsa, and a pair of grills in the back made pancakes with fruit in them. That would likely be for their vegetarian members. Well, the vegetarians and the children, because as much praise as she had given the breakfast burritos, the first place Button went was to the stack of cooked pancakes to roll one up and pop it in her mouth like a cigar as she tried to get between the cooks and the grills to see what else was cooking. Forest dragons and Lotus had more in common than even they knew. "Sir, madam, welcome. We're just finishing the first round of breakfast for those who need to get through their morning tasks before the morning sun gets too warm. You don't mind waiting a moment, do you?" the orcish woman cooking asked. "No problem at all. Let me go collect Button, and we will keep her out from underfoot until the food is ready," Dana agreed. The orc laughed and gestured to the small stack of pancakes beside the other grill. "If she becomes a handful, just give her one in a different flavor. Having food in both hands short-circuits her brain, and she doesn't know what to do." Button laughed, but Carl noticed that she didn't deny it. Dana led them to a blanket laid out on the sand, and sat down with the young dragon in her arms as Button prattled on about the varieties of fish that lived in the lake, and the relative merits of the flavor of each of them. "The only one that I wouldn't eat is Bob. Bob ate one of the water elemental stones that are forming at the bottom of the lake, and I think that he's going to evolve into a proper magical beast soon. I hope nobody fishes him up before then," Button finished. "Oh, actual magical beasts living in the tiny world would be quite something. You know, before we left our hometown, Carl paid someone to start a farm to raise magical beasts so that they could be bonded partners and friends to people," Dana informed her. Button's eyes lit up with excitement. "Literally? You started a petting zoo? But where you can take them home? That is awesome." "I asked the others, but they said that it would never work out. Something about magical beasts not being able to become a druid's partner." Carl nodded. "They're not wrong. Druids can't bond them as partners. But there are some classes that can. Mine is one of them, and I have a skill for druids and rangers who have reached the bottleneck of their class that will let a magical or divine beast to choose to bond with them." "The beast gets to choose?" Button asked, confused by the concept. "I am a beast master, you see. Well, a beast master champion now. My class is focused on the beasts, so instead of a skill that forces them to bond with someone who has a class, it works the other way around. The skill is used on the beast, and then they get to pick their partner," Carl explained. Button smirked. "I'm a magical beast. Does that mean that you could use the skill on me and let me adopt someone?" Dana poked her on the nose. "No causing trouble for others. You've already been adopted by the whole village, you don't need a skill for that." "But I talked to Kara the other day, and she gets her own spot for naps where nobody can come wake her up and make her work," Button pouted. "Carl can wake her up at any time when she's in her space. If you got the new nap spot, whoever it was bonded to would be responsible for making sure that you didn't miss your shifts. But when you grow up, you might have different priorities," Dana reminded the little dragon. Button frowned at her. How could something be more important than having a friend that you can bother forever? Dana smirked at Carl. "You know, her methodology might be flawed, but I do believe that she has ended up at the right conclusion anyhow." A teenaged elf set down a stack of breakfast burritos next to them, and then a pitcher of iced tea on the sand beside the blanket. "Don't go corrupting our Button. Her innocence is one of her selling points," she warned. Dana ruffled the little dragon's hair, making the branches shake. "Of course not. Did you want to join us for breakfast, or did you have work to do?" she asked. "Sure, I'll join you. I'm on the same schedule as Button, so I'm off all day today." It didn't take Dana long to realize the situation. She was the group's babysitter, for the lack of a better word. While the only relative that Button had in the group was her older sister, the elder forest dragon had duties to attend to that kept her busy for most of the day, so someone needed to keep Button out of trouble. She was the youngest of the group, with the appearance of a girl no more than 5, as there were no men in the village that had transferred here. Though, with the speed dragons naturally aged it, she should be at least 10 or 15 years old. Still very much a child, but one with enough power and capability to fetch eggs in the morning. A lot of eggs, it seemed. "Exactly how many chickens do you have?" Carl asked as he watched the cooks pour another pitcher of mixed eggs onto the oiled grill. "More than 20. Button announced confidently. The elf rolled her eyes. "While she is not wrong, I can't say that she's right." There are 400 chickens in the space, spread between 4 zones. Mostly they are present for pest control, but they also tear up the dirt and help improve soil quality. The eggs are a bonus. Carl spread his mind through the space, and found what they meant. The chickens weren't exactly free range, they had erected magical barriers to keep them in a few acres worth of space. But they were otherwise just roaming free, doing chicken things. And it was helping both the soil and the plant life, as they had said. You know, we're supposed to be on vacation, a pre-wedding honeymoon, as we're expecting to be busy afterward. So, why don't we enjoy the day here? Kara and Tien are both outside exploring the other space, but they can return at will, Carl suggested. He knew that they could because Kara had already been in and out of her space a few times, collecting items and then taking items out. Her thoughts said that she was preparing a treasure hunt, like a proper trial ground, for whoever came next, but she was keeping all the good rewards for herself and swapping them with stuff from her loot pile. Button's smile turned calculating, and the elf sighed. You know that you just volunteered for an entire day of playing whatever strange games she can come up with, right? Carl winked at the caretaker. It's not a problem. We're here to relax, have fun, and perhaps build a bit more spiritual strength to help reach the mythic rank more quickly. That is all that we've got planned for the day. Even if we spend hours playing in the water, or running through the woods, it's not a problem. The elf laughed. When Ophelia and Sister Lotus come to visit, it's so much easier. That bear is spectacular at keeping them both in line. Do you know when they'll be able to visit again? Not much longer. The tiny world is tied to my location, right now. And I had to head to another continent, so they're home taking care of business right now. Once we return, I'm certain that Lotus will demand to come back and see everyone here. They have Thor and Tessa to keep them entertained, plus all the crafting specialists at the house, Carl explained. Button nodded eagerly. Sister Lotus told us all about the bunnies and the fluffy gargoyles. Maybe the next time that I have days off, I can go visit? Her pleading eyes immediately made Dana soften, and Carl petted the little dragon's head. If we're around the house in Zalaz, where the bunnies and the fluffy gargoyles are, it shouldn't be a problem. But if you're going to go visit them, you might get snapped up for lessons. We've got dozens of blue dragons at the guild houses now, and they do daily school lessons for all our younger members. Don't think that just because you're visiting, you won't have to learn, Carl teased. Button extracted a stick from her hair, and Carl realized that she had tucked a pencil into a braided section that he had assumed was just tangled. I am always ready to learn. My sister taught me, but, do you know what we should do today? Cliff diving. There is a great spot over there, where we can jump off and then swim, Button suggested. Carl was about to respond when Tien came into the tiny world, looked around, and then settled down on Dana's lap. Did you find out what you wanted to know? Carl asked the baby fox. Tien nodded happily. Yes, I understand what it is that sets holy and unholy magic apart. My work there is done, and Kara is nearly finished. She's just making a list of traps and obstacles that she wants you to make for the treasure hunt. Kara poked at Carl's mind. It's going to be glorious. But we don't have much time. Now that the killing effect is beginning to fade, the giants are on their way here. I felt their magic probing the entrance to the space, so they know for sure that the effect was in this area. I don't think that they found the separate space yet, but you can see it just standing there, so we might have to move right quick before they arrive. But not before you finish making this stuff. If the giants were coming to investigate the loss of the suppression effect, they would surely send mythic-ranked Titan clan members, so Carl wasn't sure what Kara thought that they could accomplish with an obstacle course type trial. Carl used earth manipulation to carve stones to make the requested effects, and then chuckled as he saw that the last item on the list was a self-recharging mana crystal to cause the effects to reappear on a timer. Tien and Button were chasing each other around the beach as Carl finished working, and Dana relaxed in the sun, letting breakfast settle before they got active for the morning. Carl passed the completed items into Kara's space, and the Chaos Badger began to place everything to her satisfaction. Alright, one more spell and we're all done. You need to come outside for a minute, so that your tiny world doesn't interfere with my plans, Kara insisted. I will be right back. Kara needs assistance, Carl whispered, then shifted back to the other world to see what Kara had done. There were 20 different kinds of golems, all sorts of magical plants, 100 or so random magical items, and a bunch of illusionary monsters. The world was filled with dangers and rewards, but Kara was waiting by the exit for Carl to step outside. Alright, what is your plan? Carl asked. Well, if I'm right, then once I use this skill, your contribution will make rewards respawn one day after they're claimed. But as a random new reward. The same with the monsters and golems. It's a good thing that you got that epic golem spell, it wouldn't be the same without it, Kara explained. New racial skill learned, Chaotic Zone, creates a system-linked training ground for a maximum of 1 hour per caster rank. That skill sounded suspiciously simple for what Carl knew that the Badger had in mind. Then, she smirked at him and cast the spell on the entrance to the failed immortal's tiny world. The portal narrowed to a pinprick for a moment, then reopened as a shimmering blue trial instance entrance. Victory! I taught the new place the rule of chaos, and with all that undead energy and the unholy rule already there, it really did make a new space. This will be so much fun. We can make trial towers and dungeons and sparring spaces and self-replenishing gardens, and an infinite source of baby dragons, Kara rambled. That sounded like it might actually get him in real trouble. Where did she plan to get enough dragon eggs to stock an instance? She couldn't have the ones from the tiny world, at least not all of them. But Carl had other concerns of a more immediate variety. They were not going to be alone for long, as either the change to the space or the reduction in the suppression effect had drawn a huge number of mythic-ranked Titan clan giants to their location, and they had brought an entire army of totems with them. Carl simply waited as the giants approached. If they were going to attack, he would jump back in the separate space to buy time to teleport away. If things went the way that he thought that they should, now that the space had reformed with Kara's changes, he should be put in a separate instance. A massive Titan with 6 arms, the first Carl had ever seen like him, held up his hand to stop the others as he approached to just under a kilometer from Carl. Out of comfortable attack range, but close enough that sensitive ears would hear each other. Demon. Do you know what happened to the suppression artifact? He asked, in what Carl assumed was the giant's version of a polite tone. Carl nodded. It failed. The artifact is still in there, but inactive. I cleansed the killing curse from the area to explore, but as you can see, it is a trial instance. No matter what I do, it will just reset in a day. The big giant frowned. The demon had a point. Even if they reactivated the artifact, whatever idiot had lost it in a trial instance had doomed it to a slow death as the effect aged. What did you find inside? The Titan asked. It's the site of a failed attempt to reach the immortal rank. Perhaps they thought that the space would protect them from tribulation lightning, but it did not. That was the cause of the undead energy that was killing everyone who got nearby. The body was that of a 4-armed member of the Titan clan, but I couldn't tell when they might have entered. Sometime since the last resurgence, obviously. But other than that, I was unable to tell. You did leave the corpse there, right? Carl asked Kara. All of them. I don't need old cloth and bones. I only took the good stuff and replaced it. The giant was silent for an entire minute as he considered Carl's answer. Where did you come here from? He finally asked. Saihozasa. The Supreme Lady asked me to look into the issue, Carl explained. The Titan growled, an annoyed noise, not a threat. Then you should be free to leave now that your work is done. Carl nodded. I will return to the west, and leave your armies to explore the anomaly. It should be relatively safe. You're all-powerful sorts, after all. Kara, do you sense anything like another world in their sense or auras? Nope, they're all from near here. I can smell the spell from inside the space on them. But that big Titan, I think that he's originally from somewhere else. Or his parents were. He's too powerful to belong to the same clan as the others. Like Big Sister Matilda, his species is meant to be immortal, Kara replied. That was valuable information, for certain. Carl examined the Titan's aura for a little longer while the leader conferred with his people. Once he was sure that he had it memorized, he turned and opened a portal to the Glatt region, as there were no more refugees there. Even if the Titans followed him, they would end up in the middle of nowhere. Once he stepped through the portal, Carl opened another portal, this time to the sky above Zalaz. Titans likely couldn't fly, and the residents of Zalaz could take care of themselves if the giants were crazy enough to try to launch an invasion. A short flight brought him to the Alliance House, where Carl returned to the tiny world. He still had vacation days to take before anyone realized that he was finished with his other work. However, the Titan clan was left utterly baffled. The suppression effect had not faded that much, even though it was no longer actively increasing. Carl had set it to 1% of maximum output, but the effect was more like stacked layers than a variable barrier. Every hour of every day, it put out a little more, and some older layers naturally dissipated. So, while the effect had faded by a marginal amount, and the intensity no longer tried to kill anything that approached, there was still a massive amount of mana suppression in the region. They had needed an entire ritual and a portal stone array to get the armies here. But the demon had simply opened a portal with a wave of his hand and walked away. They would blame the Chaos Dragon for that. When Chaos got involved, common sense no longer applied. There was no way for them to know that Carl was simply able to spend hundreds of times the normal amount of mana to activate the spell. "Immortal Lord, what do we do now?" the commander at the Titan's right side asked. "Send in a team and see what is inside that trial. If we can get answers, we might find the secret to true immortality." The demon said that the last one to enter failed, but that might not be entirely true. You can never take the words of a cat demon at face value. The commander motioned for a team to move forward, and the first giant proudly stomped through the portal, sword in hand. Then came flying back out. Damnation! The demon lured a massive dire bear to the entrance when he left. "Totem rank," he explained. The other titans chuckled at his misfortune. He might be a mythic ranked giant, but he had just been forcibly hurled from the trial instance by the first guardian standing at the door. The next time, they entered in a group of 3, and realized that there was not just one, but 2 massive bears standing guard by the entrance. Whoever set this trial was a cruel bastard. The team leader complained as he sent a system message to call the rest of his team inside. Perhaps they didn't know that skills were going to be suppressed here? If we could freely use skills within this nightmare zone, it wouldn't be a problem to beat down a pair of totem-ranked bears, no matter how fast they heal, his companion suggested. "What I want to know is how that demon dealt with this. He must have stealth abilities of some sort," the team leader agreed. The door guardians fell, and the giants got their first good look at the instance. It was massive, hundreds of kilometers across. They were going to need more people. Kara mumbled in satisfaction as she dreamed about all the lovely things that were going to happen to the giants when they entered the space, and then the fun they were going to have when they got ejected after just one day of exploration and the dungeon reset. She just wished that she knew for sure whether it would let lots of them in, or just 5 at a time. If she knew that, she could have made a better design for them. Dana and the elf were waiting for Carl to return, while Button was in dragon form, swimming in the lake. "Sorry I took so long. I've got everything sorted out now, and we're back at the Alliance house. Matilda's assignment should be finished, we just need to report it to her," Carl explained. "And did Kara get everything that she wanted?" Dana asked. "All that and more. The issue with the other space should be all sorted out now, and the Titan clan came to investigate, but didn't start any trouble before I left. They'll decide if the space is worth messing with, but I altered the array that was creating the effect enough that they shouldn't be able to change the output again. Given a few years, the effect should fade enough that system activations start like normal. Perhaps sooner, as the mana on that continent is so dense." "Then what is the plan for today?" Dana asked. "Well, I think that Button is voting that we splash around naked in the lake for a few hours, then maybe a nice lunch on the mountain, cuddle and meditate on the truths of the universe for a while, then join the ladies for a dinner," Carl suggested. Dana tried not to laugh at Button's enthusiastic cheering. The little dragon wasn't sure what meditation was, but if it was used in the same sentence as cuddling, it should be a form of nap. After swimming all morning, she could always use a nap, even if she was still supposed to pick up the afternoon chicken eggs. Once they realized that Carl and Dana weren't busy with anything important, more of the caretakers who had the day off came to join the party. They set out blankets, brought snacks and tea, and generally doted on Button and the young elf, who Carl had just learned was named Lyric. Carl changed into swim trunks, and Button came splashing out of the water in dragon form. "I want cute swim clothes too," she complained. Carl checked Ray's space quickly, and found a ruffled trimmed black one-piece bathing suit among the piles of swimwear. "That should do for Button. Here, equip this, it will look good on you." Button looked confused for a second after she transformed back to human. She had never equipped an item before. But once she held the swimsuit and focused on wearing it, everything happened smoothly. "Oh, that is cute. If you have one in forest green, that would be even better," one of the ladies suggested. Carl nodded. "I will see if I can get one made later. I only had black in that style available, but stock is fairly low right now, and most of the swimsuits are made for adult bodies. That could be an issue. We only have a few children here, so I hadn't thought about needing children's fashion. Now, Lyric would be fine in a bikini. But it would just look wrong on Button. The older woman simply smiled and stepped into the water up to her neck before removing her dress and throwing it to Lyric on the shore. The elf hung it from a branch, so the freshly washed dress could dry out, and Button ran back into the water in her new swimsuit to join the fun. That started a mass exodus from the shore, with clothes left on blankets or hung over branches, depending on whether the wearer decided to rinse them in the lake first. It was the perfect change of pace. Nobody needed to get anything done today, just play at the beach. After an hour or so, one of the druids made a waterslide, with water magically created at the top. That appeared to be a favorite game for the caretakers, as Lyric immediately brought out a bunch of painted wooden hoops for the one coming down the slide to try to gather before they came to a stop. Unfortunately for Button's big plans, her energy level did not last until lunch, and she was already beginning to nod off when the sandwiches were brought out. "I'm not asleep. I swear I'm awake. Can we fly up to the mountain for our nap?" she pleaded, right before her eyes drooped closed again. Carl laughed and held out an arm to Lyric as he picked up the sleeping dragon. "Do you want me to give you a ride? It's faster to fly. If you don't, it's a long walk up the mountain." Dana had an odd smile on her face as she watched Carl carry the pair up into the air, but she didn't say anything, and instead decided to play rock paper scissors with Lyric, to keep the elf from panicking about the heights. Lyric was a druid, but she didn't have a skill that would let her fly, at least not yet. "We should find a way for them to gain experience. Something that will give them skill points so that they can fill out the druid skill tree faster than just taking care of plants. Elves might live a long time, but I heard the others mention that they're getting about 1 skill point a year. That's much too slow," Dana messaged Carl. Carl nodded. "I think that I have the right spell for that. Or I can make one. Like a smaller trial tower for them to practice inside. That would also be a wonderful addition to the tiny world for other visitors." But before he started on constructing a trial tower, they had a whole day of relaxation planned, and a sleepy dragon to put down for her nap. Carl placed blankets in a pile for Button, while Lyric tried not to laugh. "You know, they told me that you are a beast master by system class. But you really do have an affinity for young beasts," the elf joked. "Or, they have an affinity for me. But I've lost my nap spot," Carl joked, with a gesture to Dana's lap, where Button had curled up in dragon form, with her head propped on a pillow to keep it from dangling off the side. Lyric giggled, and gently stroked Button's head, making the sleeping dragon purr. "What are you meditating about?" she asked quietly. "We're working on developing the mental power matrix. It helps your energy and mental strength growth. Are you familiar with the idea?" Carl asked. Lyric shook her head. "Alright, if you want to join us, we can start with the basics. Focus on a simple image. Something meaningful to you. A leaf, a berry, not something complex like a face. Focus on forming that image in your mind, and then pulling power into that image. It will help focus your energy flows so you can move mana more effectively," Carl explained. Lyric nodded and began to focus. Carl didn't know what she was using as a focal point, but he could feel her energy shift and a trickle of outside energy begin to enter her body. That was success, at least in the early steps. So, he left her to it, and began to focus on his own advancement. The next step in his progression was to adjust his power matrix to the 72-point formation that would be the next proper visualization of Matilda's form. It was possible that he could pick another visualization and go for a 36 or 48-pointed matrix, but nothing that he had come across so far would make a better base than the Chaos Dragon. But Carl was confident. His mental strength had been optimized and improved not only by skills, but also by system trials. If anyone could make the adjustment at totem rank, it should be him. Plus, Azov had suggested that the stage he was at was just the bare minimum for a myth to make it to immortality, so surely just one step beyond shouldn't be impossible. Mapping out the new points took time, but proved to be surprisingly simple. The image just settled into his mind as if it had always been there, and Carl went straight to work rearranging the existing points to fit the new matrix, then energizing the new points so that they could balance. He vaguely noticed when a warm weight moved to his lap, but it was scaly, not furry. So, it had to be Button and not Dana. When you meditated and surrounded yourself with mana, especially in the tiny world, with its mana crystal reserves and innate attunement to Carl's aura, the process radiated body temperature magical energy. Dragons weren't cold-blooded. But like cats, they tended to congregate in warm and sunny spots to rest. Using some of the stored energy of the tiny world, and emptying his own internal mana reserves, Carl finalized the new power matrix, and then began to circulate power through it. Ding! The chiming sound sounded in Carl's mind like someone had rung a church bell beside his ear, making his whole sense of self vibrate. He was vaguely aware that his body was not moving, but his soul and metaphysical self were shaking from the vibration, and he didn't know why. As the vibration settled, Carl tentatively pulled at the power matrix again, using it to refine power to a higher standard than what he had before. The power flooded through him like a raging torrent, and then circulated again as the matrix continued to purify and improve it. His personal mana had been depleted, but now that the standard was higher, he had to change all the mana stored in the beast spaces, and that was going to take hours, at the very least. Fortunately, nobody was in a hurry to move. Only when the shifting sun put his lap out of the direct light did Button begin to stir, and the others started to get hungry. That was productive. Lyric, how did it go for you? Carl asked as he opened his eyes to find Button staring at his face from centimeters away, the same way that Carol liked to. Amazing. I think I understand how the focal point works now, and my power is so much more vibrant, if that's the right word. If I practice it long enough, I'm sure that I can advance. Carl nodded. I will find a study guide so that you can start to form the matrix after you have mastered the first point. I just don't know what version elves and druids would want to use. I use one attuned to chaos. Dana uses one attuned to the god of magic. But I think that for you, it should be something more like a nature god. Lyric nodded. That makes sense. I used a lotus flower as my focus, it just felt right. So, one of the nature gods, perhaps even the green dragon's path would be appropriate. I don't know how it works, but that sounds like it should be okay. Button just looked back and forth between them, with no clue what they were talking about. If it was important, someone would explain later. Are we going down for dinner? There should be food soon. The sun is in the food spot, the little dragon asked. Now that you've had your nap, why don't we fly over? I will transform, so Dana and Lyric can ride on my back, and we will fly around until dinner is ready. That would also give him a chance to look in on how all the dragon eggs were doing, and make sure that none of the crops had been missed or ignored. Some of the most valuable plants only had a few specimens in the whole tiny world, but they were vital to Remy's work. Carl transformed, and Button immediately crawled on top of his neck, defeating the whole purpose of flying around to wear her out, instead of letting a freshly rested baby dragon drive everyone insane after an all-afternoon nap. Dana poked her once Carl launched himself into the air. You're supposed to be his flying buddy, not just sightseeing, she reminded Button. Right. He's so fast, though. But the Carl will slow down, so I can keep up, I'm sure. Button reluctantly agreed as she flapped her wings to take flight. Carl laughed and activated Behemoth on her, which still only made the dragon 3 meters long. But the extra wingspan made it much easier to keep up with Carl's casual cruising speed as he toured the major areas of the tiny world. Oh, there are the swamp camp workers, and the new eggs. There's a big one there that I'm pretty sure will be an earth dragon. And there are the juniper bushes. And the ghost tree stand. Those trees are kind of creepy in the dark. The glowing spots look like ghosts. They flew a full loop around the tiny world, until Button's wings started to flap out of sync, and her constant descriptions began to lag. Just ride on my back the rest of the way. I will drop you in the lake for a nice cool swim before dinner, Carl suggested. Those were magic words, and Button quickly settled in on his head, watching the ground fly by under them as Carl returned to the beach. As they got close, Dana grabbed Lyric and jumped off his back, flying back toward the group, so that Carl could turn and dive, dunking Button into the lake. Button laughed as she flapped her wings to swim through the clear water, and then burst into the air, splashing water as she shook herself off before landing and transforming to human for dinner. Carl walked to the edge of the lake in dragon form, then transformed and put on swim shorts. Oh, you have a human form too? That's pretty cool, Lyric noted. Carl patted her on the head. This is what I looked like when I was younger. Now, I've got plenty of appearances to pick from. Button gave him an awestruck look, while the older druids tried not to laugh. It was just a human, a beast and a dragon form. If Button followed that path in her skill tree, she would also learn to transform into either an animal or beast form soon. But Carl had successfully kept her entertained all day, which made it much easier to get everything done, and for the sake of their peace of mind, they wouldn't call him out. Did you have plans for tomorrow? the elf on kitchen duty asked instead. Not big ones. I'm almost done adjusting the power matrix, I just need to balance the power of all the points, and then I should be ready to start trying to improve my strength again. Then, we've got our wedding coming up in a few days. I'm sure that I sent out the invitations already. I just don't recall who all was able to come, Carl replied. The elf chuckled. Well, we were going to send Button and Lyric, plus Joanna and Chrysana. Button cheered at the news that she would be invited to a big fancy event, and Kara woke up, wondering what the good news was. Just Button celebrating her invitation to the wedding, Carl informed her. Oh, the baby dragon. We should eat, and then I will take her to play. If that didn't wear the dragon out for the night, nothing would. It was a regular thing, however. The moment that Kara appeared, everyone waved to her, and Button ran up to give the badger a hug. We have the good dinner today. They're making the super spicy tofu and onion stuff, Button explained. Kara gave her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, and then flopped on her back, so the dragon could rub her belly. Just living her best life. The caretakers brought out a low table for Kara and Button, while Carl led Dana to the arranged picnic tables to eat with the others who were working in the area. You've got a pretty good arrangement going here, Carl noted as the dishes were placed out on the tables. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This space is practically perfect. There's just so much of everything, and nobody threatening us or stealing our crops. Even the little ones have been better behaved since we arrived. You might not believe it, but Button used to be a little troublemaker, always angry and starting arguments with others. But now that she's got the lake and the mountain, plus all that forest, instead of open grassland, she's been so much happier. I would like to say that Kara is helping, but she just encourages Button to come up with new pranks. The elf who had been cooking replied with a deep sigh. Well, she is a chaos badger. Pranks are as necessary to her as food and water. As much as they hated to admit it, Carl had a point. It was only natural that a chaos badger required chaos to survive, and that a young forest dragon, the closest of the dragons to the Phi species, would be drawn to them. Forest dragons were once known to play with nymphs, sprites and other creatures of the forest, during the last resurgence when such creatures were more common. Now, both were rare to see, and most of the ancient forests had been cut down or destroyed by battles. Should we do something about those too? Dana whispered as Kara and Button began to draw pictures in the sand, plotting their evening shenanigans. We could invite Lotus in, Carl offered. Dana paused. Would that be better or worse? If they brought Lotus, she would likely bring Ophelia, who might help keep order. But she might also just let them run wild until they were tired so that she could have a good nap with an exhausted priestess.